welcome back to Beyond the Veil Tarot and Astrology. My name is Candice Marie. Thanks for joining me. I'll be your astrologer this month. And today we're going to be tackling the April 2024 horoscopes for the 12 signs. Welcome back, guys. I have to tell you, April is a wild month. I remember last month doing the horoscopes and I was like sweating bullets looking at April, being like, how am I going to explain all of this? So thank you guys for joining me. Let's go ahead and get into it. I'm going to take you guys obviously through my usual slides. Those of you guys who are new to my channel, welcome. My name is Candice. I'm a Western astrologer. I work both with the tarot as well as the Sabian symbols to understand what's going on in the cosmos. So today I'm going to take you guys through a little bit of my monthly spiel. If this is your first time here, welcome. Now, just a few offerings for the month before we get into my presentation today. Obviously, we're in eclipse season. Some of you guys are watching this before we have the lunar eclipse on March 25th. So I wanted to let everybody know, whether you're watching this in March or if you're watching this in April, we have got one heck of a solar eclipse taking place in the month of April. This will be taking place on April 8th. It'll be a solar eclipse in Aries. It's conjunct Chiron. It is really representing the need to heal collectively. So I put together something that's a little bit different. I created extended readings for the spring 2024 eclipses. They're now available on my website. I have them on sale for $14.99, and they are my intuitive messages for both of the eclipses. So both the lunar eclipse in Libra and the solar eclipse in Aries, as well as the 12 rising signs. So wanted to package that for you guys, make it super affordable and really helpful on top of the content that we already have out there. And also you can get your sun, moon, and rising sign for like 15 bucks. So it's a pretty good deal. And I want to remind you guys that there is lots of content on my channel. So if you're just finding me and you want to know about the lunar eclipse in Libra, or you want to know about the solar eclipse in Aries, maybe you're like, I want more information on the Mercury retrograde, your girl's got you. All of those videos are already on my channel, so you can go and watch really long, long format, in-depth videos on all of these aspects throughout the month. So that way you can, get more insight on what's going on. Now, also, Mercury retrograde is upon us. We are already in the shadow now at the end of March. We will be seeing this retrograde take place most all of April. So basically, I wanted to kind of put it out there and let you guys know, you can check out my Mercury retrograde candles. Not many people know I have a candle line. If that's something that interests you, I create all these blends that are specific for either the planetary need or the kind of energetic need. They're all designed and basically created by me. So if you would like to get a Mercury retrograde candle, I've got you covered. My Mercury retrograde candle is specifically blended with scents that correlate with Mercury. I really encourage everybody to work with fire during this Mercury retrograde and solar eclipse period, because both the retrograde and the solar eclipse are in Aries, which is a fire sign. Aries is a, I am kind of can-do type of mentality. And it's about what we are initiating or what we are kind of working with. So even if you don't pick one up, definitely consider working with candles and incense during this period this month. And if you like my work, there are a number of different ways that you guys can support me. Number one, if you just leave me a comment, you give me a thumbs up, you say hello and subscribe to my channel, that is $0.99, okay? And it's super helpful because number one, it's gonna help my channel grow. It's also going to help other people kind of see what I'm doing out there on the YouTubes. But also I do have memberships. So if you are interested in supporting me as a full-time content creator, if you like these horoscopes, if you like my reports, if you're learning astrology through watching my free content on YouTube, you can join my memberships if you want to support my work. There's several different levels there. There's just an entry level if you just want to donate monthly and you want to, say thank you for my videos. If you would like to get in level 2, you get a shout out from me. We do that during my lives. And on level 3, you're going to get all of those things. Plus, you're also going to get a reading with me during one of my lives on Friday. If If you guys haven't been there, you're missing out. It's always a really good time. We have a lot of fun. I'm always here at 5 o'clock p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern on Friday nights. We alternate between tarot and astrology readings. And I will be here this Friday doing lunar eclipse readings. So I'm going to be talking to you guys all about what's going on with these lunar eclipses. I'll be reading personal charts live on YouTube. You guys can sign up in the queue. Check out my community tab. We've already posted that list because we're only taking a certain number of eclipse readings. And if you feel generous today, you can scan the QR code up there and you can give me a tip. I appreciate it. I am your astrological bartender this month after all. And once again, please don't forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe. Now, if you want to book a personal reading with me, you can do so. I'm happy to see you. I read natal charts. I do transit chart readings, solar returns, synastry readings for relationships, election astrology, and much, much more. If you want to see what I have to offer in terms of my sessions or my availability, that is all live on my website. You can find that information at beyondtheveiltarot.com. I am now booking in July and August of this year, and we have gift cards available as well. So super easy. You can go in there and see when my availability is. You can choose your day, your time. It'll directly kind of connect you to your time zone. I'm here in Texas on Central Time, and then you guys can get set up for a live Zoom reading with me. So if you've wanted to have your chart done for a while, I'd love to help you out. All right, thank you for letting me do all of my plugs. I appreciate it. Let's get right into the transits that catch my eye. So if you're new to my channel, this is my format. Take a screenshot, save this, or you can go into the description of this video below. I will put all of these dates in here so that way you guys can kind of play catch up and you can see all of the things that I will be discussing throughout the 12 rising signs today. This is not everything. I really try to condense it as much as I can, but you know it's like this month is like crazy. I really feel April is the most action-packed month of all of 2024. Yes, I said it. I know that's a pretty bold statement, but this is going to be the month that people are going to get rocked. So it's really important that you have these dates. So like I said, take a screenshot. I will only be touching on these very briefly, and these are not all of the transits. These are just the ones that I could condense down for the personal readings. This is only going to be me talking about how it's going to impact your various 12 rising signs, or sun sign or moon sign, okay? Everybody should be listening to all three this month, especially your sun and your moon sign. You know, I like listening, you know, and I encourage you guys to listen to your rising sign because I feel that those are the most accurate. Because as astrologers, we're writing the horoscopes based off of like the zodiacal order. Anyway, listen to your sun and your moon sign this month, okay? Because it'll kind of correlate also with what's going on with the eclipses. But I will do a separate video. So you'll see a separate video from me that's going to be coming out at the end of March, which will be kind of a general, all-encompassing what's going on in the world, you know, my hot takes on the April astrology. That will be less personal and more kind of general. So that will be coming and it'll have a lot more information. So this is what I'll be touching on today. I'm going to talk to you guys a little bit first about the ingresses, the retrograde, and the lunations first. And then we're going to go in the order of the aspects and the dates that they will be kind of playing out. And these are the aspects that I will be kind of touching on for you in the horoscopes today. All right, so number one for the ingresses this month. This means when a planet is actually changing signs, okay? So on April 4th, we have Venus go into the sign of Aries. She leaves her exaltation in Pisces, drops all of her, you know, beautiful kind of mermaid shells and, I guess like sparkles for her suit of armor as she moves into the cardinal fire sign of Aries. A little tricky for Venus to be in this sign because it does indicate that, well, all is fair in love and war. Unless you happen to be in Aries, sun, moon, and rising, in that case, it could actually be pretty sweet for you. Now, this will be impacting my Aries risings the most, along with Taurus and Libra risings, because you guys are ruled by Venus, so you want to pay attention to this date as your chart ruler changes signs. On April 19th, we'll see the sun enter into Taurus, and this is going to be shifting into the fixed earth sign ruled by Venus, and we are kind of gearing up for then what will be a very eventful second half of April into May, as we start to see planets coming into conjunction with Jupiter and Uranus, and some kind of big boom, okay, is definitely going to be coming. But for the most part, Sun in Taurus is pretty nice. I mean, we will see right off the bat, there is going to be a square that'll be happening on the 20th or the 21st to Pluto. So kind of intense there. So just be mindful that right off, the bat, we're going to see a little bit of pressure as, the Sun squares off with Pluto. We can see some power struggles. On the 29th, we're going to see Venus enter into Taurus. So Venus will move into her domicile. She's very happy in Taurus. That's the planet that is associated with that sign. It is about, feeling solid and secure and stable, and it can be really a good sign for relationships and harmony, and also diplomacy. It's great, for business, for finances. So we kind of welcome Venus coming into her home sign. And then on the 30th, we see Mars enter into Aries. So Mars moves into its domicile, into its ruling sign. Love it. It's nice to see like Venus in Taurus and Mars in Aries, where they can kind of really express these energies in their best abilities. And yeah, they do rule the North and the South node. So it's interesting that for the first part of the month, we see, Venus moving through Aries, and we kind of it feels a little funky. And then finally, as we see that ingress, things kind of level out a little bit. Mars and Aries, that's going to be a really good, I think a really wonderful transit. You guys will see me talk today about how Mars is like in some particularly perilous positions in the skies. Mars is about, action and, our goals, right? Getting from point A to point B. And so having Mars in Pisces these last few weeks has been particularly challenging, because it almost feels like we're spinning our wheels, or we're kind of swimming in circles. Energy levels that just rise and fall, and it's been, I think, a little challenging to stay focused and on task. The beginning of Aries season feels a little topsy-turvy because we have an eclipse and we have a retrograde, and I've kind of told everybody, like, cut yourself some slack. Yes, it's the astrological new year. There is brand new energy. We are going to move forward. But I really feel like we need the entire month of April to kind of get our act together. So slow and steady wins the race, right? We want to work with the retrograde to reassess something, especially our goals, how we think, our relationship with ourselves, kind of, warming up a little bit. And also figuring out what the missing pieces are from this solar eclipse in Aries around the time that we're also having a Cazimi. So we don't really know where we're going at. I just keep saying to people, all we know is that we're kind of ready to give up the person that we have been to receive who we're becoming. So there is a bit of like a limbo feeling the first half of April. Now we're going to see in terms of retrogrades, there will be only one retrograde, and hopefully you guys have made the most of the last couple of months, because all planets have been direct until this period. April 1st, and no, this is not April Fool's, Mercury turns retrograde in Aries. The entire retrograde will be in Aries, so it will not go into any other signs. It'll start its retrograde at 27 degrees of Aries, and it will return all the way back to 15 degrees. Reactivating the eclipse point, meeting with the North Node, meeting with Venus. Wowzers, guys, this is like one hell of a retrograde. So yeah, it's a good time to get familiarized with the Aries part of your chart. Obviously, with Mercury retrogrades, communication breaks down. We see sometimes delays with travel. We can also see that things go missing, or we have to rework or reassess something. Check out my Mercury retrograde video if you want my hot takes on how to work with this energy best. And as far as lunations go, obviously the star of the month is this kind of like kicking the door in solar eclipse in Aries. We're going to see this on April 8th, and this will be a new moon solar eclipse, total solar eclipse. I'm out here in Texas. I am right in the path of totality. So I wish I could tell you guys that I know how it's going to go down, but I really don't. I can tell you that I did a really deep dive on this in a video. I talk about some of the aspects with the stars involved, and also the cities that it's going to be crossing, and how this is kind of really laying the groundwork for more or less, I think, just focusing on freedom, focusing on healing, focusing on, learning to take our personal powers back. So it's going to be in a different place for every one of the 12 rising signs. And a total solar eclipse means that there is something that, we are not aware of. It's going to be about, some kind of darkness coming in and, the light kind of flushing it out. This is really a good time, I would say, from the 8th through like mid-month to set new intentions. We want to kind of wait until the Mercury retrograde stuff settles out a little bit, but for the most part, this is a really good time to be like, you know what, I am finally ready to make the change. I'm finally ready to get back to the gym. I'm finally ready to, look for a new job. Aries is incredibly entrepreneurial. It is also very fierce and dynamic, and it doesn't have a problem kind of initiating things. So I personally am using this eclipse to do a lot of these things. So I hope that you guys will join me in starting some new patterns and some new habits, and really showing up and doing the necessary work, because this is an eclipse that's exactly conjunct Chiron. So it is about healing ourselves and also moving through this reconfiguration of who we are, and learning how to maybe communicate in a way that isn't hostile, angry, argumentative, all that fun stuff. That will be at 19 degrees. So if you have anything from like 17 to, I would say, maybe 22 degrees, Aries, sun, moon, or rising, or personal planet, this will be particularly significant for you. And then we have on the 23rd of the month, there will be a full moon in Scorpio. Not necessarily a bad full moon, to be honest with you. It's got some nice aspects that I kind of saw to Saturn. It will be at 4 degrees. Obviously, gotta love that full moon a week after, taxes are due, and it's a Scorpio full moon. So I think it's going to be a lot of people having some big realizations about obviously paying up, but it could also be about karma. It can be about your own personal transformation. It can be about power. And we will be talking about that full moon kind of later in the month of April. So if you have any personal planets, anywhere from, I would say, like 2 to 6 degrees of Scorpio, sun, moon, or rising, that can be more impactful for you. Obviously, that is also going to be, a full moon that is ruled by Pluto and Mars. So I believe, if I remember correctly, let me look at the date here. I know that this is going to be a full moon that's going to square Pluto in Aquarius by about 2 degrees. But also I have a feeling that Mars is in some tricky territory. Mars is going to be in conjunction to both Saturn as well as Neptune. And I'll talk to you guys about that in just a second. Okay. So moving on, we are going to now go to the transits for the month that catch my eye. So obviously April 1st, Mercury retrograde begins. Watch your April Fool's jokes, guys. Some things can be said that can be like really mean. People can really blow up, or people can kind of be very reactionary. And we've been in the shadow actually really since the second half of March. So if you're watching this in March, we're already in the shadow, you're feeling the effects of it. I will basically put it this way. I kind of break down the transits this month. Like, I'm of the frame of mind that everything is going to come into several different camps. Let me pull this up. Sorry, I'm trying to get my notes up for you guys. Okay, so there's going to be like 3 or 4 clusters of transits that are going to happen like all at one time. And one of the clusters of transits is going to be about all of the things that are happening in Aries. Okay, so we're going to see a bunch of transits taking place in Aries. Then there's another cluster of transits that are going to be about Mars aspects. So Mars is actually going to meet with Saturn, and it's going to meet with Neptune. And then we see this massive Jupiter-Uranus conjunction. So usually I go in order, but I might kind of bunch them because it's going to make, I think, better sense when I go through the 12 signs, being like, okay, here's the Aries stuff, here's the Mars stuff, here's the Jupiter-Uranus stuff, and then we'll pepper some things in between. But this is when the Mercury retrograde begins. So obviously, if you're watching this in March, if you know where Aries is in your chart and what the meaning is of that particular retrograde, it might be a good time to kind of like say, okay, I'm gonna, you know, do some preliminary kind of preparation. I'm gonna back my computer up. I'm gonna, you know, get my oil change early. I'm gonna book my flights early, things like that, because it can be actually really helpful. But to some extent, because this Mercury retrograde involves the North Node, which is, it's things that we don't see coming. It represents stuff in the future that we're learning about, and it can be kind of strange and unusual or futuristic. There's not really a lot we can do to prepare. And so even myself, usually I look at the retrogrades and I kind of get my act together early. I'm looking at this and I'm like, there's no point in trying to do that, because with the eclipse and then the Cazimi, it's like, something's going to come up the 8th through like the 15th that I'm going to have to rework anyway. So I'm just like, fuck it. You know, honestly, sorry, but this is all happening on my moon. So it's already a little hectic for me. So hopefully it goes well for you guys, and it kind of pays to be prepared. Obviously Mercury rules things like business travel, you know, communication, contracts, and all that stuff. So we can see some breakdown. And Mercury is a sign that's ruled by Mars. Excuse me, Aries is a sign ruled by Mars. So to have Mercury go through there, we can actually do ourselves a disservice if we are rushing through something. If we're not reading the fine print, if we're, you know, not doing our due diligence to be patient, if we are being argumentative or confrontational, yeah, we might actually kind of burn a bridge or an opportunity, right? All right, so that's that. On the 8th, we'll have the solar eclipse. So like I said, that's going to be at 19 degrees. It'll be conjunct Chiron. So it is collectively for everybody about healing a wound or healing an issue. And this eclipse will unfold over about 13 months or so. So just because we have the eclipse that day, you know, something could be happening relating to the Aries eclipse already in your life, right? Because you start feeling it weeks in advance, and we will feel it up to 13 months later. This will get reactivated several times because of the retrograde. So for some of you guys, the eclipse will happen on the 8th, but you don't get the eclipse effect until, you know, the end of April or down the road when Mars goes into Aries. So it doesn't mean something has to happen that day, but a new moon solar eclipse means brand new. We're getting ready to kind of plant new seeds. And for all of us, this is about showing up, and this is about also, I think, becoming initiated. I think of like this eclipse as like baptism by fire. It's like, okay, you really want to do this thing, or you really need to do this thing, then you need to heal the necessary wounds to make it possible for you to do that. You have to be brave. You have to be action oriented. You have to be a self-starter. So we want to be focusing on kind of empowering ourselves and, you know, speaking and thinking differently with that retrograde. I talk a lot about this, but all I can tell you is, guys, get yourself some sticky notes. Get a big gel pen or like a fat marker, and I want you guys to write down a whole list of mantras, and I want them to be I am brave, I am strong, I am abundant, I am healthy, I am capable. Plaster those everywhere. Put it on your office, put it in your mirror, you know, in your bathroom when you get out of the shower. When you wake up in the morning, it's next to your bedside. It's like we need these regular reminders that we are capable, that we are, yeah, our own, you know, kind of like heroes in our own life, right? On the 10th of the month, we're going to see Mars in Pisces conjunct Saturn in Pisces. Not thrilled about this. If you guys go back in time and you think about previous Mars-Saturn conjunctions, they've been the last one that we had ended up kind of kicking off the Ukraine war. The one before that was directly connected to just before COVID. Mars and Saturn are kind of the bad boys of astrology, you know, where Saturn wants limitation and it wants boundaries and borders, and it's karma, and it can also be about control or government related things. Saturn conjunct Mars, you know, is taming the kind of wildness of Mars. So Mars can get agitated because it's moving faster, and it's like, no, I just want to go somewhere, I want to do this thing. And Saturn says, no, here's a stop sign, or here's a speed bump. So this will be planting a seed, basically, that'll be a new Saturn-Mars cycle that's going to kind of be in play for the next 2 years. What can I say about this? It's in Pisces, and Mars rules the North Node. So I think this is going to pack a little bit more of a punch, to be honest with you. That conjunction, I feel like, is going to materialize as, like I've said in previous videos, conflict on water. We're going to see probably attacks with water or limitations of water. We might hear about that. I have concerns for like dams bursting. or issues with like rivers overflowing, because Mars can be about, quick moving and things that can be kind of deadly. And Saturn can be about whether or not it can be held back. We can see some pretty gnarly storms that can be taking place. I do think that this is going to have quite a ruckus when it comes to, mental health and, anything involving like hospitals, because Pisces is hospitals. And I also think that, this is just the astrology point blank. We're going to be hearing more about, homeless encampments and whether or not they're being removed. We're going to hear more about what's going on with illegal immigrants and them being housed in like hidden camps. Like, this is quite literally the astrology. So we're going to be seeing this manifest in the world that way. But for you, you're going to want to look at where Pisces is, and you're going to go, okay, there is this thing that I'm going to be kind of dealing with that is almost going to be this invisible, like little like nuisance, Mars and Saturn. It's like, I have to keep working at this thing. And it's a water sign, right? So it requires you to pay attention to your emotions and not hold back tears and not hold on to stuff. It's also going to be about saying, sacrifice. Sometimes we have to make sacrifices in order to, have something better, stronger. So this happens behind Aries. It happens behind the North Node. And I kind of feel like this is like, go to bed early, get off your cell phone, make sure you set an alarm. You're getting up early in the morning. You're being active. You have a plan. You're working hard, both spiritually and physically, every day to kind of, make your dreams a reality. So it's going to require some kind of sacrifice. Great time to get sober, guys, right? Mars, Saturn, and Pisces. Great time to be like, yeah, I'm going back to church, or I'm going back to my spiritual practice, or I'm going back to yoga. We want to think about form and dedication and strength. That's what these two things can do. So it doesn't always have to be a negative thing, but it definitely is going to be something where if you are conscious and you work with it, you can kind of see what seems like a limitation as like an opportunity to change, to mature, to be stronger. All right, so on April 11th, we're going to see the Sun conjunct Mercury in Aries. So this will be known as the Cazimi, the halfway point through the Mercury retrograde, where Mercury retrogrades, it conjuncts the Sun. There's going to be some like epiphany or awareness. I consider this a lucky transit because it is going to be about some kind of news breaking or some kind of personal like awareness. Exalted Sun in Aries, Mercury in Aries, the Cazimi at 22. What do I have to be working towards? Where do I need to kind of try a little bit harder, push myself a little bit more? That's a Capricorn degree. I'm super stoked to see what this is. This is on my moon. So I don't know what it's going to be, but it is very close to that 19 degrees of the solar eclipse in Aries. So it does kind of bring up some of that energy as well. So watch for like Mercury's tricks, like you might notice reoccurring patterns or messages or numbers, something that has been missing might turn up. There may be some kind of like download you have this day. I feel like this is such a wonderful day for really trying to like tap into your inner self and trying to be more aware of like what your intuition is telling you. I've loved these conjunctions because they always manifest for me as like a day where I have like a download, or I'll just start writing something, or I'll start putting together one of my presentations for you guys or something. And it just feels like it's just like coming through me from something else. So look for like the good news or the insights that come on that day. On the 19th, we will see Mercury retrograde in Aries conjunct Venus in Aries. Well, if there's a day you're going to hear from your ex, it's going to be this day, right? Mercury retrograde, returning, reviewing, communication, a back and forth about something, a discussion, and it will conjunct Venus, the goddess of love, but it's in Aries, okay? So number one, Mercury conjunct Venus is kind of like Mercury, it's kind of like Venus in Virgo, where you're trying to intellectualize love, and like sometimes that can cause problems, right? Because the head and the heart want two different things. And when I see Mercury, which is communication, contracts, emails, text messages, retrograde conjunct Venus, it's like people being like, I changed my mind. I no longer, want to keep my appointment. I no longer want to have that service. Or I changed my mind. I want you back. People acting kind of like selfishly and having some realizations about, love or values or money. it's pretty common when we see like a retrograde conjunct Venus, we hear about people getting back together, or people realizing that there is problems in a relationship and then they separate. So I don't like saying it's like a double negative, but Venus, like I said, you know, she's not happy when she's in Aries. So when she comes into conjunction with Venus, I feel like this could be a day where you're going to see a lot of people be like, this isn't working for me. No, I don't want to take you back. Or, you know, this is a time for us to be able to kind of like separate. Now, it can be a time where, you know, you're going over some kind of like financial matter. So it's also interesting that this is happening right before, once again, taxes are due, you know, and I could see some people being like scrambling, trying to figure out how they can get their documents in order and making sure they have all their W-2s or whatever before they file. It's another interpretation. Not a good day for relationship commitment, not a good day for marriages, not a good day for business transactions, not a good day to sign contracts because Mercury is retrograde. It means that it's backwards. Now, on the flip side, this can be a day where you are really able to tap into self-love, and there is this realization that you are good enough, that you are capable, that you are worthy, right? That can be the positive kind of connection to, you know, Venus and Mercury. But yeah, put your phones away, kids. That's not the day to text your ex, because you're going to see some people who are going to be kind of desperate and reaching out and acting, I think, selfishly when it comes to like love and communication. Okay. Obviously, we got to talk about 420 when we have the big boom of the Jupiter conjunct Uranus in Taurus. So this is the big day, guys. Everybody's been waiting for it. But I will say, like, don't assume that something will happen on this day, okay? We want to remove expectation from this conjunction because I think there's people talking about it and hyping it up so much. Is this one of the biggest transits in all of 2024? Abso-freaking-lutely. Huge. Because we only see this like every so many years. I want to say it's like, I think it was like 14 years or 17 years, something like that. We don't see it that often. And when we put it all together, Jupiter brings a wealth of something. Knowledge, it can be abundance, it could be resources, it could be money, right? It could be food. Obviously in Taurus, I'm talking about Taurus things. But Uranus is sudden insights, information, awareness, realizations. So I think that there is going to be this shift when it comes to how we all collectively look at what we're eating, what we're consuming, what we're buying, what we're spending. I am living for the fact that people are finally starting to ask questions about what's in their food. Wonderful, right? So wonderful that people are doing this. A lot of you guys are eating food and you don't know that there's bugs in it. Read your labels, guys. Read your labels, educate yourself, learn about what is and is not organic, how to read the codes. But equally, this is going to be about some big boom when it comes to art, beauty, music, right? These are Taurus related things. I think we're going to see a renaissance of this stuff. I think we're going to see another big banking boom. But we may see some people strike it rich because Jupiter, Uranus, and Taurus could be sudden wealth and exponential growth, right? Because Jupiter goes up, it grows up. It's like a Sag energy. And Uranus can also be things that kind of go sky high. So it'll be interesting to see. Obviously, the Bitcoin halving is happening right around this time. And so it's just so kind of like bang on with the Jupiter-Uranus conjunction. There's going to be a lot of hype revolving around cryptocurrency. Because after all, you know, Uranus and Taurus is digital money. And I think we're going to start seeing this become more of like a global kind of pattern and trend. All right, so then we're going to see on the 25th of the month, Mercury goes direct in Aries. So this means the Mercury retrograde is over. But don't get too excited, guys, because we're not actually going to see the shadow end until sometime in May. Mercury has to kind of go back to about 27 degrees of Taurus. So technically it's over, yes. And my goodness, the retrograde actually started at 27 degrees, but it retrograded back to 15. So when Mercury first went into shadow, it was in conjunction to the North Node. And I think of like Mercury in the North Node is kind of like that call that you've been waiting for. You know, everybody's been in that situation where you're like waiting for somebody to like call you after you gave them your phone number, right? Or you were waiting to get a call when you applied for a new job, and then you get that call and they're like, we want to offer you the position. And you're like, yes, you know, it's kind of like that. So with Mercury conjunct the North Node, when Mercury goes direct, best believe there has been something going on since really the end of March when the shadow started, where we were answering the call of our own destiny, our own direction, our own life purpose. Now, on the flip side, you know, the North Node is also about things that are futuristic and unknown. We're going to hear a lot of stuff about what's going on with AI, the future of AI, how that's going to impact everybody, how that's going to be impacting our daily lives, our jobs, all of that stuff. But it's another story for another day. Think of this as if you have spent the entire month between the retrograde and the solar eclipse trying to figure out what you want, trying to decide how to have a conversation, trying to figure out what your new health habit or routine is going to be. This is the moment where when it goes direct, you're like, now I know what I'm going to do. I have a game plan. So you can give yourself until it's time to kind of sort this stuff out, because there are so many reactivations between the 19 degrees and also like the other conjunctions in between. We are going to see this kind of kick on the back end. So you will still see that there's going to be some Mercury retrograde shadow in the post shadow. We got to do what we got to do. But after we've gone through this like hellfire of April, you know, May is actually a really great month. And I think that this is kind of the month that we're kind of dusting ourselves off, being like, whatever didn't kill me made me stronger. And like, here we go. So, you know, take it for what it's worth. This is the month where you really kind of want to kind of just pick yourself up by the bootstraps and kind of get to work. And hopefully you guys get that positive message that happens around the time that Mercury goes direct on the 25th. On the 28th of the month, Mars in Pisces will conjunct Neptune in Pisces, okay? So first, Mars conjunct Saturn, and Saturn was like, slow your roll, right? And now you have Mars conjunct Neptune, and he's passing the joint to Mars. So it's like there is like this, it's very contradictory energy. Neptune really doesn't care. It's just, it's inspirational, it's creative, it's whimsical. This is the planet that rules the oceans and the seas. I'm anticipating some pretty gnarly storms, to be honest with you guys, with this conjunction. And that whole period, right? Because Mars will actually be between Saturn and also Neptune. So, you know, that's quite a chunk of time from like what, the 11th until like the 27th or the 28th. So Mars will be like besieged, which I can't technically say that because, well, Mars is a malefic that's going to be between two malefics, but technically he kind of is. So that's almost like containing a fire, containing a military operation, containing or keeping people in a camp. That is going to be something that is being like limited or hidden in some way. So I am very suspicious of the Mars and Pisces transit personally, because I kind of feel like whatever's going on, we're not going to kind of see what is coming. And Mars can be about attacks, unfortunately. So Mars coming into conjunction with Neptune is going to kind of represent, okay, you know, we just dealt with this situation where there was this limitation, and now we're dealing with this situation that quite literally is like fishy. And, you know, it can be positive for like musicians and poets and creatives, because you guys can really be in the flow, especially if you are into dance or if you're into like percussion. Mars Neptune can be very kind of feeling the vibes of what you're kind of, you know, dancing and what your drum beats are. Not so crazy about this conjunction, to be honest with you guys. I do have concerns that it can materialize as some kind of secret military mobilizations. It can also be about losing track of, you know, our goal, or getting distracted, or it can mean that we're losing momentum. We're kind of like losing steam. You know, Mars in Pisces is hot water, and Neptune is basically something that is rising and swelling. So we might feel like we had a lot of motivation, and then we're like, we get to the end of the month and we're like, man, we're tired. You know, how do we keep moving forward? So keep up those spiritual practice, guys. Hot salt baths, you know, doing your sprays of your aura with essential oil and a little bit of salt water, you know, keeping your prayers up, keeping your energetic shields up, because this is a time where you know, April is going to feel like a long distance race. It's not a sprint. We have to take our time, because it's going to take time to kind of get used to some of these energies. Take care of your health, take care of your immune system, watch for fevers and infections, because Mars Neptune can definitely kind of do that. That stuff's coming up, take it seriously. Could this be a little bit of like a bout of some health related news out in the world about people getting sick and landing in hospitals? Yeah, sure. Okay. We could hear about that, but I think it's going to be more about us having a difficult time staying, you know, kind of focused and keeping a sense of momentum. So pace yourselves, guys, pace yourselves. Realize that as above, so below. So if Pisces represents other realms and things that are going on in the ethers or in the cosmos, in the heavens, it has a direct impact on all of us mortals, right? Aries. So this is behind Aries. It's in Pisces. I literally kind of see this as like the gods convening and being like, and now we're going to, you know, pull out the magnifying glass and we're going to kind of hit the ants and we're going to watch them scatter and like fight amongst each other. And so there is going to be some really intense energies this month where people are going to be angry and combative and nasty, but we don't engage with that. We don't perpetuate that. We don't, you know, encourage that. We don't want to fan these flames, guys. What we want to be doing is focusing on staying in our lane. And like I said, really kind of keeping your vibrations up as physically as possible, because distractions, false flags, you know, scary scenarios, they can happen this month. But turn your TVs off. Pisces is screens and televisions. Turn your TVs off. You know, we don't need to watch that stuff. We can be so focused on creating our reality that we're not giving into the fear that's going on out in the media. Stay focused. That is your goal for the month ahead. All right. So with that being said, let's go ahead and move to the next slide. So if you guys are still with me, if I haven't lost you, these are the April 2024 horoscopes for the 12 rising signs. Obviously, this is going to be for tropical or Western astrology. I'm not a Vedic astrologer. I'm a Western astrologer. Now, for the purpose of this presentation, to make it easy, I use the whole sign system. So if you want to listen to Placidus, you can. That's totally fine. You can do that. But this is going to be the whole rising sign predictions for the 12 rising signs. I always recommend listening to your ascendant sign first because, well, it is going to be the one that's going to be probably the most bang on for you. However, when we are in eclipse season, it's also really important to listen to your sun and moon sign because you might find that there is a direct correlation between the eclipses and your sun or your moon. Now remember, this month we have a solar eclipse in Aries, so definitely listen to that that solar horoscopes. Listen to your sun sign as well because you might see a lot of that kind of reverberate with what's happening. And I will pull up the chart and I'm going to leave the chart still. So there's a lot of people who seem to be confused about this. I can only do so many things at one time with my software, so I have to kind of pick and choose how I want to present this to you. So you will not see the actual wheel move, okay? It's hard for me to do that with my software. However, you will see me talk about the dates of things, and then I will show you where it will be moving in the sky on the wheel. And yeah, so you have to kind of reference back to those dates that I put up just a minute ago in a previous slide, but you can take a look at that and see what's going on. If all of this sounds like Latin to you and you're like, what the heck does this mean? I don't know how to, do this. Go to astro.com, plug in your birth information, your time, date, and location. Cast your chart, use either whole sign or Placidus. Look at the 9 o'clock hour. That's your rising sign. That's the one that you want to listen to. And I'm sure if you know your birthday, you know what zodiac sun sign you are as well. You want to listen to those too. If you're having trouble, consider booking a reading with a professional astrologer so they can explain it to you, so that way you have a better understanding of what's going on. Equally, it's a good idea to really know this month, guys, if you have anything around that 19 degrees of Aries. 17 to 22 degrees are going to be the degrees that you're going to be feeling it. So if you have a sun, moon, rising, or personal planet there, it's definitely going to be a little bit more specific for you in the tune of what house it's in. That's how or where it impacts you, what planet it is. It's going to talk a lot about what the lesson is in regards to that particular planet. So this is why it pays to actually talk to an astrologer, because they can tell you quite literally what it means for you. All right, so with that being said, let's go ahead and get into it. We will start the 12 rising signs, and yeah, let's get going. What's up, Aries and Aries rising? Welcome to your April 2024 horoscopes. And if it's your birthday this month, happy birthday. It's definitely a jam-packed month for you, so you'll have to let me know how you're doing with these transits. Okay, so Remember how I said I'm going to batch this into 3 different kind of groups of transits? Okay, we're going to do that now. So I'm going to talk first about the first batch of transits that are all in regards to Aries. Okay, so it's very personal for you if you're an Aries, sun, moon, or rising. So when I talk about this batch of transits, I'm talking about Mercury retrograde in Aries. I'm talking about a solar eclipse in Aries. I'm talking about a, Sun Mercury Cazimi in Aries. I'm talking about Mercury retrograde conjunct Venus in Aries, right? There's so much stuff that's going on in your sign. So it's very personal for you. So when you're having all of these energies in your first house, it is literally about your first house. How do you look? How does your body feel? What are your goals? What are you, trying to achieve? How do you kind of connect to the world? The first house or the ascendant or the rising is seen as the archetype that you're embodying in this lifetime. This is what you're coming into. So you're learning how to be more of this. And what is Aries? It's the warrior, right? They are fierce, they are dynamic, they're entrepreneurial, they are also combative and fast moving and aggressive, right? So you're going to be seeing, as all these planets are coming into your first house or into your sign, that you're embodying more of this kind of archetype of Aries. And you may feel like in the process of doing that, because it's all in opposition to the South Node and the 7th house, that it has a direct impact on your relationships, your clients, your partners, your spouses, how people perceive you, how they see you. You just had a lunar eclipse, or you will have a lunar eclipse in March in the 7th house. And so I feel like there are old storylines about relationships that are breaking down, and there's new things that are kind of coming up that's bringing all the attention back to you, your health, your body, your goals, your needs. So I'm kind of giving you the green light this month to be selfish. Yeah, to be selfish. April 1st, Mercury goes retrograde in your first house, and you're like, what do I want? How do I communicate with people? What do I need? Or what am I kind of marinating on? What am I thinking about in the process? Keep in mind your chart ruler is Mars, and it's going to be in Pisces all month long, both conjunct Saturn, where you're feeling like you need time away from the world, or you need to rest or recuperate, or you need to be alone, or you need to be praying or meditating. And then again, it's going to conjunct Neptune, where you're going to be feeling like you have low energy levels and you're maybe having a little bit of doubt. Okay, that can happen. Then on the 8th, you have the solar eclipse that's going to be in your first house, which basically is conjunct Chiron, which means you're now learning to heal yourself. It's like an all hands on deck moment where you have to really focus on putting on your oxygen mask first to do what's necessary for you, for your body, for your needs, and maybe finally realizing and recognizing that it's time to really put yourself first. Now, Chiron conjunction solar eclipse, things like, I had an accident, I have a fever, or I have this personal wound that I've been carrying with me for so long that, I have not really realized the impact that it's having on my body. These things are all kind of possible. Can be about finally embracing becoming a healer. It can also be about taking it upon yourself to be more proactive in learning, because Mercury is about your 3rd house, about health. Can't tell you how many Aries risings I'm talking to that are like, oh my God, I got my blood pressure results back. I finally realized, that I have to kind of deal with a health related matter or whatever. And so now you guys have to be more physically active, or now you guys have to be walking, or you have to be learning more about your, physical situation. So it's about kind of showing up and doing that work. Now then you're going to see on the 11th that there will be a Sun Mercury Cazimi. So if you're not having any of these issues, the Cazimi can materialize as kind of like this epiphany and this aha moment where you're like, oh, I know exactly how to better communicate, or I know exactly how to better organize something, or now I'm realizing this thing about myself, or I'm realizing, how to formulate a conversation and kind of talk to somebody about a situation. It can be a moment of just a personal realization. That's kind of the feeling that I'm getting with that Cazimi. Then on the 19th, we're going to see Mercury retrograde in Aries conjunct Venus. So Mercury will be retrograding through your first house, where you're reassessing something about how you think or communicate. Venus, I really see this as a turning point where you're like, I am realizing I am lovable, I am attractive, I am beautiful, I am capable. And it can also be a time, because Venus is about what you value and its relationships, that you're really realizing like, oh my God, you know, maybe I'm still in love with that person, or, you know, maybe I shouldn't have given that person up, or, you know, maybe I never got over it. There could be something like that that can happen, that you may feel like, you know, it's about reaching out or reconnecting either with a person, a client, or just reconnecting with yourself. And then finally, you're going to see on the 25th, Mercury goes direct. And when it goes direct, it's going to be conjunct the North Node. So you want to think about what you've been going back and forth in your mind about over the last month or so, you know, what you've been trying to tell yourself, what new habits you've been trying to form. You know, for some of you guys who have already been doing this work, this is where you start to actually really see the results. So an eclipse can also be the results of some of this work. All right, so that's the first batch of transits with everything that's happening in Aries. The second batch of transits is going to be the Mars transits, which are going to be very important for you because Mars is your chart ruler. So Mars represents direction, right? Energy. And wherever Mars is where you go. So Mars is first going to come into a conjunction with Saturn and Pisces on the 10th. Okay, and Saturn rules your status or your career and your reputation, and Mars conjunct Saturn in the 12th house can literally feel like your own self-imposed prison, like literally, or you isolating yourself, or you not wanting to get out of bed, or you having, you know, a health, you know, related matter and you're having to go to a hospital or a therapist's office or a specialist's office, right? That can happen. It can be saying, hey, I got to take time away from work because there's something I have to tend to or take care of. That can be something that can happen here as well. Rest, recuperation, and also faith are a huge part of the process. And like, you know, there's something new that's kind of emerging for you in your life or in terms of your body. So it might mean that you kind of need time to kind of, you know, move through that. Then we're also going to see that on the let's see what else we're going to see on the 28th. Then Mars will continue to keep moving through Pisces, and it'll come into conjunction with Neptune. So it's kind of a weird time, that block of time, you know, between the 10th and the 28th, that I feel like Mars is in no man's land. And you may feel like, you know, you have some really heavy moods. There's something really coming up for you, either emotionally, psychologically, or spiritually. You have to listen to this stuff. This stuff has to be dealt with because it can have a direct impact on your physical health. It can also be something that's been plaguing you in your dreams, or something that's been affecting you psychologically that you haven't dealt with. And now you're realizing that it has like a really big impact on your body. So yeah, I feel like I'd be really careful here. Like if you're traveling in a foreign land, you can get lost here. If you're out at sea, you can get caught in a really bad storm here. If you are, you know, not tending to a psychological, emotional, or physical ailment, you could wind up in the hospital here. It's like not a joke. I'm telling you guys, this is very serious. So, how do you navigate and move through this? You have to have a sense of awareness. You have to pay attention to your emotions. You have to kind of take note to where these energies are rising and falling, and know when you have to be like, I have to rest. I have to step back. I can't do this. And I personally totally, you know, I think underestimated this energy because like you guys, I have Aries placements. I have an Aries moon. And the eclipse is coming up on my moon, and the retrograde's coming up on my moon, and it's really started throughout this like last week or so, but I've been having such bad migraines, and I think it's just the energy fluctuations that it's like there are times that I'm like, I literally can't open my eyes, I can't work. So yeah, I mean, I underestimated it myself, so trust me guys, these are things that will come out of nowhere that you don't see coming. So you need more rest. Put on some meditation music, put on some you know, Gregorian chants, burn some incense, take a bath. You have to kind of get into that Piscean energy to be able to kind of clear some of the stuff. And a lot of this can be the collective. A lot of it can be you're picking up on what's going on with other people. So those two transits on the 10th of April and also on the 28th of April are really important. Now the second one is going to be Mars conjunct Neptune, and this can be where you're feeling sad, you're feeling, you know, lost, you're not entirely sure what's going to happen. There is a sense of maybe having a little bit of fear about the future. There is a sense of also feeling very inspired. So if you are regularly meditating, going to church, if you are working in a private studio, if you're working as an artist or a painter or something like that can happen. But I definitely feel like with Mars being also connected to Scorpio, and Neptune obviously is the modern day ruler of the 12th house, there can be something that you're mourning. You know, it might be that one phase of your life is ending, another one is beginning, and it might be a beautiful thing, but it can also be that you're having a difficult time accepting that transition and that process, right? Okay, so the third focus for me now is going to be the Jupiter-Uranus conjunction. The Jupiter-Uranus conjunction is going to be taking place for you on the 20th of April, and this will be taking place in your second house of money. So when you have conjunctions going on in the second house, you're looking at bank statements, you're looking at, you know, how much money you have in your wallet, you're thinking about what you want to spend, you're thinking about your self-esteem and how you feel about yourself. Second house, you know, Jupiter transits do generally bring more wealth. They bring more resources. They bring more abundance, or they bring more spending. And Jupiter rules your 9th house of foreign travel, education, your belief system. So you're quite literally investing in your beliefs, or you're investing in your education, or you're spending more money on travel. Maybe you're learning more about food and, you know, where food comes from. Then we've got the connection also to the 12th house. You know, Jupiter has associations with Pisces. So it can also mean that you're learning through a sense of sacrifice or isolation or time alone to really make a huge shift in regards to your values or the way that you see yourself. Now we factor that with a conjunction to Uranus, which represents your goals and also groups. There is a big money story playing out for you, Aries. A big one, some kind of huge shift in regards to finances. It may mean that, you know, after this conjunction, as other planets go through there, you know, dramatically an investment plays out and you make more money, or you end up getting like a raise, or you end up getting like a big bonus. It may also materialize as, you know, money coming from legal matters because of the connection to the 9th house. Money coming from, you know, some kind of international import-export situation, or teaching or education. And I think that it's also, at the very least, a sense of brand new, you know, self-esteem. And that in itself can almost feel like you're like hitting the lottery with this conjunction. So yeah, watch for that around the 20th. I do think that this can be some sudden, unexpected growth, because it will be taking place at 21 degrees, and then it'll go to 22 degrees. So look forward to that positive kind of money story that's going to be manifesting for you here as well. All right, so I'm pretty sure that's everything. Just kind of reading through my list here, and I think we're good. I think we're good. So let me give you a tarot card, and we'll get you on your way. Let's see what these cards have to say for you. I guess also, just in closing, since we talked about the new moon, the full moon is going to be taking place in Scorpio for you, okay? So at the end of the month, you'll have a full moon in the 8th house, which does deal with death, regeneration, transformation, taxes, joint resources, in a sense of the money that you have with a partner. It can also be about paying off a debt, or it can be about something coming in. Maybe something relating to inheritance. That can also happen here as well. So I wonder if that has a connection to the Jupiter-Uranus stuff. Or, you know, having to pay a debt, a karmic debt, or, you know, spousal support, you know, child support, other, you know, connections that kind of entangle you with other people. So watch for that as well. The card that I got for you is the 7 of Swords. And I really think the question is, with this card, is, do you trust yourself? Do you trust yourself? We know that swords deal with communication, with ideas. Sometimes, you know, the House of Swords is a difficult place. It's combative, it's confrontational. It's also very much about communication and ideas, and it can kind of be like how words can kind of be a dangerous thing. But I think that the 7 of Swords really talks about whether or not you feel like you can trust yourself, whether or not you are feeling confident, whether or not you're, you know, reassessing whether or not you should have a conversation, say something, launch something, put something out there. And it's about going back and maybe reintegrating parts of yourself that you haven't been connected to, I think, in quite some time. This can also be talking about honesty, truth, and whether or not there's been issues with, communication, if there's been issues with, people being faithful. That can come up sometimes with the Seven of Swords. I wonder with like the Mercury retrograde in your first house with Venus, if there's like an apology that you get from somebody, or if you end up apologizing to somebody about something that happened and like coming clean about a situation, that can potentially happen here as well. Good luck, Aries. Please let me know what's going on throughout this next month. You guys can always come back and let me know how you fared in April. And once again, if you're having your birthday, happy birthday. All right, so then we're going to have, let me change this. Sorry, guys. There we go. Taurus and Taurus rising. What's going on, Taurus? Welcome to April of 2024. I hope you're doing well. Just a heads up, Venus is going to be changing signs a couple times this month. First, it's going to be moving into Aries, and then it's going to be coming into Taurus. So you will see actually Venus going into Taurus. Let me pull up my little note here. Looks like that's going to be happening for you around April 29th. Okay, so make a note of that, because Venus coming into your sign at the end of the month. Great for beauty, appearance, taking photos of yourself, making changes with hair and makeup or clothing or other things like that. My Taurus and Taurus risings, you guys are about to have a huge glow up with all these planets in the month of May. So I'm excited to see how that materializes for you. But yeah, definitely keep that in mind, okay? And we will see a conjunction between Mercury and Venus, and that'll be an important period for you as well. Okay, so as I've said to the other signs, I'm kind of breaking this up a little bit so it makes a little bit better sense. We're going to talk about these transits in 3 separate batches, okay? Because if I batch them together, it's going to make better sense. So the first batch is going to be a bunch of transits taking place in Aries. We're going to have a Mercury retrograde in Aries, a solar eclipse in Aries. We're going to have a Cazimi in Aries. We're going to have a Mercury-Venus conjunction in Aries. Then eventually Mercury will go direct. So this is bringing all the attention to your 12th house, okay? That's where all of this is happening, which is it feels kind of like no man's land. It does feel like it is in a dream state. It's in private. It's your subconscious. It can feel like things are just kind of happening out of the blue that you don't see coming. It can also feel like there's sudden endings that are happening. Yes, Taurus, this happens naturally when you have, the month before your birthday season. So those of you guys who are having your birthday in April, happy birthday, but you may feel kind of rattled because you might feel like some things are really shaking out unexpectedly that you didn't see coming. And it can be realizations about yourself. It doesn't have to be some like crisis scenario, because Aries is the self. So there can be this sense of like realizing like, okay, I have to change something. I have to end something, or I need to take more time to work on this thing in private. Whatever it is, just keep in mind that, it is preparing you for your new season, okay? So in regards to these first batch of transits, first we're going to see Mercury turn retrograde in Aries in your 12th house. Recommendation, keep like a little notepad by your bed. You're going to have some pretty prominent dreams that are going to be happening. And there can be some messages and symbolism there that can be really, really insightful for you. A Mercury retrograde in the 12th house might mean reorganizing your bedroom. It might mean that you are returning to a foreign place. It might mean that you're returning back to a meditation practice. It could mean that you are learning to be more introspective and kind of getting back into like a spiritual practice. Mercury rules your house of money and resources, and also your house of children, creativity, and self-expression. So it can mean that, kids are, you're having a difficult time putting your kids to bed at night and it's like keeping you up. It can mean that you're staying up into the late hours and you're working on a creative project. It could mean that, you're kind of stressed about financial matters, and so that's going on behind the scenes. It could mean that there's a back and forth with a romantic, situation with a person that is kind of like hidden, right? Because Venus will be there too. So something's going on that's kind of stirring in your subconscious, and it's very hidden. But as these planets start to come into Taurus next month, you're going to start to kind of see the manifestation of whatever has been going on behind the scenes. But a lot of it involves you very personally. Now, the other thing you're going to see is there will be a solar eclipse here. So there is going to be some kind of shocking surprise type situation. That will be happening obviously behind the scenes. For a lot of you guys, this may represent like I am, you know, healing something privately. I'm going through something privately. I don't want to be really kind of out in the open about it. Aries in the 12th house might mean that, you know, you're healing something about the body in private, or you're going back and you're, you know, joining a gym, but you're kind of private about it. You're doing it at night, or it's something that is more kind of like, yeah, like I would say like a private health club or something can be good here, or like maybe working with a trainer at night. Yeah, something like that can be happening. And at the time of the eclipse, you know, Mars is the ruler. It'll be conjunct Saturn. So I almost wonder, like, are some of you guys saying like, oh, I want to start going to like some kind of support meeting, and am I doing that like regularly at night in private? You know, you could be doing that because you need support from people throughout this eclipse. And it's conjunct Chiron, so it's going to be about healing something, and I think it needs some kind of support of other people and also yourself. And it's very spiritual, and it's in the 12th house. Then we have a Mercury Cazimi that's going to take place here. And I do think that may materialize as a very profound shift in terms of your spiritual awareness and like what you value. 12th house can be things that go missing. So if you lose something, you might like remember where it is, or you might find it. And Mercury can mean like, you know, it could be an ID card, it could be a credit card, it could be your wallet, it could be your car keys, you know, something like that. And maybe you have to like sit and like meditate and like ask yourself like, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? And then you kind of realize like where you left it, you know, or you have a dream that gives you a clue. Something like that can happen. I also feel like it may be a really prominent message that comes up for you spiritually about your creative process, or about your children, or about, you know, finding joy. So something like that can kind of come up for you. So watch for that there. And then we're going to see on the 19th, Mercury will retrograde conjunct Venus in Aries. So this is very important for you. Okay, it's very important for you because you are Venus. So if Mercury represents your resources and also your investments or something creative, Mercury retrograding over Venus means that something that maybe you've wished for, you know, returns to you. Some idea that, you know, you kind of put on back burner. Now you're like ready to kind of work on this thing. You're ready to kind of put it together. It can also mean, because Venus is also about your health and healing, that you know, you receive some kind of like treatment or something that can kind of help like heal a wound or heal a broken heart. That can come up as well. Lots of like, I know it sounds weird, but like psychological insights that can happen here. So some of these epiphanies can happen when you're in meditation, or when you're going alone for a walk, or when you're in a therapist's office, or, you know, some kind of isolation is going to teach you something. So it's really important to kind of look around and ask yourself, what am I learning about this whole process? Finally, we will see Mercury go direct on the 25th. That's when the retrograde's over, and Mercury will be conjunct the North Node. So by then it'll be like, okay, you know, you've been going back and forth about a situation. You're like, do I say something? Do I not say something? I think for some of you guys, it can be about having a secret and like keeping this secret. And because because Mercury is connected to the 5th house, I could see some Taurus and Taurus risings being like, I know I'm pregnant, but I'm not telling anybody yet. You know, we're not going to like let anybody know. Like the cat's not going to be out of the bag, and it probably won't be out of the bag until planets come into conjunction with Jupiter and Uranus. So that could happen. It could also materialize as like a back and forth situation before you surprise your kids with something, or a romantic partner with something, or you're working on a creative project and you're not ready to talk about it. So something like that's kind of going on here. All right, so batch 2 is going to be the Mars conjunctions. So when we think about Mars rules your relationships, and it also has connections and associations with, you know, your subconscious, or like secret tendencies or self-undoing patterns. Okay, so the first conjunction we're going to see is actually going to take place on the 10th, and this will be when Mars conjuncts Saturn in your 11th house. So I talked a little bit about how Saturn wants to slow Mars down, and it wants to limit something. And Mars just wants to go, go, go. Okay, so we look at the 11th house as your goals, your friends, your networks, your associations. The conjunction between Mars and Saturn, I think, is about having to work hard to support a friend, to encourage a team. It can be a time also where through hard work and dedication, you know, you may develop stronger partnerships, better relationships. Like that's something that can come of this with people socially, but also professional networks, or, you know, maybe you're going and you're being active with a group of friends and hanging out and doing something, and then you like meet a partner. You know, that could happen. You could meet somebody who's older with Mars conjunct Saturn. It can be a time where there can be some tough times from your friends. Your friends are telling you, I'm really going through something, you know, this is really difficult for me, and you're having to learn how to like be a good friend throughout that process. What else? Yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, I think that this is really going to teach you who your true friends are, who's going to be there for you at the time of need. Now, then we're going to have on the 28th of the month, Mars will then leave the conjunction to Saturn. It'll be in between these two planets. So you might kind of feel like you're questioning what your goals are. You're questioning who your true friends are. You're wondering, you know, is somebody going to kind of support me through this process? Am I alone out here? Which I think you could feel anyway with the transits in the 12th house. And then Mars comes in conjunction with Neptune. So it can mean that you're like, you know what, I have been, you know, having a difficult time, and I've been kind of really going through it, or my friends haven't really been available, and then suddenly somebody's like, you know, come over, let's go out and like go and grab a drink, you know, Mars, Neptune. It could also be a time where, you know, you're being persuaded by a friend to go on a blind date. It can be a time where there can be this blurring of the lines between what it means to be friends and what it means to be a romantic relationship. But I would be careful here, knowing that you're going to have a Mercury-Venus connection also in your 12th house. There could be something kind of connected to kind of like, you know, behind the scenes kind of romantic stuff. You can have a friend that is in need. I mean, still, Neptune is kind of seen as somebody who is, you know, sometimes like the martyr, or, you know, they're kind of the sacrifice. So with Mars conjunct Neptune, you could be saying to your partner, like, you know, if you're in a relationship, my friend really needs me, I can't be here right now, I gotta go. That can come up here as well. But it can also be about working with a group of people who share the same goals as you, and they want to also, you know, pursue some of the same kind of spiritual or religious kind of practice, and people who also want to be champions for helping those in need. So it can be a time between this conjunction and also the 12th house stuff where you're like, I'm really helping the collective. I want to donate time and services. I want to help people, and I want to kind of jump in and be there. So it can be a really beautiful opportunity for you to really learn about sacrifice, and also the willingness, you know, to kind of help the collective. All right, so then we have on the third batch, and it's not really a batch, it's one transit, but it's a big one because it's Jupiter conjunct Uranus in your sign. So, well, Taurus, I mean, the astrological community has considered this to be probably one of the biggest transits all year long. Especially considering in the background, Uranus has connections and associations with Pluto, because Pluto's in Aquarius and Uranus is the dispositor. There is some connection here between this sudden growth, this sudden development, this kind of freeing of yourself, this, you know, flying your freak flag, being unapologetically you, and a huge change when it comes to either your career, your reputation, or your status. So it can be a time that you really stand out in the crowd of what you're doing professionally, because you're raw, you're authentic, and you don't apologize about it. So I definitely think that that can be positive for you. I think that this can be a time where there is some sudden growth within your body, right? And it can be, you know, like I said, some Taurus and Taurus risings are going to get pregnant, and the Jupiter Uranus could be about pregnancy because Jupiter is in a fertile sign. It could also be that you are really positive and optimistic about your goals because Jupiter's connection to your 11th house. So suddenly, you know, your goals are shifting, and like you're embracing change and transformation and freedom, and you're kind of seeing this from a different perspective. Uranus is about your status and your reputation. So it can be a time where you're seen as like this very patient, wise, kind of noble, really grounded kind of teacher and somebody in your practice. And that's really bringing you a lot of recognition, you know? So really, really wonderful. I think with the connection to Pluto being in your 10th house, it's about a status change. So for some of you guys that have been having some relationship issues, this can indicate a sense of freeing yourself from a relationship And that could be the status that's changing. It's like, I once was married and now I'm separated, or I once was part of a professional partnership and now I'm flying solo. And so the Jupiter-Uranus can be about embracing this new, chapter for you, and like looking at it as like this, like really shiny opportunity that can bring you just an amazing amount of freedom, wealth, and also personal growth. And so you'll see when we get into May, when Venus and the Sun and eventually, Mercury and all these planets are kind of coming into Taurus and they're conjuncting Jupiter and Uranus, that there is this huge glow up for you. So whatever it is, it's gonna be really cool. I'm excited to see how it happens. I definitely think that this is a month that you need to have some faith, Taurus, okay? And you may find that faith is hard to come by, but you're gonna have to really do your due diligence to just trust the process, because you're kind of like in your cocoon phase. And obviously for some of you guys that are having, your birthday this month, don't fret. Just know that, you're going to start really seeing the effects of some of this start to kind of materialize closer to like next month. Okay. And then we're going to have a full moon that's going to be taking place in Scorpio at the end of the month. So that'll be taking place in your 7th house. So a full moon here does definitely talk about big things going on in regards to a relationship. If you happen to have any personal placements in Taurus from like, let's say 2 to 6 degrees, it's going to impact you the most because this will be at 4. And this full moon will square Pluto. So it is kind of saying that there's something going on with relationships or partnerships to other people that's having an impact on your, future in regards to your professional life or your romantic relationships, your committed relationships. Mars will be the co-ruler, and Mars is going to be in Pisces. So it can talk a lot about, where friends are there to support you if you're having some relationship issues. And you might need to rely on, your social group a little bit better. Card I get for you is the World. Big completions. This is a wonderful card. This is the last card of the tarot. Completions, karmic reward, things cycling out, seeing that things have to come to their natural conclusion, but it means that you're kind of passing these karmic lessons, these tests, and you're like coming out on top. Okay, so this is a great card. I really feel like it's so appropriate for the 12th house energy, because there's a lot of like being like, okay, if this needs to end, let's just finish it. Let's really finish it and do what we need to do so we can kind of get back into filling our own cup and really feeling as, free and inspired and capable as we can possibly feel. And even though some of these things might feel scary, Taurus, you're going to look back at this time and you're going to be like, and that's when everything started. That's when I kind of had that new fresh start. So the World card is a wonderful kind of indication that you're going to do this and you're finally really kind of closing these chapters and you're ready to move on to this next phase. Okay. Happy birthday. I'll catch you guys back here next month in May. What's up, Gemini and Gemini rising? How's it going? Welcome to April of 2024. We are going to talk all about the transits for the next month. And as you already know, Mercury will be turning retrograde. So that's going to be really important for you because it'll be taking place pretty much the whole month of April. And even into like next month, we'll be feeling the shadow. So just be mindful, like your chart ruler is turning retrograde, so you might feel like a little wonky. There might be a need for you to kind of pay a little bit more attention to the Aries part of your chart. As I've told other signs, I'm breaking this down and doing this in chunks because it's going to make better sense if I kind of talk about each of the different kind of batches of transits. So let's talk about Mercury, okay? What's going on with Mercury and all this stuff in Aries, because there's a whole slew of transits happening in the sign of Aries. So you want to familiarize yourself with the 11th house. What is the 11th house? Friends, goals, networks. It's about clubs. So whether you're joining clubs, starting clubs, this can also be about your goals. This is also about groups of people. This is about like, how you're helping, like the collective. If I see the 5th house as the stage that you stand on, the 11th house is the audience. Okay, so this is the audience that you might have. All right, so with that being said, this is where we're going to have the Mercury retrograde. So that's the first transit that I want to talk about is on April 1st, Mercury will turn retrograde in this part of the sky. Well, what does it mean? You're reviewing your goals, reconnecting with friends. There can be a sense of reassessing who your true friends are. There can be miscommunications with people socially. If you've taken a social media break, you might go back. And if you're deciding that it's just too much for you, maybe you're taking a break from it now. Mercury also rules your first house as well as your fourth house. So I could see that there are friends being like, we're having a party, come over, it'd be nice to see you. And it can be a wonderful thing that you can connect with people, friends or family that you haven't seen in some time. Now, the other aspect that we're going to see in Aries is on the 8th, we're going to see a solar eclipse. Okay, so it can represent some kind of major action or something that's like happening in this area of your chart. The solar eclipse is going to be conjunct Chiron. So like, let's say you've had a falling out with a friend. This can be a time where you like heal that and you like mend the issues that you have with that person. It can also be a time where you're connecting with other healers. That's possible. So like if you want to go and do, Reiki classes, or if you want to go and learn about health and wellness and fitness, you could go and do that with a group of people. That would be the 11th house. The eclipse is ruled by Mars. Mars will be in the 10th house conjunct Saturn. So I kind of read this as you're having to work hard to encourage or like look over a group of people. It might mean that you're trying to be a leader at work, or you're trying to kind of work on a group project and you're feeling like it's just a lot of work and a lot of like hurdles that you have to kind of cover. So you're having to work hard to kind of keep everybody on the same, path. You're also going to learn that not everybody at work is your friend, and that there are some people that, it's better off to kind of keep as like a relationship as like a coworker. And that, if you've been friends with people and then suddenly you get like a promotion and then now you're like management, it's going to be hard maybe for you to kind of maintain those healthy boundaries between being what once was really close friends and maybe now is like being their boss. That can happen too. Hiring people also, so bringing friends into work or working with people that you're friends with, it can be positive if they are hardworking and responsible, but otherwise there can be some difficulties in, kind of differentiating roles, so keep that in mind. Then we're going to see a couple days later on the 11th, a Sun-Mercury Cazimi, okay? So this is going to be about some kind of invitation, some kind of message. It might be that your friend or somebody who, socially is saying, hey, we're having this party, or I have this announcement, or, we're moving, or we're having a baby, or we're getting engaged, like something like that can happen. I think there's such a wonderful time. You're going to be really busy over the next couple of months with your social schedule, and it's a really good time to like be very proactive in being a good friend and going out there and connecting with other people, because you need to be around other people with these transits. The 11th house is like the party that we throw on Friday night after working all week. So this can be a time that can be like really good, going and celebrating and being with like-minded people. And I feel like if you're not getting those invitations, then you need to be the one throwing the party and bringing people together. Okay, that's really important. All right. And then finally, we're going to see a Mercury retrograde conjunct Venus and Aries. So Venus rules the 12th house, which can be kind of secretive, and it also rules the 5th house, which can be about creativity, true love, and expression. So I kind of love this for some single Gemini risings as like going to a house party or going to like some celebration and then bumping into somebody and it being like some really big romantic love. That can be really significant. And yeah, like it being like almost like maybe a setup by your friends. Now, if you're in a relationship, it can mean that you're going and you're, hanging out with your friends or whatever, and somebody is like, giving you the tea on some kind of like drama, some kind of behind the scenes drama that's going on in a relationship, or they're kind of letting you in on some like insight about their love life. Maybe they're coming to you for some advice and you're able to kind of talk to them about it. There can also be some potential kind of back and forth that can be happening about discussion about somebody's kids or somebody having kids. That can come up here as well because of the connection with the 5th house. So I could definitely see like some people like going to like birthday parties and then being like, surprise, we're pregnant, or like going to like family gatherings and then somebody like proposes. You could see stuff like that, which could be like really cool. And then finally, Mercury will go direct. That'll be on the 25th. And it'll go direct actually conjunct the North Node. So I really feel like this is about you finally having this realization or recognition of like who your true friends are, what your goals are. You know, maybe you're in better communication with some people and you're kind of better with like, you know, kind of getting back to people and like you feel a little bit more socially acclimated. I know you've been really busy at work with Saturn in your 10th house. And so now it's like time to have a better kind of work-life balance. It's not just going to be about working. You need that kind of social connection here as well. Second batch of transits is going to be the Mars transits. So we're going to see Mars come into conjunction with Saturn. That's going to be first, and that will be on April 10th. Look, Mars-Saturn conjunctions, they're a lot of work, right? There's no easy way around it. The positive thing is that Saturn does very well in the 10th house. So I know a lot of you guys are grinding it out. You're really focusing on your career. There is a sense of being like more responsible, more grown up, and more dedicated than ever when it comes to making your mark in the world. The problem here is that Mars rules your 6th house, which could be about enemies, and it also has connections, obviously, to your 11th house, which can be about your goals. And you may feel like certain people at work are slowing you down or thwarting your ability to have success. And so, once again, like I said, not everybody at work is necessarily going to be your friend, okay? And you're going to realize this, and like it's really important for you to maintain your position and be very cautious about who you're socializing with at work. And I don't say that to make you suspicious. I'm just telling you, like, not everybody is going to want to see you be successful, and some people might be jealous or envious of that. So be cautious with your energy. I also see this as a time where, you know, if for whatever reason you're not liking your job, you're ready to end something, you want to give something up, you want to quit, you're like, I'm ready to throw in the towel. This can also materialize as like even more of a need to socialize, get out there, connect with people, and see if that there's a way for you to be able to meet other like-minded people that can kind of help you potentially when it comes to your career and expanding it. So that would be a time where you're like putting your resume out there, you're, you know, contacting friends, you're reconnecting with people you've worked with in the past and trying to find another way to find a job, or using some kind of like online platform to kind of get yourself out there. Watch for conflict with superiors, with bosses. You can also feel like you're like, who is running the show? Work can feel like a bit of a circus because you feel like management, like their brain fell out on the rug, or they don't know how to lead, or, you know, they're not really, you know, doing a good job. And it may really bring up this energy of all of this Aries where it's like people are going to have to work together and really be like a team effort because you might feel like you don't have leadership. So that can happen here as well. Be really careful also, because I could see some people, because Mars can be about illness or sickness. So Mars conjunct Saturn could be like you being like, yeah, you know, like I got the flu, I can't come into work, and like a boss is giving you a hard time about it. So that can happen here as well. And then we're going to see on the 28th, Mars will conjunct Neptune. Okay, so Neptune is the modern day ruler of the 10th house. Mars is about work and productivity. So Mars conjuncting Neptune does feel more like slacking off. So like where the beginning of the month is like hard work, dedication, focus, you know, maybe you have a lot of stuff going on socially and like you have like really busy weekends and you're just kind of like, okay, I can't like party too much, or I can't be too like out too late because I got to come to work. There is this sense of you being really rigid about that at the beginning of the month. And then as you get to the end of the month, you're just like, screw it. It doesn't even matter, you know, and you're more likely to come into work late, or you're more likely to, you know, come into work hungover, these kinds of things. And I would be really careful with Mars Neptune because it does make me feel like there can be definitely some questionable, you know, situations at work as to whether or not, you know, a job is going to continue, or if you're just going to miraculously, you know, like get let go or get cut. And I don't like saying this, but I'm gonna be honest with you guys, you know, Mars is about severing things. So in the 10th house, there could also be like layoffs at work. So you may not lose your job, but there could be layoffs, and then suddenly you're like, what is going on now? Where they're moving people around in different departments, and like, you know, now I have more responsibility than ever, and you know, you're having to wear a couple different hats. So that's another way that could materialize. So just be mindful of that, and also like wash your hands at work, cover your mouth when you're coughing, take your vitamin C. You might notice that there's a lot of people at work that are sick or are mentally kind of like not so hot. They're not doing so hot, they're unwell. So yeah, when you're going into work, wear your evil eye, definitely maybe put a little bit of like an essential spray around you in your office. and keep your vitamin C up, because I could see some people getting sick, and then there's more responsibility that is either on your plate or it's impacting your ability to be productive. Finally, at the mid-month, this is going to be around the 20th, we're going to see a Jupiter-Uranus conjunction. This will be taking place in your 12th house. So this is subconscious, behind the scenes, in your dreams, your intuition, things that happen in private, in spiritual spaces like temples, churches, or back office rooms. Well, what can I say about this? I don't think it's going to be as kaboom for you as other people. If anything, it may be a huge shift or an epiphany in regards to what you believe about the world. What you have always believed in, and some shocking realization that could rock your philosophy about the world. It can rock your beliefs about your religion. It can result in some very, very vivid dreams, some very strong precognitive dreams, very, very, tapped in intuition. But 12th house is hidden. We don't see it. Now, Jupiter represents your partnerships, and it also deals with your career, okay? So for Jupiter to go in the 12th house, it can represent that there is something cycling out, or something that's getting ready to change about how you view your career, or how you view your clients, or how you view your romantic relationships, your spouses. And then Uranus deals with the 9th house, which is about culture, belief system, education. Now, this is a wonderful time for some of you guys who have been going through a master's degree or a PhD program, and you're kind of coming to the end and you're getting ready to graduate. This can also be wonderful for those of you guys who are getting your Reiki certifications, or you're getting some kind of hypnosis certifications, or you're learning astrology, because it might represent how it's really broadening your perspective on what the world, what the cosmos mean, and how we're all kind of connected. It could also be a total nervous breakdown. So it really depends on your chart. Because it's 12th house, to your sun, moon, or rising, it's something that is going to kind of emerge suddenly from your subconscious, and it can be very startling. I think that when the conjunction happens, Venus is going to be in Aries. So I think that there is going to be this shocking, surprising realization about what your goals are, especially when it comes to security, stability, resources, money, that kind of stuff. I think that you're probably going to be pretty tapped into what's going on with global financial trends. That's kind of the feeling that I get looking at this. So I would definitely be watching those global markets and seeing what's going on in other places if you're somebody who wants to kind of be better prepared and well informed about what the future holds in terms of where you live. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I don't think it's going to be as active for you, but I do think that that doesn't take away from the power of it. It's very powerful, but it might just be this really intense, subtle, knowing of something, it doesn't have to be dramatic. Anyway, definitely keep a dream journal. That can be really helpful during this transit, because there might be some epiphany or some kind of an awareness that you have that I think can be very helpful. We will see the full moon in Scorpio take place. That will be at the end of the month in your 6th house. Obviously in a sign that in conjuncts or quincunxes you, so it can be a little annoying. This can represent a completion of, a job, a completion of finally kicking a bad habit, something revolving around your health or your coworkers. This will be right around 4 degrees of Scorpio, and it is going to be squaring Pluto. Okay, so that does kind of indicate that there is something that is shifting or changing about your work, your health, or your schedule, and how it's impacting something about education, travel, your belief system. So it's interesting that you have like all this Mars, Saturn, Neptune stuff in your 10th house, and then you have a full moon in your 6th. So there can definitely be a lot shifting revolving around work and in your career. That's kind of the feeling that I'm getting this month. Keep in mind that the shadow of Mercury retrograde is going to last until May. You may want to go and listen to my Mercury retrograde video because I go in depth and I kind of talk about all of the time periods. But for the most part, it's like this is sextiling your sun, moon, or rising. So it's actually pretty friendly for your chart. The card that I got for you is the Hanged Man. This is very much like, this is both like the Pisces card, okay? So I do think this is about feeling like I'm between a rock and a hard place. I think it's going to be the Mars between Saturn and Neptune, where you're like, do I stay or do I go? You know, is this going to work for me? Do I like the team that I'm going to be working with now? Do I feel like my boss is brain dead? You know, am I feeling like I'm just aimlessly going through the motions at a job? You know, do I need to make a career change? The Hangman does talk about kind of feeling suspended and not knowing which direction to go in, and like needing some time to really come up with a plan. And sometimes the best action is no action at all. This is also about kind of tapping in and like listening to your inner voice and, you know, taking time to assess the situation, because sometimes the Hangman can be about where we take too long to make a decision, where we are suspended and we feel like we're stuck and we don't have any control over what's happening. So we're just like, I'm not going to do anything. Not the answer, right? So much of the energies this month is about, come on, get up and go, you know, go after something that you want. It's not going to be something that's going to be beneficial for people who just want to be kind of, you know, they just want to kind of bob and not do anything. You have to be willing to get out there and seize the moment. So if you're feeling like there's something that needs to change in regards to work, it's okay to take time to think about it, but it's not okay to just kind of sit there for too long. Otherwise, you might see things kind of manifest in a way where you're feeling like you're kind of being pushed out, you know? Anyway, I hope that's helpful for you, my Geminis. I will catch you guys back here in May. Good luck. All right, so we've got Cancer and Cancer rising. What's going on, Cancer? Welcome to your April 2024 horoscopes. I hope you're doing well. I'm excited to talk with you about everything that's going on this month. I want to remind you that we have a solar eclipse in Aries. So obviously any transits involving the moon really impact you. We will definitely talk about that a little bit. It'll be taking place in your 10th house of career and reputation. We'll also have a full moon that's going to take place in the sign of Scorpio in your 5th house. And this is going to be in a fellow sister water sign. So very romantic, very creative, kind of dreamy, although you have to be careful with your partying or your spending or your investing. There can definitely be a little bit of like some risky money stuff going on. But for the most part, I think it's pretty positive for your chart. Okay, so I have told all of the signs that I'm grouping all of the transits, and they're going to be in 3 separate batches because they're going to make better sense like that. So the first batch is going to be everything going on with Aries, because we're going to have so many things taking place in Aries. A retrograde, a solar eclipse, a Cazimi, a Mercury, Venus conjunction, and then we're going to see the planet Mercury go direct. So we want to familiarize ourselves with Aries. Okay, so what is Aries? Aries is independent, active, a self-starter. It's entrepreneurial. It wants to get going. Okay, and it's impatient. So this is going to be taking place in your 10th house, all this Aries energy. It's 10th house to your sign, which means it kind of feels like a Saturn energy. You're like, ugh, there is that hill that I have to climb up, literally. And you're like looking at the bottom of the hill. So you see this as a challenge. You see this as a task. You see it as something that is going to require a lot of work and also a lot of endurance. Take your time, okay? Take your time this month. Don't get overwhelmed by the end goal. Well, you know, the 10th house is your career. It's your reputation. It's your status in the world. It is what you get up and you do every day, and it's how people see you or know you. So now is a really good time to be asking yourself, what do I want to be when I grow up? And I say that seriously because Aries is like the baby of the zodiac. So there is a sense of like having to learn how to do something that we don't know how to do, especially because the North Node is there. So it's new, especially because there's a retrograde there, which means we're undecided. So some of you guys are going to be embracing a completely different career. You're going to be going into something brand new that you've never done before. Others are finally making the segue and making the decision to be like, you know what? I'm going to be an entrepreneur. I'm sick of working for other people. And now you have to figure out how to do that. For others, it's just if you're retired, it's about, you know, re-identifying, you know, who you are out in the world. It can be about, you know, being responsible for something and kind of reimagining what your status is now that you have changed something about what you're doing for work. For other people, the status change could mean I was married, now I'm divorced, or I was single and now I'm engaged. So these status changes can happen here as well. But Aries at the end of the day is our self, okay? So it's about you taking responsibility, Aries in the 10th house. So on the 1st of April, Mercury will turn retrograde here. This means that you may be going back and forth about what you want to do, whether or not you have anxiety about, getting back into the workforce, whether or not you're seeing a slowing down going on with a work situation. Miscommunication with bosses, miscommunication with coworkers can happen, especially because Mercury rules your 3rd house of communication, right? And it also rules the 12th house of things we don't see coming. So there can be some unexpected meetings at work and people being like, hey, this is the direction that things are going, or, we're hiring a new staff, or we're selling the business, or, oh, surprise, we want to make you the manager, that kind of stuff. And it'll come out of nowhere, most likely. There can be new job offers, and there can be contracts relating to work that can come up as well. There can also be new training or new things that you have to learn for work also, or certifications. Be very careful with switching jobs during a retrograde, unless it's something that you're really sure you want to do. Sometimes people get called and they get asked to go back to an old position or an old job during a Mercury retrograde, and you have to decide whether or not that's going to work for you. Then on the 8th, we have a solar eclipse here. So it's planting a new seed in regards to work, and it can be basically providing you with a new opportunity when it comes to your career. This eclipse will unfold over the next 13 months, and at the time of the eclipse, it'll be conjunct Chiron, so it's about trying to heal a wound revolving around your identity out in the world. It can be where you're finally kind of getting back into work after being out of work for so long. It can be about you healing your relationship to your career. It can be about embracing a new job as a healer. It can also be that you are becoming a coach or a mentor or a teacher, or maybe an athletic trainer, right? Kind of Chiron and Aries. What else? Yeah, and it's this very self-starter energy. So I think for a lot of you guys, if you can heal any insecurities that you have about getting back into the workforce, it's going to help you become more successful. Now, Mars is the ruler of the eclipse, and it'll be in the 9th house. So it tells me that you need training, certification, you need a mentor, you need to really believe in what you're doing. This needs to be a spiritual mission of sorts, whatever your career is. And some of you guys are going to be realizing with the Mars-Saturn conjunction, I either need a partner and I need support, or I need a mentor, or I need a degree, I need a higher level of education. And so you're going to feel like there's going to be some things you can't do yet until you get that training certification or until you get that degree. And that will come up for you most likely at some point, over the next couple of months. But you can rework that. You can go and do the training, or you can, do the shadowing with somebody so you can get the proper training. Eclipses are also like wild cards. So I could see for some people with this North Node eclipse, with Mars, Saturn, and Mercury conjunction, some people are going to change jobs. They're going to get let go. They're going to suddenly decide, you know what, that's it, I quit. They're going to suddenly decide that they're getting ready to launch their own business. Do not launch a business under these transits. Okay? Do you guys hear me? Do not launch a business. It will most likely not be successful because you're going to have Mercury retrograde, so it's going to be harder for visibility. The ruler of the 10th house conjunct Saturn, so there's going to be some limitation. You need to wait until next month. Use this month to get everything organized, start the website, come up with the plan, the business, plan, all that stuff, think about marketing, but not the month to launch something. Then we're going to have on the 11th, Sun will conjunct Mercury in Aries. We will see the Cazimi. So this is about some kind of unexpected conversation or realization or epiphany. This might be when the out of the blue unexpected meeting with the bosses come, or you find out they're selling the business, or they offer you some kind of partnership, something like that can happen. But likely there's going to be an unexpected email, meeting, or discussion that's going to come up right around this time relating to your career. Equally, there can be a lot of back and forth that you're having with, a sibling about one of your parents, because Mercury's connection to your 3rd house, where there's a back and forth where you're talking to a sibling about a matter relating to one of your parents, because the 10th house can deal with mother or father, depending on how you look at it. And then we will see on the 19th of the month, Mercury retrograde will conjunct Aries, Venus in Aries, excuse me. So Mercury retrograde will conjunct Venus. So Venus rules the past. It also rules family. It also rules, your home base. So past relationships, where you've lived, family in the past. And it also has connections to friends and goals, okay? So Venus conjunct Mercury retrograde could mean you have a friend that calls you up and says, hey, I've got a job for you. Do you want to take it? You know, and you're like, where is it? And they're like, oh, it's going to be super close to your house. And you're like, great. Or it could be that a coworker is saying to you, you know, hey, I hear that you're looking for somewhere to live. You know, I have a place, you know, if you're interested, my neighbor is going to be, you know, moving out. I'll give you the connection to the landlord because of Venus's connection to the fourth. It could mean that some ex-fling walks right into your business and they walk right in and they're like, hey, what's up? What's going on? And you're like, what is this person doing here? You know, and it can kind of frazzle you a little bit because it can be about somebody from the past romantically. So just a couple ways this can play out. I do feel like Mercury retrograde in conjunction to Venus can be a renegotiation. So if like you're saying, you know what, I'm leaving this job, they could say to you, well, let's negotiate. You know, what if we pay you this? What if we give you that? And so it does give you some sense of like having a little bit of like a bargaining chip. Or if you're taking a job, you can negotiate what like the terms would be or like what the salary would be. So in that sense, it can kind of work for you, you know? All right, so that's the Mercury stuff. And then finally, we will see on the 25th, Mercury goes direct in Aries. That means the Mercury retrograde is done. And when it's done, it's conjunct the North Node. So maybe you were given a job offer and you're like thinking it over all month. Maybe you were, you know, getting ready to launch a business and make some big announcement, but you were getting the website ready and getting everything prepared and like doing that all month. Make sure you keep documents relating to work. Make sure you keep invoices. There's definitely a sense of like having to go back and forth with people about, you know, like what needs to be paid and that kind of stuff. Batch 2 is the Mars conjunctions. Okay, so Mars does rule your 10th house of career. It also has connections to 5th house of creativity, self-employment, you know, children, parenting, romantic partnerships. Mars will first come into conjunction with Saturn. Okay, and Mars-Saturn conjunctions, they're not fun. They're not easy. We definitely feel like there's something that we have to do hard work on. And Saturn rules relationships for you. Okay, oops, there you go. Saturn rules relationships. So it can be about your relationship with somebody at a distance, your relationship with a mentor or a teacher, your relationship with an educational kind of program. Mars conjunct Saturn, I think literally indicates either A, you're having to work hard to learn something before you can actually do the trade or before you can actually get the job. Or it could materialize as, you know, there is a long distance relationship going on and you have to go back and forth with somebody at a distance, 9th house. Maybe you have to go back to school and you have to kind of complete, you know, a number of credits before you can get a diploma. There's some requirement here. Maybe there is some kind of limitation or hang up that you have with traveling because, well, you're busy and you're working, right? Something like that can happen. Just a couple you know, ways of looking at it. I mean, it'll be 2 years that you're going to be working on this here because it's planting that seed. And I really feel like it's also about working hard and maintaining your faith because the 9th house can be faith and dedication to that. And also learning a lot. Now, there can also be some, you know, legal things that can come up here with Mars and Saturn. So having to, you know, get an attorney, having to talk to somebody in regards to immigration, having to kind of deal with, you know, settling like a lawsuit or a law-related conflict or fight, that can come up here as well. And then we will see several weeks later, around the 28th, then Mars will come into conjunction with Neptune. Okay, so Mars will be between Saturn and Neptune that entire time, and I keep saying it's in no man's land. You know, there's going to be a sense of Mars being kind of trapped and incapable of being able to move forward. So when Mars conjuncts Neptune, it's a different energy because Neptune is just kind of like, yeah, do whatever you want to do. You know, it reminds me of like the caterpillar from Alice in Wonderland, where he's just like hanging out and smoking and like, you know, he's in and he's out and like you can't really get a firm grasp of like what he's saying or like what he's doing or like who he is. So I think of like Mars coming into conjunction with Neptune, oof. If you have to be on a flight somewhere, be careful. You can get a pretty gnarly cold. You know, Mars in Saturn and Neptune can all kind of be talking about illness. You know, Saturn can be about restriction. You know, Mars can be about fevers and accidents. Neptune can be about illness and things you don't see coming. So you're getting on a plane. bring your Purell, take your vitamins, you know, be mindful that there can be hangups and delays also with traveling. But I think that Neptune and Mars here does talk about idealizing, you know, oh, I'd love to, you know, live in this country, or I'd love to visit this place, or idealizing maybe even a romantic person from afar. It can be that you're really feeling very inspired also. And so it can be a time where you're pulling inspiration from foreign culture, you know, foreign food, music, art, things like that. That can be more Piscean. So I think it can be like a spiritual nature. It can also mean that you're learning like a new spiritual practice. So like Mars, Saturn, Neptune can be, I'm going on a yoga retreat, I'm going to India, you know, that kind of stuff. So I do think that, you know, for you, because it's in a fellow sister sign, it may be easier to manage because it's going to be trining your ascendant. And some of you guys are, you know, maybe contemplating or considering, you know, moving or traveling and going to another place. And so it feels very kind of dreamy. But keep your guard up a little bit with Mars, Neptune, because it can definitely indicate that something hits you that you don't see coming. All right, and batch 3 is this massive Jupiter-Uranus conjunction that we have all been waiting for. So this is going to take place in the 11th house for you, Jupiter conjunct Uranus in Taurus. Obviously, we've all been talking about this, and I'm excited to see how it manifests. So Jupiter makes things bigger. It makes things grow, right? And it brings in Taurus abundance and richness and delicious things and really amazing and lavish parties and events, I think, in your 11th house. Like some of you guys are going to be rubbing elbows either with very wealthy people, or it can be with artists, or it can be with like farmers. It can also be with you know, people who are foodies, people who work with herbs and flowers. And then Uranus are things that are kind of like unconventional and quirky and kind of like weird or futuristic. So I definitely think that socially there's new people coming into your life. You might be making friends with some of these people. You might be kind of realizing that you kind of like digging, you know, what how they live, how they party, how they socialize. And this isn't a placement that does, you know, sextile your sun, moon, or rising. So it's friendly for you. You may just find that like friends are just very generous and very giving, and they always want to invite you, or they always want to share. Now, in the realm of like the 11th house, this could mean you're joining an astrology club. It could mean you're joining a gardening club. You know, join a essential oils group online, and you're learning about it. You know, Taurus things. What else? Your goals change revolving around how you view money and resources in abundance. That's the other way of looking at it. But this will start you know, this conjunction will basically create a point which will manifest as having more richness in regards to your friends and your social connection. I just imagine you're going to get invited to some like really awesome like dinner parties and, you know, opportunities to connect with people in a very kind of earthy, natural way. So I love that for you guys. All right, and then finally, we will have this full moon in Scorpio that'll happen at the end of the month. It's going to be in your 5th house in a fellow sister water sign. So if you have like a sun, moon, or rising, Cancer 2 to 6 degrees, it'll create a trine which is harmonious and very free-flowing. Water trines we will see this month with this full moon. So it will be more emotional, very passionate, kind of psychic, intuitive, that kind of stuff. And a full moon in the 5th house can be about, you know, somebody saying, I love you. It can be about a big completion of a project, really putting a spotlight on a romantic partner, or maybe on your children. It can definitely be a full moon where people can have pregnancies. That can happen because something is becoming full, it's visible. And at the time of the full moon, the ruler Mars will be conjunct Saturn and Neptune. And the co-ruler is going to be Pluto, and this is going to square Pluto. So 5th house can be about gambling, taking risks and chances, and also like the stock market. I'd be very careful with speculative investments and also gambling during this full moon. It can get you into a bit of a pickle with the square to Pluto. You might be spending money that you don't have. It can also be that there can be a little bit of drama with, you know, money and kids, relationships and intimacy, you know, vulnerability, maybe power struggles also over matters of the heart can kind of come up here as well. So just take that kind of some food for thought. I definitely think there's more positive than there is negative, and like this is the month where you really start to kind of, like I said, figure out what you want to be when you grow up. So I think that this is a time to really use the entire month to kind of reassess something about your status. All right, let's see what card we get here. Oh, I love this for you, especially because you have so much Aries in your 10th house. Okay, so queens are bosses in a way, right? In a feminine way. So it's about really nurturing something that is new life, that is creative, that's exciting, that's fun. This can be about fire signs coming into your life. So Leo, Sagittarius, and Aries can come into your life that can really help you. They can inspire you, they can direct you, they can assist you, or this can be you being like, I'm the Queen of Wands. She's very intuitive, she's kind of sassy, a little spicy, and there is a sense of her being like, this is what I'm growing, this is what I'm creating. And she's very fierce and entrepreneurial. So I think that you're learning to nurture that side of you this month. I think that that's what's kind of coming out in the 10th house. It's more daring, and it's more like, look at this new thing that I'm doing. And it's, yes, it's uncomfortable, but we are learning to get out of our comfort zone with this eclipse and all this Aries energy. So hopefully that's inspiring you to want to go and actually take a chance and do some of these things that you've maybe been afraid to initiate. Hope that's helpful, Cancer. I'll catch you back here next month. All right, we've got Leos and Leo rising. What's going on, Leos? I hope you guys are doing well. Welcome to April 2024. We've got so many things going on this month, and thankfully, a lot of it's taking place in a sister fire sign, so it's going to be very beneficial for you. Obviously, I have to talk about the solar eclipse first because you're ruled by the sun. So both the solar eclipse as well as the sun Cazimi are going to be very important for you. The Mercury Cazimi, excuse me, will be very important for you because it involves the sun. So those are going to be the two transits that you're really going to want to pay attention to the most this month. Now, I will kind of sort these transits into 3 separate batches. You're going to understand them better if I do it this way. So that way it's not all kind of hodgepodge all over the place. So the first batch of transits is all the stuff taking place in Aries. This will be taking place throughout the entire month. So you want to familiarize yourself with the 9th house. Well, the 9th house is one of the more positive houses. It has a traditional connection energetically to Jupiter or Sagittarius energies. So things like foreign travel, airports, culture, higher education, learning, your belief system, your faith, something about the bigger picture of life is all opening up for you, and it can be very, very magical for you. We will see a whole slew of transits here. So the first thing that I want you to know is that there will be trines to your sun, moon, or rising. So when we see trines, these are also Jupiter energies, which means it makes things feel bigger. The actual retrograde that we're going to see will also be in a Jupiter degree, and it can mean that there are some like lucky opportunities that you have while traveling or dealing with lawsuits or higher education. But this can also be about publishing, this can be about teaching, that stuff can kind of come up here as well. So within the batch of Aries stuff, it's expressing the energy in an Aries way. In a hurry up, let's go, let's do this, or I'm going to do this independently, I'm going to do it by myself. It could be things you're learning about yourself. It can be the places you travel by yourself. The first transit that is going to be taking place is April 1st. This will be the Mercury retrograde in Aries. It'll be totally in Aries. If you are having to travel internationally, in and out of airports, put your passport somewhere safe, because there could be a dramatic, like, where did I put this type of situation? Because Mercury could be a document. If you know that you are having to travel, make sure you have all your legal paperwork in order. Make sure your visas have been approved. Make sure that you have everything that you need to be able to go somewhere, because there can be some setbacks or delays with this stuff. Mercury going retrograde in Aries, for the most part in the 9th house, I think will have some of us just rethinking what we believe in, or rethinking, do I want to go back to school? Do I want to return to that place that I visited before? Do I need to go and find my transcripts for my diploma? Do I want to get back into teaching? This stuff can kind of happen here. 2, then on the 8th, you'll have a solar eclipse in Aries. So solar eclipses are new moons on steroids. Obviously, involving the sun is pretty important to you because you're ruled by the sun. This means that there is something happening that's unexpected. So there's an unexpected like new beginning or situation. A solar eclipse is planting new seeds about the future. So if you're saying, I want to book that trip to Europe, I want to go back and get my master's degree, I want to start or file legal documents or a lawsuit, you would do so after the eclipse. But eclipses represent kind of a wild card and something that is coming out of the blue that we didn't see coming. So when we have this eclipse, the ruler will actually be Mars, and Mars will be conjunct Saturn. So you'll see things like, yeah, you can go, but it's going to cost you, or you have to use your credit card, or you have to pay down a loan, or, you have to seek a loan before going back to school. It can mean that other people are denying you and saying like, no, you can't. So it could be a partner being like, no, we don't have the money to do this. Like, what do you mean you want to, like fly to, Australia? You're crazy. We're not doing that. It could also mean that there is some financial or tax or mutual, financial issues brewing. And so you have to be like, hey, I have to go and hire an attorney to deal with this estate, or, you had an injury, so you have to hire an attorney to go and get your medical bills paid, right? These things can kind of come up because Mars is conjunct Saturn in your 8th. We will also see on the 11th, Mercury retrograde will conjunct the sun, and there's a Cazimi. So if you don't know what the Mercury retrograde is about, the Cazimi is that halfway point where you have like this realization and you're like, oh, that's what I need, or that's my goal, or that's what I wanted. If you're struggling with a travel, education, or legal situation, a friend, because Mercury is connected to friendships, may provide a solution. They'll be like, here, call my lawyer, or my friend's going to pick you up at the airport. Don't worry, we've got you. Or they're going to host you overnight until you can, get on your connecting flight tomorrow if you had a delayed flight. That kind of stuff can happen. Mercury also rules money. And so I do think it could be a situation where if you were planning a trip with a friend and you guys like, buy this trip together and then they cancel last minute and you're like, who's going to pay the difference? Am I going to be stuck paying for it? And that realization can kind of come up here as well. So watch for that stuff, especially unexpected expenses relating to travel, education, or, legal stuff can kind of pop up. And I think maybe just paying for more. I mean, obviously, food and everything in an airport is already expensive, but you might be like, damn, getting food at, on a plane, or like what it's costing you to kind of like eat while you're traveling. You might be surprised at what it costs. All right, so then we are going to see what's next. Mercury will retrograde and it'll conjunct Venus in Aries. Okay, so this is interesting. So Mercury retrograde, to go back, reassess, rethink. Venus rules your career, and it also has connections to communication. So it looks like maybe there's a new business partnership brewing and you have to sign a legal document. Maybe it means that you're getting ready to launch a business and you're trying to figure out how to come up with like a campaign, and you're like, okay, well, which social media, platforms do we want to promote on? What's going to be the one that's going to gain the most traction? That could be something that you're reworking. It could also represent a time where, there is something revolving around your work or your career that is having to be kind of looked at. You have to ask yourself, like, do I believe this will work? Do I believe this will be successful? Because the 9th house is belief. How else could this materialize? Yeah, I think it's going to be documents relating to work personally, or it's going to be if you're, wanting to accept a job somewhere, it's being like, okay, are you guys going to, sponsor me? Are you going to pay for my move? Are you going to sponsor my visa? That can kind of come up here as well. That's really how I see that. So that's the only thing that I would kind of like look at. And if you have to reconnect to a teacher, mentor, or a lawyer, I think Venus coming into conjunction, you'll find the right person who can kind of help you with your situation. There can also be love found at a distance. You could be on a trip and then boom, you meet somebody and you're like, what is this? This is crazy. Simultaneously, this can also be a time where, you know, you're contemplating some kind of ceremony, or you're talking about, you know, some kind of future engagement or elopement. Trying to think of what else this could mean. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So one of those things should likely kind of like stick for you. And if not, maybe you're returning back to a place that you really loved, you know, that you have visited before, and you're like, wow, this is amazing. I love this. Then we're going to see on the 25th, Mercury will go direct. So the Mercury retrograde is over on the 25th. And when it ends, it'll be Mercury conjunct the North Node. So you'll have some shift in terms of your belief system or your perspective, or, you know, you've finalized some kind of trip or some kind of place that you're going, or some kind of education plan. And with Mercury conjunct the North Node, it means that then you're like, okay, I know what, you know, I know what to say, or I know now what I believe in, or now I know how to better travel in that kind of country. And those are all of the transits that are taking place in Aries. So we're going to move to the next batch of transits. This is going to be things involving Mars conjunctions. So conjunctions are one of the strongest aspects you can see in astrology. It's fusing two planets together. So you'll see both of the archetypes of those planets kind of come through. So on the 10th of the month, and this is also baked into the solar eclipse, you will see Mars conjunct Saturn. Okay, so Mars for you rules home, and it also deals with foreign travel and places. Saturn represents relationships, and it also has connections to scheduling and your daily routine. So it looks to me like if you're traveling, you're like, I am doing it with a partner, or I have a guide or somebody who's assisting me or who's helping me through this process. It could also mean that you have to pay for this guidance. You have to make a sacrifice for this guidance. You have to be willing to dip into savings or pull out a credit card in order to, you know, get this support. There can definitely be some challenges with Mars Saturn in the 8th house. Like, other people will deny you something. They'll deny you, you know, money. It could be a day where you go to run your credit card and they're like, oh, you know, like, we're denying this. And it's not because you don't have the money. It could be because they're making sure that it's not a fraudulent charge. So you have to call your bank and be like, hi, it's me. It could be a time where you go to your partner or you go to your boss and you say, I need some money, you know, can you give me a raise, or, you know, can I borrow a couple $100s? Then they're like, no. You know, people will not be generous with this conjunction. And you're going to have to work harder when it comes to overcoming lack of resources or funds. Not a good time to be applying for loans, not a good time to be merging resources with another person, or trying to get like mortgages or things like that. Because it's going to come with like a lot of like limitations and loopholes. So trying to get paid back or trying to get access to other people's money is going to be, I think, a little tricky. And this is planting a seed for the next 2 years. So what it's really saying is that be careful with who you merge your finances with, who you bank with, who you're married to, who you're doing business with. You may have to be more diligent when it comes to paying taxes. You may have to be, you know, also more patient when it comes to intimacy and like emotionally or sexually connecting with another person, because you might feel that somebody else is kind of like blocked, if that makes sense, because it's your 8th house. And then we'll see on the 28th, you know, Mars will kind of hover between Saturn and Neptune, which I, for one, think it can be quite difficult because Mars is kind of like in no man's land. So you may feel like, okay, I got denied. Now where am I going to get my support from? You know, where is it going to come from? And then Mars will come in conjunction with Neptune on the 28th, where Mars is kind of losing momentum and it's kind of like, you know, kind of stalling out. Mars conjunct Neptune, you want to be really careful. I mean, this is just literally, okay. There can be issues where there can be like floods in a house or some kind of damage in the house that, you know, house insurance may or may not cover. 8th house is insurance. There can be dealing with a family estate or an inheritance matter and, you know, receiving something from someone in the family that it's leaving to you. There could be a quarrel over, you know, a separation in a relationship and who gets what in the house, or who gets the house, or, you know, what is the, you know, separation agreement financially, and whether or not, you know, you're having to say, well, we had made this investment together, or, you know, there is this, you know, 401k that I feel entitled to, or spousal support that can come up here. So, you know, Mars conjunct Neptune can be some shady stuff because the 8th house can be about like theft, or it can be about crime. So like somebody could break into your house. I don't like saying that, but it could happen. So it's a time where it's like lock your doors, make sure you have your security cameras on, make sure that everything is safe and secure. There's nothing fishy where people have access to your stuff. Be really careful with your passwords and your PIN. And if there's anything suspicious going on with your banking or with things that are yours, that are your valuables, just make sure that they're safe, especially if you're traveling, because some of you guys are going to be traveling and it could be like, oh my God, I lost my wallet, and it's like that could be a really, really difficult situation if you get pickpocketed while you're, while you're on holiday. Then you got to figure out how you get your IDs and your other things back that you need. All right, enough of my preaching. Also, one other thing I would say is be very careful with sexual health because Mars Neptune can be a little bit like indicating there can be some sexual stuff that can go on. It can be sexual or energetically. So obviously if you have a regular partner and you guys are obviously, in a close relationship and you're faithful, not a problem. But I get a little iffy about like the Mars Saturn Neptune, where it can talk about whether or not, there's something that could potentially be off with sexual health. So if you are somebody who's a little bit more spontaneous maybe with your sexual partners or whatever, be really mindful that this is a time that you want to be on the up and up with your sexual health and making sure that you're practicing safe sex. I have to put that out there because Mars in the 8th house is sex and Mars Neptune is, I had a couple drinks, like it's fine, like some random stranger that I just met at the bar, like I'd be really careful here. All right, and then finally, on the last batch, we have the Jupiter-Uranus conjunction. So this is going to be a big one for everybody. It's going to be a little bit louder for the fixed degree signs. So if you have anything from about, let's say like 20 to 23 degrees of Leo, sun, moon, or rising, you will feel this square to your sun, moon, or rising. And this is happening 10 houses away from your rising sign. So it does represent a Saturn energy, which means work, dedication, responsibility, your career out in the world. Obviously, Leo risings, they want something that is very lucrative. They want to make money. They want to have something that's very pleasurable, something they enjoy. And Jupiter wants to make something bigger. It wants to grow. So there's some significant growth that's happening in your status or your professional reputation. So your business can be growing, or you're, learning a lot about the job and the position that you're in, or there's just a lot of growth going on there. And then Uranus is like sudden and out of the blue, unexpected. So for some Leo risings, it'll materialize as just like between mid-April and like June, just your business just suddenly blowing up, having, more clients, more business, more recognition. It can be a moment where you have some time in the spotlight. It can also be a time where there is this sudden quickening of just something, kind of exploding. So if you've been feeling restless in your job and you want out of it, that can be coming up here as well. Jupiter rules your 5th house of creativity. So this is, I guess, much more beneficial for self-employed people. It also is about children. So some of you guys may suddenly, have kids, become parents, become self-employed. That can happen here, now identify as an artist or a creative, or you're involved in like, businesses that involve travel, performances, creativity, art, or like kind of like parties. I could see like Jupiter Uranus as parties. And Uranus deals with your clients, right? Or it deals with your partner. So Jupiter Uranus means suddenly the business grows because of who you're working with or who you partner with or who you merge with. On the flip side, I'm looking at Pluto being in your 7th house where, he's teaching you that who you partner with has a huge impact on your personal power. So you want to be working with powerful people. You're going to see the strengths and the fact that certain people can come into your life and they can totally radically change the way that you look at your career. Now, the downside is that some people who have been in relationships where they've been feeling stuck, the Jupiter Uranus will materialize as being like, I am leaving this relationship. I'm now divorced. Or I've left my company, but I'm happy because now I started my own company. So you'll hear that it comes with an ending and a beginning. But I think for the most part, it's very positive. I just think that I'm still considering, what's going on with the Mars-Saturn thing here. So that can be financial kind of challenges within relationships. the solar eclipse, legal stuff that can kind of come up because of that. And then Jupiter, Uranus, I have seen for some Leo risings, it's like separation, legal stuff, and like now getting ready to tell the world that they're separating. So I gotta be fair. I gotta give you guys the pros and the cons, But I think it's great for your career, to be honest with you. And I think it's just like a really big boom that you're gonna see that's gonna kind of manifest over the next couple months. Could be great for fame. Some of you guys might get your moment in the spotlight. All right, so then on the end of the month, we're going to see that full moon in Scorpio. If you have any personal placements from about 2 to 6 degrees of Leo, this will square your sun, moon, or rising. A full moon in the 4th house can literally bring you home to your family. It can have you signing a lease, moving, completing a renovation. It can also be pretty dramatic because Scorpio is a sign that's like about like endings and beginnings, and it is about rebirth. And at the time of the full moon, it'll square Pluto. So it can be big things happening at home that have an impact on relationships with others. The co-ruler will be Mars, and it will be in the 8th house conjunct Saturn and Neptune. So it can be family, home matters, estate matters, loans, things revolving around joint resources also coming up. Maybe it's about how you and a partner are talking about paying for or funding a home or living situation or a relocation. And having to kind of move through some power struggles and trying to figure out, what's the best way forward with that. Okay, so let's go ahead and see what card you get, Leo. Ooh, I love this for you. 9 of Pentacles. I think this is like very much like all the Aries stuff in your 9th house where you're like, I can do it myself, Yes, you appreciate the support that other people bring in, but it's kind of you being like, I can do me, I'm good, look at what I've got. 9 of Pentacles is like a well-kept woman, a self-kept woman, not needing a man or a partner, not needing somebody to pay for things. It's about being like, I did this myself. I am confident. I am also comfortable. I'm able to provide for myself and give myself the things that I need. So it talks about enjoying like the fruits of your labor, so it can be a time where it's like, what, I am going to treat myself to a trip, or I am going to, buy myself something nice, and really feeling good about that and believing that you deserve good things, right? That you deserve abundance as well, or you deserve happiness as well, might be kind of the lesson that kind of comes up with that card for you this month. Really excited to see what happens, Leo. You're going to have to let me know, and I'll catch you guys back here in May. All right, so we've got Virgo and Virgo rising. What's going on, Virgo? Welcome to your April 2024 horoscopes. I hope you're doing well. I'm excited to chat with you about the month ahead. I just want to let you guys know that I'm going to be doing these in 3 separate batches. So you'll see 3 separate kind of subtopics that we will be touching on, and it'll make a little bit better sense if I group it better that way. Obviously, Mercury retrograde, right? You of all people should appreciate that. I'm not doing it in order, but I'm making it a little bit more convenient. Okay, so obviously we have to talk a little bit about Mercury because Mercury is your chart ruler, and we're going to be having a Mercury retrograde this month. That means you might be feeling like things are a little wonky. There's stuff that's changing or shifting in a very significant way. Wherever Mercury is where you are. So the first batch of transits I wanted to talk about is going to be everything going on in the area of Aries. So many things happening here: solar eclipse, retrograde, conjunctions, things going direct, blah, blah, blah. So get familiar with your 8th house. The 8th house is about, well, skeletons in the closet. It's about intimacy. It's about vulnerability. It's a Scorpio house, so it's where 2 become 1. So you might be learning how to merge your finances with another person. You might be learning a lot about your shadow self. You may be going through a season of death and rebirth in your life. That is pretty common in this part of the chart, but the North Node is there. So it's basically saying you're receiving something, okay? So whether this is an insurance payout, a tax refund, a wealthy spouse, if it is a brand new version of you, whatever it is, you're receiving something for what you're willing to kind of give up or let go. Okay, so I want you to keep that in the back of your mind because this is important. So the first batch of things we're going to talk about is the Aries stuff. So on the first of the month, Mercury turns retrograde. Well, Mercury rules you and your body, okay? Your appearance, your body, how you communicate, how you move, maybe your health, because, Virgo is about health and habits. And Mercury also deals with your 10th house, which is about your status, your career, your reputation. So as Mercury goes retrograde in your 8th house, you're reassessing, who am I? Am I just what I do for a living? How can I change something about my status? How can I make a change about how I'm making money, how I'm getting paid, what my joint resources are? Do I want to be asking for a raise, asking for a bonus? Do I want to be, trying to find ways to bring in more from other people? That's what will come up for you. That retrograde will pretty much be all month long. You'll see at the end of the month it'll go direct, but we're going to feel the shadow clear into more or less like May. So as you're watching this in March, we're already in the shadow period. So you might already be feeling like, ooh, there are some things that are coming up that I don't want to discuss, like credit scores and looking at your debt or looking at your bank account. Or it can be that, you're going through a grieving situation and you just had to let go of someone or something, and you're still in your feels, right? All right, so then we're going to see on the 8th, there will be a solar eclipse taking place in the 8th house. North Node solar eclipse, total eclipse. Wild card, something out of the blue that is really kind of bringing all those skeletons out the closet, that's encouraging you to go through this profound moment of transformation and change. Now, the eclipse is going to be at 19 degrees. It'll conjunct Chiron. So I think this is about healing trauma. This is about healing something in regards to your fears, healing something about your authenticity, your true self, something that you have kind of hidden away from other people. It can be about healing pain as well. And at the time of the eclipse, the ruler is Mars, and Mars will be conjunct Saturn in the 7th. So how are you healing these vulnerability issues? Through relationships, through hard work and determination in relationships. It can also be through, cutting off relationships that aren't supporting you, or putting yourself out there and getting a therapist and finally working through it. Eclipses play out over time. This one will be over a year, and this is really important because just days after the eclipse, we will actually see a Mercury Cazimi on the 11th. So that's really important for you because, you're Mercury. So when Mercury retrogrades in Aries through the 8th house, where we're rethinking something about reworking ourselves and vulnerability, it will conjunct the sun. This means that there is something that you're finally willing to let go of. There is something that you're finally willing to heal. It can be from your childhood. It can be in your heart space. It can be in regards to old romantic relationships. It can be you're finally letting it go. And you're like, okay, this has been taking up space in me for too long. Now it's done. It can also mean that something that's been a secret, okay, because the sun's about a secret, is being revealed, and it's coming out in a relationship. And it can be something that you personally have done, something that you personally have said, something that you withheld or you kept from another person. It becomes revealed, and it can cause a shitstorm in your relationships. So be mindful of that, especially if it's something that you've been hiding about yourself that finally you kind of have to let out. It can be that you're hiding debt. You can be hiding some kind of sexual related issue. You could be not telling your partner something, and then it can cause some issues. So really, and that's really how this eclipse works. If we're not showing up and doing what we need to do through crisis, it's going to force us to do it. So if you've been afraid of intimacy, there's going to be some stuff that's going to come up. It's going to force you to learn how to be more vulnerable and transparent with partners. And if you don't do it, you're going to kind of get beat up a little bit for it. If you've been afraid to connect with other people, if you've been keeping your guards up, then this is going to teach you that it's time to kind of welcome people in, as long as it's the right people. If it's been people that have been hurting you or have been, making you feel small, then this is going to push you to be like, no more of this particular relationship or these clients or these partners, and you'll have better boundaries. All right, then we're going to see on the 19th, Mercury will retrograde and conjunct Venus. Venus can be a woman. It can be a romantic partner. Venus has to do with your money and also your beliefs and people at a distance. So it can represent a reworking of your financial system. It might mean some of you guys have your school loans. Literally, it could mean some of you guys have your student loans forgiven. And so that's the change with the eclipse and the retrograde. It can mean that there is like a profound conversation you have with a romantic relationship at a distance, and like they let you in on something and they talk to you about where they've been afraid to kind of heal. So that can come up. And then we will see Mercury go direct on the 25th. So on the 25th, the retrograde's over. However, you'll feel the shadow until next month. And when it goes direct, it will be conjunct the North Node in Aries. So it means that whatever you've been afraid to talk about or share or information or some kind of back and forth about something, it's now going to start to become more visible, and you're going to have more clarity about how you've changed your mind and how you've changed the way that you look at something that you're afraid of or a financial matter by the end of the month, around the 25th. Then we've got the second batch. Okay, so the second batch is going to be Mars conjunctions. So Mars deals with your mind, communication, vehicles, travel, and maybe siblings. It can be about learning. And Mars is also connected to your 8th house. So this can also represent a changing of the mind, a shift with the mind, even just looking at the Mars transit. So Mars will first make a conjunction with Saturn. That will be right around the time of the eclipse. So it's kind of baked into the solar eclipse, but it won't actually conjunct until we get to April 10th. So 2 days later. This will basically be a new Mars-Saturn conjunction. So this will last for about 2 years. Saturn wants commitment. It wants us to be serious. It wants us to be really focused on, like maturity. And Saturn rules your 5th house of children or romantic affairs. So with it going into the 7th house, there can be serious conversations you're having with partners about children, serious conversation you're having with partners about how you feel, what you love, whether or not your heart's in it. And Saturn conjunct Mars could mean that this is part of that vulnerable conversation. Like, you know, yes, I want kids. No, I do not. This is why I don't. This is my trauma. This is why I'm afraid. And partners being like, well, I do. And this is what you need to do to fix it. Now, if you're single, it could mean that you're finally overcoming the fears of vulnerability and intimacy, and you're having to do your due diligence to meet other people and do the hard work when it comes to, you know, putting yourself out there. It also means other people could be giving you a bit of a hard time when it comes to money because of Mars's connection to the 8th house, and the conjunction to Saturn could be somebody saying, you know, I need you to pay me back, or I need you to give me more. And it's like a back and forth that you're having about that. More sex, more intimacy, more vulnerability, more money. Something like that is kind of coming up. So you'll be working hard for the next 2 years when it comes to relationships based off of this conjunction. And the key here is know which relationships are worth working hard for. That's really important because Mars will spend a period of time in no man's land where he is in between Saturn and Neptune, and he's lost without a sense of direction. This will be between the 11th and the 27th, 28th. And then we're going to see on the 28th, Mars will come into conjunction with Neptune. So where Saturn says, have a commitment, have a form, you know, do this thing. Neptune's like, I don't care, do whatever you want. You know, there's no boundaries. Go wherever you want, do whatever you want. And it's coming into the tail end of Pisces, so it means something's going to end. So it makes me feel like there can be some demands or expectations in regards to relationships, or demands that clients are making of you, or demands that your therapist is making of you. And it seems like really tough love in the beginning, but then by the time Mars comes into conjunction with Saturn, you might kind of realize like, oh, well, they did it because that was the only way, or, you know, like maybe there is now looser kind of, requirements when it comes to relationships, or you're like, you know what, this thing happened. It was they were kind of mean. They were cruel to me, Mars, Saturn. And now it's like, I'm letting it go. You know, I'm not allowing that. Or I recognize why it came up. It came up because, you know, I need to be kind of healing this stuff here. I'd be really careful as like a single Virgo rising, because you could meet some people who could be like, yes, like, let's do it. I'm all in, like, I'm in love with you. And then you kind of realize as Mars conjunct Saturn that they're kind of ghosty, or they're kind of trailing off, or they're acting kind of crazy, or, you know, they have some like, you know, mental, emotional issues, or some habits and things that are not good. And you're like, whoa, this is not who I thought it was. Now for committed relationships, it's more about sorting through financial or intimacy issues. So a lot of that will make sense for you guys one way or another. I'd be very cautious from the 11th through the 28th though, because I do feel like by the time you get to the end of the month, you might realize, you know what, I've been putting in all this work and like it doesn't matter what I do, this person's not going to be satisfied. And you may feel like it's time to change therapists, change, relationship status. It might be a time also to like cut off crazy clients or people who are kind of clingy. That can happen here as well. Okay. And then the final major, focus is going to be that Jupiter-Uranus conjunction. So Jupiter will meet with Uranus in Taurus. So if you have a Virgo rising, sun, moon, or rising, let's say from 20 to 23 degrees, you'll be experiencing this trine to your sign. Jupiter makes things bigger. It expands. It's about philosophy and travel and education, especially in the 9th house. And Jupiter traditionally rules your relationships, okay? Relationships and home. So you might be relocating to somewhere further away. You might, go on a long distance road trip and then drive home to see your family. You might be flying across the country with your partner. You might be planning a wedding because, 9th house can be about ceremonies. You might be planning a trip with your partner. There might be, you travel somewhere and you meet someone. That can be the theme here, April, May, June, for some of you guys who are single. Uranus represents, your sacrifice in a way. It can be about your services. It can be also about your health or your routine. So I think that you're going to have some partners that are going to be saying to you, like, let's go somewhere, make the time in your schedule, let's travel. It can also be a time when you're doing some continuing education, learning some new skills. Some of you guys are learning astrology, and if you're not, you should be with this transit. So definitely consider checking out my astrology courses. I have study at your own pace courses on my website. That might be good for you guys. But I could also say you guys like learning about accounting, learning about homesteading, learning about crystals or Reiki or energy healing, learning about essential oils, massage, all these like Taurus things. And maybe you're like, I want to change my job, so I'm, doing this. So it could be that, who knows? I do think that it's definitely positive for relationships. And I don't know if this is necessarily like a relationship where you're meeting a mentor or like a teacher of some kind, or it could be about, you having clients, you having like a more of a client-based business and you're learning how to kind of manage that. Any which way you slice it, I do feel like it's good for you because it is going to be taking place at a Jupiter degree in the 9th house. And it doesn't get much sweeter than that. The only thing I will say is when this conjunction happens, the ruler is Venus, the dispositor, and Venus is in Aries, which means like there's an exchange here. So you have to pay for something or you have to charge something, or there has to be something that changes, about the way that you look at money and resources in order to kind of do this. And then finally, we're going to see that there will be a full moon in Scorpio. So that full moon will be coming through at the end of the month. It'll be in your 3rd house. So this is going to be, kind of highlighting communication, travel, siblings, cars, how you learn, how you think. It could be a time to get ready to launch websites or blogs or, YouTube channels. And this will be taking place at 4 degrees of Scorpio. So if you have anything, around, let's say 2 to 6 degrees, Virgo, sun, moon, or rising, it'll sextile you. So that's nice. But for the most part, the ruler is very important. And the ruler of this is going to be both Mars, which is conjunct Saturn. So I think this is about serious conversations with partners, or, setting up websites and things so people can get in touch with you or, know where to find you. And then the co-ruler is also Pluto. So this will square Pluto. That's a little tricky. That can mean that, communication can be kind of challenging when it comes to coworkers and like your daily routine of some kind. So just watch, you might, sometimes people move, sometimes people, like I said, launch a website. Sometimes people buy cars, things like that with a full moon in the 3rd house. Scheduling things seem to kind of be a little tricky. That's what it looks like to me. So let's see what your cards say for the month ahead, my Virgos. You guys get the Strength card. I like this. What I like about the Strength card is that it's not about physical strength. It's about emotional strength, right? And so you're going to need a lot of emotional strength with an eclipse and a retrograde in the 8th house. You need to be willing to kind of go into some places that you've been afraid to go into emotionally or energetically. There is a need to also recognize that, love does not contain. And I think like with that Mars-Saturn conjunction in your 7th house, there can be a sense of feeling like, trying to hold on to something that you shouldn't be holding on to, that you really just need to let go, right? And you'll learn to let go as Mars is coming into conjunction with Neptune, if it's not meant to be, right? If it's not going to be good for your soul. This can also be about, I think, embracing that side of you that is more kind of like masculine. So even if you're a woman, it's about being like, yeah, I need to be strong, and like embracing that side right now as the North Node goes through the 8th house, and like be willing to have some of those conversations and touching on things that can feel scary. But it's helping you kind of build yourself up and I think be stronger, right? Anyway, I hope that's helpful for you, Virgo. I'll catch you guys back here in May next month, and make sure to let me know how this month goes for you. I'm particularly interested to hear what changes happen for you, because this is kind of like a really kind of pivotal month with all the Mercury stuff. So I'll see you next month. What's up, Libra and Libra rising? Welcome to your April 2024 horoscopes. I hope you're doing well. I hope you are thriving post-lunar eclipse. You'll have to let me know how you guys are doing. All right, so we're going to talk a little bit about Venus this month. Venus is going to be changing signs. So you are going to see that Venus is going to start the month in Aries. Then she will be moving into the sign of Taurus. So you will see some of those changes happening. Venus is going to move into Aries on April 4th. Then we're going to see Venus enter into Taurus on the 29th. So this is when your chart ruler is going through different signs. So most of the month, Venus is actually going to be in your 7th house, which is about relationships, okay? So it's actually really good for Libras and Libra risings. It definitely brings new partnerships, new clients, and a real focus and an emphasis on your partnerships into your life. 7th house can be your astrologer, your therapist, your marketplace. So it can be a time where you're really selling yourself to other people. I broke this month down into like a series of different batches in terms of transits. It's going to make better sense. It's going to kind of flow a little bit easier. So we're going to first talk about the first batch of transits that are taking place, which is a mass majority of the things that are taking place this month, and that will be in the sign of Aries. So Aries is your opposite sign. It represents your 7th house. So many things are going on here. Yes, we just had a lunar eclipse in Libra, so it's been about major changes for you, completions for you. And now the North Node and the retrograde and the eclipse points towards other people. So quite literally, it can represent the people in your life, them going through changes, clients going through changes, people needing things from you. And yeah, it's going to be quite insightful. So it doesn't matter if you're single or if you're in a relationship, it's going to deal a lot with relationship to other people. Another interpretation that I have is that this is about you embracing something new in regards to your relationship to yourself. So that South Node eclipse has been asking you to release something and let something go that's been personal. Cutting your hair or changing your body, letting go of being indecisive or being complacent. Now we've got this North Node in Aries, which is saying you're being more action-oriented, you're daring, you're kind of trying to meet people halfway, and you might need kind of like a healthcare team, a supportive partner, a new business partner, more clients, that kind of stuff in this next month. So the batch of transits taking place in Aries, first is going to focus on the 1st, Mercury will go retrograde in this sign. So a retrograde in the 7th house is reevaluating who you're partnering with. So if you've been dating somebody for a while, this can be a time when you're reassessing, okay, where is this relationship going? What do I want in this relationship? Can there be miscommunications with others? 100%. You might find that people are delayed in getting back to you. They're not communicating very well. They can be kind of like frustrating. There can also be a tendency of other people acting very impatiently with you. So just be mindful of that. Major serious commitments in business partnerships and relationships should really be like pumping the brakes. We need all month to kind of work out and figure out like who our people are or who we're partnering with. So take it slow. Don't rush into things like getting engaged, getting married, getting back together. I mean, obviously a Mercury retrograde in the 7th house, it is possible that you may hear from somebody from the past. Now, Mercury rules your 9th house of, foreign affairs, teachers, educators, mentors, guides. It also has connections to your 12th house of things that are subconscious. So it can materialize as, reconnecting with a counselor, reconnecting with, a client overseas, reassessing something about your relationship to your faith or to a religious or spiritual practice. A change of plans when it comes to traveling with a partner, okay? The second major aspect we're going to see in Aries is going to be a solar eclipse. This will be on April 8th. It's the partner eclipse to the lunar eclipse we just had in your sign. Where that was an ending, this is a beginning. So solar eclipses are new moons like on steroids. So it's planting a seed for new people coming into your life. So if you're destined to meet your spouse, if you're destined to bring in a really prominent business partnership or work with a new therapist or even have a new astrologer, this can be the time that these people start entering into your life. A solar eclipse unfolds over time. So we'll see this reactivated several times throughout this year with both Mercury and Mars and Venus, but we will also see this unfold over the next 13 months. So there's a storyline that's taking place that's about your relationship to other people and whether or not you are opening yourself up and opening your mind and your heart up to something new in partnerships. Aries has this kind of tendency to be like, let me do it, I can handle it, right? These are the positive qualities of Aries. So if you're in a relationship, it might mean that you're allowing your partner to take the lead. You're allowing them to, do the work, to help you, to support you. It can also mean that you're bringing people in that are very athletic, quick moving, people who are also younger that can come into your life as well. So I think about that with like the Mercury retrograde and the eclipse, that it can be, younger clients or people who are a little bit more kind of like masculine in their energy. Okay, so the solar eclipse is planting the seed. It's conjunct Chiron. So for those of you guys who are single, it can be bringing in a healing relationship for you or a relationship with a healer or a counselor. At the time of the eclipse, Mars is the ruler and Mars is located in the 6th house. So you could be bringing in like a personal assistant. You could be bringing in a trainer. You could be bringing in a dog walker, an organizer, somebody who's helping you or providing you with some kind of assistance. It can also be like a therapist because Mars is in the sign of like a Pisces, so it can be about emotional health. And maybe like a new like healthcare professional or team can come in here as well. Now, this particular eclipse is at a 19, so it is definitely about relationships. So it definitely has this Libra flair. And I feel like this is about you healing your relationships with other people. So if you have some hangups or if you have some old wounds with relationships, maybe you didn't get closure on something, the eclipse and the retrograde can actually bring that up for you. Now, a couple days later, you're going to see on the 11th a Mercury Cazimi, okay? So this Cazimi is Mercury retrograde conjunct the sun. This basically means that you're going to get a message from someone or a reconnection with someone from the past. So it can be teacher, mentor, somebody in a foreign place. It can be an unexpected conversation. Yes, you might have that ex call you out of the blue. Want to apologize for something, want to make amends. But Mercury conjunct the sun means that it's dying in the heart of the sun. So it basically means that there's a conversation that you're having that somebody is transitioning in the family, possibly, touch wood. 7th house can be grandparents. This can also be an indication that there is a relationship that is dying, okay? Or you're getting tired of having the same conversation over and over again in your relationship. Whatever it is, there is some message here about like learning to let something go and let something be. This can also be an epiphany where it's like somebody says something to you that like triggers something and it makes you like have this realization, or maybe you have a reading with somebody because Mercury's connection to your 12th house and they tell you something or they pass along some kind of message intuitively or psychically from a deceased relative or somebody yeah, that from the past maybe, that can kind of give you some kind of like inspiration or some kind of direction forward. So you might notice this coming from conversations with people. Then you're going to see on the 19th, this is important for you, Mercury in its retrograde will conjunct Venus, your Venus. So this can be about some reconnection with somebody that you don't see coming. Like you could run into somebody and not anticipate running into them out in public, like out of the blue. It can also mean that, you know, you're having a dream about somebody and you're feeling like you're reconnected to them and it's like realer than ever. It can also mean that somebody is trying to reach back out to you and talk to you about something that they want closure on. So watch for that. Certainly Mercury, you know, retrograde conjunct Venus, it does make me feel like hearing from the past, but it also does make me feel like it's about having conversations that's about healing past wounds in a current relationship. Literally, Mercury can represent more than one person. So if you're in a committed relationship or in a marriage, you know, if you're struggling in your relationship, getting like a counselor or a therapist to kind of work through that with both of you can actually be really helpful. This can also be a mediator or a lawyer. So for some Libra risings, I know this is a turning point in a relationship where they're like, yep, the relationship is ending. Now we need to find a way to kind of handle it amicably. But for others that are in strong relationships, you guys can, you know, definitely become stronger together. Like I said, 7th house is other people's stuff. So as a Libra rising myself, I've noticed that some of these transits for me have been kind of like, oh, that's not my stuff. That's your stuff. You know, don't project on me. Whether it's a client or it's a partner or a partnership, yeah, I can feel that other people have been projecting stuff. So be mindful that other people can come to you or be projecting their own issues onto you, and like there is a need to have better boundaries. Okay, so then Mercury will go direct. This will happen on the 25th. The retrograde's over, but we'll feel the shadow period until May. And when it goes direct, it'll be in conjunction to the North Node. So it can be about like kind of after working back and forth out a situation with a partnership, a client, a therapist all month, then you kind of have this kind of realization and the communication storm can kind of ease up a little bit. And it's about faded conversation. So maybe somebody's been wanting to reach out to you and they've been back and forth and they're not sure about it. And Mercury going direct might still kind of represent them finally making up their mind and deciding to connect with you. All right, so then the second batch of transits is the Mars conjunctions. So Mars is going to be making conjunctions in the sign of Pisces in your 6th house. Mars also rules relationships. It also has connections to your 2nd house of personal possessions and money. And the first connection that Mars will make will be to Saturn, okay? And that'll be during the solar eclipse. So that can indicate that, you know, some of the squabbles going on with relationships to other people can literally be things that people haven't been talking about, things they've been, you know, withholding, stuff that they've been kind of like hiding. Mars conjunct Saturn in the 6th house does make me feel like this does say that there is some relationship hangups coming where you're like, you know, this is heavy. This is stuff I don't want to deal with or things that I don't have time for. Saturn rules your family and it also rules your children. So it can mean that, you know, you feel more responsibility for, you know, being there to support, you know, family if they're going through some health related situations, or you're supporting a parent if they're going through that. It also means that you might feel like there's more dishes to do, there's more laundry to fold, there's more work to get done. And you can have effects with Mars Saturn where, you know, it's saying there's a lot more responsibility when it comes to your health and your daily routine. This is a new phase. So it basically is the lesson for the next 2 years. So you're going to have to work hard when it comes to your daily routine, your habits, organization, productivity. And there can be some frustration either with pets or animals, or there can be some frustration that can also be coming up with coworkers. It pays to stay organized, and it also pays to really listen to your emotions and what's going on and knowing when to be like, this is the line, enough is enough, and not overworking or not overdoing it, right? Because that can happen here. Then we're going to see a couple weeks later on the 28th, Mars will then come into conjunction with Neptune. So where Mars Saturn is hard work, dedication, form, commitment. Mars Neptune is like, throw it out the window, you know, we don't have to work so hard, it's fine, don't worry about it. Like there is a sense of being kind of like lackadaisical about things. And this can mean that with Mars conjunct Neptune, you're like, on one hand, you know, I did everything that I could, and, you know, you may feel like certain health issues have not improved, even though you've made cuts and sacrifices, and then you realize like it's not maybe the health or the habits or the routine. It could be something emotional or something spiritually going on that's blocking you. And then this can also mean that there is something that is kind of brewing that may potentially be ending about a relationship to someone or something. It can be, you know, something that you finally realize you need to cut from your diet. It can mean something that you need to cut from your routine because Mars's connection to the second house. Be careful when it comes to like spending money on like, you know, like quick results. So like if you're wanting to lose weight, right? South Node's in your first house. Like you're not going to just lose weight miraculously by, you know, like just cutting food from your diet. You also need to find that mind-body balance, body-spirit balance. So it means that you have to have a routine, you have to be emotionally kind of balanced, and you also have to be eating well. So there's something that's missing. Be really careful with certain, you know, diets, certain medications, things like that can have an impact on you. Be very mindful also, because the sixth house is about health, that Mars and Neptune here can indicate getting sick, obviously touch wood. You know, I think about when I had this transit a few years back, when Mars came into conjunction with Neptune, I was literally traveling, and I was in Costa Rica, and, you know, was feeling like horrible and was just like sick while I was traveling. So there can be something here that's like about, you know, like while you're traveling or you're going places, you can get sick, or you're more prone to getting sick with people at the workspace. So just really boost up yourself, your immune system. I really like using like colloidal silver with these transits in Pisces. So that might be something that you want to consider to boost your immune system. Okay. And you know, that whole period between like the 10th and the 28th, Mars is going to be between Saturn and Neptune. So you might kind of feel like, you know, work responsibilities, or, you know, things revolving around health of family members, or things revolving around, you know, some static with a relationship. You feel like you have no control over something. You just have to learn to just let it go. Okay. All right, so second batch of transits is going to be, the third batch of transits is going to be the the Jupiter-Uranus conjunction. So this is going to be taking place for you in your 8th house. So obviously a very big energy. You know, Jupiter wants to expand things, and Uranus wants to do it suddenly and like unconventionally, and it feels kind of like a lightning bolt. I could look at this a couple different ways. You know, on one hand, the 8th house is other people's money. So your spouse could have a dramatic kind of increase in their income. You may suddenly have some kind of windfall. You know, you might have a sudden inheritance, or somebody kind of gifts you something out of the blue that can be very lucrative. There can be sudden forgiveness of loans. There can be, you know, sudden expansion of your credit availability. There can be, you know, funds readily available out of the blue that you didn't see coming. But the 8th house is also about death and regeneration. So it means that whatever is coming to you is coming from someone else. So whether it comes from an insurance company, or like I said, an inheritance, or it comes to you because, you know, somebody makes it possible, or they give it to you, this is going to be some kind of like, you know, abundant situation. That doesn't mean it'll happen on that day. Okay, I want you to wait until Venus comes into conjunction with this degree. So this will be down the road next month, but you'll see some kind of like financial storyline in May where there can be like some big investment opportunity, some big windfall, some big insurance payout, a tax refund, a tax bill. The 8th house is kind of tricky because it's like, it represents like the karmic entanglement with other people. So for some people, they're like, actually, I have too many expenses. Actually, I'm drowning in debt. So it can go one way or the other. I do think that because Jupiter rules your 3rd house, if you have like an online business, if you have like a YouTube channel or a blog, or if you have something where you're like writing, you could be bringing in money from that suddenly, like there's an expansion of that income stream. And also it's about like, you know, something that you're giving back and you're helping other people. So if you're, you know, being generous with what you're teaching or what you're sharing with other people, you might get, you know, you might get kind of paid out for that. What else? And then finally at the end of the month, we're going to have a full moon in Scorpio. Okay. It'll be at 4 degrees in your second house of money. So this means that there can be big financial stuff going on. There can be a big payment, a big purchase, a big completion. It can be about paying your taxes. That can happen here as well. And it's going to be at 4 degrees. It will be ruled by both Mars as well as Pluto. So Mars is conjunct Saturn. So it means that, you know, it's like there's some big completion or conclusion around what you're getting paid. And like, you're like, yeah, I'm getting paid, but I'm working hard for the money. The other way we can look at this is the square to Pluto does seem to kind of represent where your resources are being challenged in some way. So it might mean you're taking a risk when it comes to an investment, maybe a risky investment paid off and you're starting to see that it was worth the investment. It can also challenge you when it comes to, you know, handling financial kind of things in a creative way. You know, big financial themes revolving around like children, you know, cost of children, what you're spending on kids, and having to make a purchase or something for maybe like a creative project, or if you're self-employed, you know, that could be something else that comes up here. Okay, so let's take a look, Libra. Let's see what the cards say for you. I get the 6 of Pentacles, which is give and take. Okay, and I love this because I see like the 7th house is give, and you know, the 6th house too. Like there's a little bit of taking that's going to come during the full moon, so you're going to receive something. But I see a lot of you giving to other people, being generous with other people. But also, you know, Venus in the 7th house means that other people are supposed to give you something. They're supposed to offer something to you. So really like a reassessment of your relationship with other people. It might be who you're doing business with, who you're working with. It might be about your resources and questioning whether or not, you know, you want to trim the fat and let certain clients go, or if you want to let certain partnerships go if you're feeling like it's not benefiting you. Changing managers and management can come up here as well. So if you feel like you're working with people that are or are not giving you what you need, then, you know, this like reshuffling basically of who supports you is likely going to happen this month. And so, you know, I'm not saying look at this from a selfish way, but you want to be aligning yourself with movers and shakers and people who are like, I'm here to support you. How can I help you? What do you need? Rather than people who are like, please give to me. I need more from you. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, I hope that's helpful, Libra. Definitely let me know how this month goes, and I'll catch you back here in May. What's up, Scorpio and Scorpio rising? Welcome to your April 2024 horoscopes. I'm excited to chat with you about what's going on this month. There is going to be quite a few big energies for you. So I just want you to strap in, to buckle up. Probably the biggest theme that I can think about is like, on one hand, we are going to have quite a few Mars aspects taking place this month. So you really want to pay attention to that portion of my horoscope. The good news is it's in a part of your chart that does deal with creativity, romance, self-expression, taking chances, and also children. So it might be about these themes. The other thing is we are going to have a massive Jupiter-Uranus conjunction in your relationship house. So there is something really exciting and sudden that's kind of brewing with relationships. And then finally, at the end of the month, we are going to have a full moon that will be in your sign. So this basically means that, well, it's action-packed all month long. All right, so I have broken down the transits for you into 3 separate categories, okay? So each batch is gonna kind of make a little bit better sense. The first is going to be everything that's going on in the area of Aries, and that's about 80% of the transits this month. So what is Aries? 6th house. 6th house is your office space, your pets, your coworkers, your habits, your to-do list. It's busy work. There's no way around it. It's busy work. And this is happening in a sign that in conjuncts or quincunxes you. Both Aries and Scorpio are ruled by Mars, but Scorpio is much more feminine, you know, receptive, emotional, kind of like sexual. And Aries is more masculine, like external, like more action oriented, and it is more about like, taking initiative. So sometimes Scorpios don't do so well with some of these transits. They can kind of irritate you a little bit. And, the truth be told, the sixth house, I really feel like for you guys is about, service. It's about helping others. It's also going to be about your health and your routine. And it's going to be about initiating, a healthier lifestyle or getting into a new job or working in a new office space. So if you have wanted to make, or I guess commit to new health goals, if you have wanted to get into a new office, if you have wanted to, physically, feel better or rework your schedule in some way, shape, or form, now is the time. The month kicks off on the 1st when Mercury turns retrograde, okay? Since kind of the second half of March, we've been in the retrograde shadow, so you're already starting to see the effects of what the retrograde is going to be about. Mercury rules the 8th house, which does deal with insurance, intimacy, privacy, things that are hidden. It also deals with the 11th house, which is about your goals, and it's also about your friendships and your networks. So as Mercury turns retrograde physically in the 6th house, you're saying, I want to make a change to my health. I want to make a change to my routine. It may require you to look into insurance. It might require you to look at your psychological or your mental health. It may require you to hire somebody to organize something about your resources or your finances. It also is about a reevaluation of your schedule and asking yourself, am I making time for friends? Am I making time for, my goals? Am I really, feeling like I have enough time to do all of the things that I want? So that's what you're going to be doing. You will find a couple days later on the 8th that then there will be a solar eclipse in Aries. Now, let me tell you guys something. A Mercury retrograde in the 6th house is definitely a time where if your health hasn't been doing so well, it can bounce back. But it can also be a time where if you are doing okay and then the retrograde happens, it can bring up a health issue. I preface this prior to getting into the solar eclipse because, the North Node is saying sometimes things can come that we don't see coming. A solar eclipse can indicate a sudden change or, a situation that arrives, which pushes you sometimes into a crisis situation where you have to deal with a health matter. This does make me feel like it can be about having healthier habits, right? So 6th house can be like digestion. It can be your eating habits. It can be also, Aries on the 6th house cusp can be headaches, migraines, sinus issues, sunburns, cuts, abrasions, fevers. These are things that can come up during a Mercury retrograde in Aries or a solar eclipse. The solar eclipse is conjunct Chiron. So you're one of the signs, you in Aries, that I think this may manifest as like quite literally healing something, a healing crisis, and needing to kind of deal with something that could potentially be, needing your physical attention. So a solar eclipse here, conjunct Chiron makes me feel like I would really pay attention to my health. The ruler is Mars, and Mars will be in your 5th house, which is going to be conjunct Saturn. So healing matters relating to the heart, right? Emotionally, it doesn't always have to be physically, although heart health, blood pressure, all of that stuff is probably going to be important in the role that your habits and your diet plays in that. The 5th house also, is Pisces. So it can be problems with feet. It can be dealing with sick kids. It can be dealing with sick pets. These are things that can kind of come up. And it's also about making the time for the things that you love. Making more time for your hobbies, making more time for your children, reassessing your schedule so you can potentially, feel like you can, parent a kid or, get out there and have a hobby or date. The 6th house is also the help. So it might mean that you're like, okay, I'm looking for help. I'm looking for a dog trainer. I'm looking for a nanny. I'm looking for a personal assistant, and bringing somebody in who can kind of help you. That eclipse will unfold over a period of time. It'll take up to about 13 months to see the full effects of that. Then we're going to see on the 11th, there will be a Mercury Cazimi. So this is when Mercury retrogrades, it conjuncts the sun. So there's going to be some kind of epiphany or awareness. It might mean that you, have a conversation with a doctor and they're like, look, you need to have this surgery, right? Because Mercury rules your 8th house. It can mean you have a conversation, with a coworker and they tell you like a little secret about something that's going on at work. It is possible that this is where you have this epiphany or enlightenment about this is what I need to do intuitively to make changes, to heal this situation, to, get back out there and start working, to be more physically active. It might be a time where you find the best healer, the best doctor, the best gym to kind of partake in. And I think there's going to be stuff coming up for you guys about detoxing during this particular period and what you're needing to detox and clear out of your system. All right, so then we're going to see on the 19th, Mercury retrograde will conjunct Venus. So this is interesting because Venus rules your partnerships and it's also about what's hidden and subconscious. So Mercury conjunct Venus can quite literally mean like it could be that you have a partner that's going through a change with their health or a change with their work. You might bring in the perfect person, to help heal them, to help assist them. You might meet somebody who is like the best life coach or trainer or whatever to kind of help you with the situation. It does require a need to be tactful in dealing with relationship issues and like being kind of diplomatic. And I think, with Venus being in the 6th house, you can have some challenges in relationships. It can be a little tricky navigating relationships. And Mercury and Venus is like, okay, how do we deal with this problem? Like, how do we heal this problem? So if you have a pet and you and your partner are dealing with a pet having a health issue, you guys have to communicate efficiently how to take care of that pet. If you have a financial issue, you guys have to communicate efficiently to, work out the financial issue or make a change to travel plans. These things can kind of happen. Then you're going to see finally Mercury will go direct on the 25th. So on the 25th of April, the Mercury retrograde is over, Mercury goes direct, and now we're done. And when it goes direct, it will be conjunct the North Node. So likely, maybe you spent all April, going back and forth and making tweaks and changes to your schedule, your health, and your routine, and now you're seeing the results of it. It might mean that this was you, making changes and tweaks maybe to your office space, and now you're like, okay, now it looks perfect. Something that's been kind of back and forth, now you kind of have a better understanding of how to have it better organized by this date, but the post shadow will still last until next month. So pretty much from like the end of March all the way through May, like mid-May, we're still feeling the Mercury retrograde. All right, so that's all of the Aries stuff and hard work, sweat, tears, dedication. I mean, that's all Scorpio, 6th house. So just know that you guys are going to be definitely getting a lot of work done, and it's really important to pay attention to your health throughout that process. Now we're going to see the second batch of transits are going to be the Mars transits, and these are really important for you, Scorpio, so listen up. Mars rules your body. Wherever Mars goes, that's where you are. So Mars is going to be first hitting Saturn in your 5th house, which means that you are taking your 3rd house lord of communication, travel, trips, things that involve your neighbors or your siblings, and you're placing it in the 5th house, okay? So learning how to communicate and express what's on your heart is not easy because Saturn in the 5th house might mean that, it's a difficult time expressing your emotions, or maybe you're feeling some blockages in speaking up and talking about something. Maybe there is a sense of feeling like a little unsure of yourself, or you're kind of feeling like it's difficult to practice that self-love. And then there's Mars, okay? So maybe you're like holding back and telling somebody how you feel. Maybe you're holding back and, discussing, an old heartbreak or, a fear or a vulnerability. It might indicate that, because you are meeting with Saturn, you're making a serious commitment that is like a heart-based commitment. And this commitment requires sacrifice. So what are you willing to sacrifice for the things that you love, for your children, for your, your own business, for your, your own happiness? And you have to work harder here. This conjunction is basically saying this is going to be the theme for the next 2 years, that hard work, determination, and also form is so important when it comes to what you're creating. So if you're an online content creator, it means that you're like hard work, dedication, timing, you know, meeting those deadlines, making sure that you're getting it out on time, and that you're really focusing on your creative vision. Maybe you're more concise with what you're writing or your scripts or how you're, you know, talking to people in your videos. It can also mean that you're having to be more stern with children, or you're having serious discussions and conversations about children, or whether or not, you know, you see yourself doing that in the future. So that is challenging, basically, because you're meeting up with Saturn. So you're going to feel like there are some delays with love life or self-expression. That's also baked into the Aries solar eclipse. And then the second conjunction is going to be Mars conjunct Neptune. So very different energy. Saturn says, whoa, 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 hold your horses. And Neptune says, you know what, screw it, do whatever you want to do. So I could see, you know, some of you guys like having a difficult time exploring or experiencing joy, and you're like really kind of stern and serious, and you're being like, you know, I'm not drinking, I'm really healthy, I'm on with things. And then by the time you get to the end of the month and Mars is starting to conjunct Neptune, you're like, okay, I'll have a glass of wine, or I'll have a piece of chocolate, or like whatever. Like there is some sense of your boundaries kind of like wearing. Mars also has, you know, connections to, you know, your daily routine. So it might mean that at first getting into this new routine was challenging, but now you're like, okay, now I'm in the flow, you know, because it does trine your sun, moon, or rising to some extent. And I would just say when it comes to like children, you know, you want to be really careful whether this is pregnancy with this energy and like not being aware that you get pregnant, or this could be you're dating somebody and you're kind of getting to know them, and then you're realizing like, oh, this is not what I thought it was. But it's good for creative expression. It's going to be really good for also like, you know, some kind of like creative work. So if you're a performer, a painter, an artist, a designer, you know, Mars Neptune can be that you're really kind of in the flow of what you're creating. And that's pretty much it for those two conjunctions. Now, the final big aspect I wanted to talk about is the Jupiter-Uranus conjunction. This will be taking place in Taurus in your opposite sign. I am living for all of the Scorpio rising stories that I'm hearing these days. It's pretty crazy. I'm hearing, you know, people are suddenly meeting the love of their life and within like 2 months, like getting engaged or eloping. I'm hearing wild stories of, you know, people reconnecting with long lost loves and picking up right where they left off after like 20 years. I'm hearing other things like people are also realizing that, you know, their relationship is not working anymore. And so they're evolving when it comes to how they look at relationships, and they're actually like, you know, leaving relationships of long periods of time and then meeting brand new people. It's crazy out there, y'all. Tell me your stories. I'd love to hear. But basically Jupiter, the god of abundance, expansion, you know, good fortune, is transiting your 7th house. So it doesn't matter if you're committed or if you're single, there is some big change that's about to happen in your relationships, and there can be some major growth period. Jupiter rules your personal resources and money. So as it goes into the 7th house, it might mean that you have a partner who has like this crazy new money-making idea, this new kind of like fortuitous opportunity. It's also going to be something that's creative, or maybe, you know, the relationship is growing in some way because you guys are talking about having kids. It's also possible that there are like elopements, or there are engagements and things that are happening here as well. And so maybe you're spending more money with your partner on traveling, and you're wanting to kind of have like a really fun, exciting, like new adventure or experience. Now, Uranus is the ruler of the 4th house. So this is about home. This is about your, your roots, your family, where you're living. So it is possible that, you know, a partner and you are separating and one's moving out, or you're selling your home. Sure. But it's also possible that your partner is like, hey, I have a crazy idea. Like, let's, you know, go out and visit this country and like stay there for like a couple of weeks. Or maybe you're traveling and then you meet somebody. But there's big like relationship, love story stuff that's happening pretty much April all the way through June this year. And I feel like this is the beginning. So if you're in a relationship that you're outgrowing, it might be encouraging you to step out of that and to be remaining open for what else can come into your life. If you're single, get ready, because it definitely means that there can be some kind of whirlwind relationship, and somebody can come in that can be foreign. They can be big on investments, or they could have like land. They could be into like agriculture. Somebody who's into like traveling or flying, because certainly Jupiter Uranus can be like aviation, right? Like I'm a Scorpio sun. My husband's trying to get his private pilot's license, right? And he's a Scorpio rising, and so I'm Jupiter Uranus in his 7th house, and you know, we've been talking back and forth about crazy places we would consider living and where we want to buy a house, and decided that we're going to go and do a stint for like a month in Key West, you know? So literally Jupiter Uranus. So whatever it is, it's going to be some crazy stuff. And I think that it's something that I would welcome into my life, because it's going to bring some kind of fortune to you. And then finally, like I said, at the end of the month, you're going to have a full moon that's going to be in your sign. So if you're a Scorpio rising, anywhere between 2 and 6 degrees, it'll be on your ascendant. And this is going to materialize as some big completion for you, right? Some big kind of conclusion for you. You want to think back to what seeds were being kind of sown, you know, last fall when we had the new moon that was in Scorpio. This is obviously ruled both by Pluto and Mars. So if we look at Mars is going to be right in between Saturn and Neptune. So it does mean that it can be like, oh, well, there is some big commitment that I'm making. I'm really emotional about a romantic situation, about a child, about a partnership, or I'm, you know, working through blocks where I'm having a hard time, you know, showing emotions. On the flip side, it can also be pregnancy. So definitely with a full moon in your sign and, you know, Saturn in the 5th house, it could be like, surprise, time to get sober, you know, because you're pregnant. So that can happen. Or just, you know, big things that are happening for you that is good things, but also it's requiring much more responsibility. Changes to your appearance and your body can happen here as well. The challenge is that this full moon is going to square Pluto. So it does kind of seem like whatever changes are happening for you have you in your feels, because the moon's in your sign and it's squaring Pluto, which is your co-ruler in the 4th house. And I think you're emotional because of something that's kind of changing, ending, or transforming about your private life and your home life and your family, right? All right, so let's see what cards you have. What's going on here? What can Scorpio and Scorpio rising expect for the next month? Ooh, there is that Knight in Shining Armor, the Knight of Cups. This is one of my favorite cards. Isn't that beautiful? Look at all the ladies. Well, can this be you because you're a water sign? Sure, but it could be another Scorpio, a Cancer, or a Pisces. I think that this is about some kind of offer of love and companionship, because the Knights, they kind of come in and they say, well, do you want this thing? I have this thing to offer you. So the question is are you going to accept what's being offered to you? It could be a new relationship. It could be an I love you. It can be a huge shift in regards to an emotional connection to another person or another thing. I do feel like this is about really channeling your inner artist and feeling very inspired and feeling very romantic and very kind of in the flow of that. So you might be feeling like you're kind of wearing your heart on your sleeve a little bit more than usual. Good luck, Scorpio. Can't wait to hear about what happens, especially as the storyline continues in May. So definitely let me know how this is playing out for you. What's up, Sag and Sag rising? How's it going? Welcome to April 2024. We're going to be talking all about the transits for the month ahead. And boy, oh boy, there are some big things that are taking place. All right, so let me grab some water here. Sorry. All right. I can't stop looking at the Jupiter-Uranus conjunction. Okay, so this is very big for you, Sagittarius, Sun, Moon, and Rising, because your chart ruler, Jupiter, is going to come into conjunction with Uranus. So you want to hear what I have to say about that. That's going to be important kind of towards the end. Other than that, nothing else is really happening with Jupiter. We are going to see some solar eclipse energy that is definitely going to be pretty prominent in your 5th house. That's something that you're going to pay attention to as well. Okay, so I'm breaking these transits down into 3 batches. Okay, so there's going to be a batch that's going to be more about what's happening with the Aries stuff. There's going to be one about the Mars conjunction and one about Jupiter-Uranus. So the first thing that you want to do is you want to familiarize yourself with your 5th house. What does the 5th house mean and what does Aries mean here? It doesn't really matter what house Aries is in. Aries is the self. Okay, it's the first sign of the zodiac. It's the beginning of the astrological wheel. This is what we initiate. So when you have Aries in the 5th house, it's I love myself. I create my own fun, right? My children, my love affairs, my hobbies, right? The things that you do personally. So we have so many things going on here. Probably the first thing to talk about is going to be the fact that Mercury will retrograde through your 5th house. So Mercury rules your committed relationships and also your career or your status. So Mercury turning retrograde in your 5th house literally means that you can be reevaluating, do I want to get back into the dating field? You know, do I want to get back out there in the saddle and meet people if you're single? Does it mean that you potentially hear back from somebody who you were romantically involved with in the past? Maybe. It can mean that you're returning back to, read something, play something, participate in something that you loved when you were a child or when you were younger. And it can mean that there is potentially this reworking of your hobbies and what you're doing creatively. And you could be doing that with a partner, and it may have some kind of effect or impact on your career. Now, then we're going to see a new moon solar eclipse here, and this will be around the 8th of April, 19 degrees, conjunct Chiron. So a solar eclipse moving through the 5th house where the sun is exalted and the sun's comfortable in the 5th house is actually pretty positive for you, Sag. This seems to kind of indicate that there's a seed that's being planted that's about creativity, self-expression, having fun, children, that kind of stuff. It's a very youthful energy. So if you want to start dating again, start your own, creative business, if you want to start doing hobbies, if you want to, focus more on pleasure, right, and having fun, this is the time that you want to do this. For everybody, this eclipse represents basically if you're unwilling to step up and heal this wound, then it's going to throw you into it in some kind of a crisis. So we don't want to do that. We don't want to go kicking and screaming, right? What we want to focus on is, okay, how can we kind of embrace this moment and this opportunity? What do we need to heal to get there? You're healing your heart, you're healing your inner child, you're healing issues or hangups that you have in regards to self-love. Maybe there's something you're healing with a child or with a romantic partner. At the time of this particular eclipse, Mars is the ruler, and it's going to be in your 4th house conjunct Saturn. So it does mean that because of maybe a family situation, a home situation, some kind of crisis with the family, some kind of relocation or home drama, you are reconnecting with relatives and maybe finally able to squash or heal something that has kind of been not like closed. You haven't gotten closure on this. So if you have a hang up with a parent, if you have a hang up with a sibling, if there's something there, coming back home and being there and supportive and helping family through some matter, you can kind of heal it and work through it. This can mean because of 5th house things that you have to move, change your home, expand your home in some sense also. So it's interesting because, Mars conjunct Saturn is like a heavy energy. We'll get to that later in the reading. But for some of you guys, it might mean that you have to literally create space in your home for a new creative hobby. For others, it might mean that you're decorating your space, and that's your form of self-expression, is that you're painting the walls and you're putting up art and you're creating and decorating things. All right, so then we're going to see on the 11th, Mercury will Cazimi with the sun. And the sun rules your 9th house of travel and your belief systems and long distance travel. So it could be education too. So I think with Mercury retrograde, maybe there's something that changes about a trip that you're going on with a partner. There's something that changes about how you educate your children. Maybe you're, teaching a partner a new hobby or something, or, some kind of game that you want to teach them, or some kind of hobby that you do, right? I think of Aries, it can be more athletic. What else? That's pretty much it. So the Cazimi can be this awareness and this epiphany. So if you have children, it's a time to pay attention, because it can mean that with the solar eclipse, they need your attention more. And then the Cazimi is them letting you know how you can better relate to them. Equally, if you don't have children, I think with a solar eclipse and then a Mercury Cazimi, it can be an awareness that's oh, I'm pregnant. That can definitely happen here. Let's see. Yeah, and that's pretty much it because Mercury rules your status. So it can mean that you're like telling people, I'm going to be a parent, or you're telling people like, here's my new creative project that I'm launching. Because the fifth house is a birth energy. Even if it's not about having a kid, it's still a labor of love, right? Creating that project and putting it out into the world. Okay, then we're going to see on the 19th, Mercury retrograde will conjunct Venus. So Venus brings sweet things, right? So Venus represents, you know, friendships. It can also represent your goals. It also has connections to health and wellness and your routine. So as Mercury is turning retrograde and it conjuncts Venus, it means that you can like heal and reconnect to a friend that you had a falling out with. It means that there can be some good news that comes from friends and they want to share this news with you or celebrate you. It can also mean that, you know, part of your creative process is that you're showing people something about like some audience, how, you know, you're creating, how you're painting. It can be also like teaching people more about health, lifestyle, cooking. So some of you guys are going to be really focused on being like, you know, like an influencer maybe, and like showing people, you know, what you do to like take care of yourself. And so that might be your way of like being creative, you know. And then we're going to see on the 25th, the Mercury retrograde ends. So Mercury will go direct and it will conjunct the North Node at 15 degrees. So that means it also started around 15 degrees. So from the end of March into this period, there's been these like conversations you should have been having with yourself. You know, it's like, do I want to launch this thing? Do I not? Do I love this person? Do I not? Do I want to have a kid? Do I not? And you're kind of going back and forth. You can be going back and forth with a romantic partner too. You know, if you're not committed, it could be. And so I think that it's important to really think about what you've been thinking about. You know, Aries is inherently selfish. And the fifth house is about what you create. So maybe you've been thinking about putting something out into the world. Maybe you've been wanting to write a book, teach a class, something that you know that you need to make. And, you know, now you're like making your decision. You know, a decision is going to be made likely at the end of April. So give yourself time to think through this, right? All right, second batch of transits are the Mars conjunctions. These can be a little tricky. We're going to see at the beginning of the month around the 10th, and this is kind of baked into the solar eclipse too. Mars will start coming into conjunction with Pisces. So this will be a new, you know, Mars-Saturn conjunction. This will plant a seed for the next 2 years. It basically means that you're working hard, making sacrifices, and making dedications in this area of your life for the next 2 years. So what does it mean? If Mars rules creativity, hobbies, children, and younger people, or your own business, and if it also means, you know, kind of dealing with your subconscious patterns and things that maybe you're afraid to do, now they kind of get sorted out and you deal with them in your fourth house. Saturn is about communication and learning and also siblings and resources. So I see this as 2 years of maybe having to work a little bit harder to communicate with your family. Maybe having to work a little bit harder when it comes to, you know, paying for home or cost of living situations. Maybe you're having to work hard and make sacrifices and, you know, downsize something about your home or your living situation, or sacrifice some of your free time because you're moving a parent in with you, or maybe because a kid moves back home, or maybe because, you know, you're having a kid, you got to give up your game room. You know, something like that can kind of happen. And I feel like you're very committed to doing a lot of work from home, or home improvements, or maybe you're looking for a home. And so this is kind of like what you're going to be doing for the next couple of years. You know, like Mars in the fourth house is difficult because there can be a lot of family squabbles with this. And there can also be like feeling like you're not too keen on what's going on in the neighborhood, or you can feel like there is like some crime issues or some homelessness issues, or you're kind of like, it's time to get a security system, or, you know, to change the locks on the doors, because I think of Mars Saturn as literally protection from intruders. Now, it can also mean that you're creating a designated space for your creative work. So if you have like hobbies, or if you're self-employed, you're like, okay, I'm setting up an office. You know, I need to have an office to do this stuff. Or I need to set up a nursery, right? Because it could be for the fifth house for children. All right, so that's the Mars-Saturn conjunction. We will see basically from that period you know, in the April 10th through the 28th, that Mars is in no man's land. Mars rules the North Node, and it's, you know, in between Saturn and Neptune. So we're not really going to see what Mars is going to do until it gets into Aries. So you may feel like you're back and forth with a living situation, and it's based off of your job. It's based off of your family. It's based off of a romantic partner. You're waiting to, you know, move before you have a kid. Like things like this can happen. And you're unsure. So then Mars comes into conjunction with Neptune, which is a little tricky because Saturn wants like restriction and Neptune like is like do whatever you want. You know, it'll kind of let whatever you want roll, and it can be some suspicious or kind of tricky energies. I feel like this can be about some of you guys contemplating or considering like moving to foreign lands or exploring living in foreign lands. It can also represent where like an old idea or an old like struggle in regards to home or living situations like finally come to an end. Really be careful with water damage in the home, flooding in your home, you know, dishwashers that go haywire, washing machines that, you know, have tubes that break and then there's some kind of water damage. Something like that can happen. And if you live in an area where you know that you're more predisposed to insane weather, make sure that everything is sealed, protected, stuff is put away so it's not getting damaged by storms, because that could happen here. But Mars conjunct Neptune is just be careful with who you allow into your space. That's my advice. You know, be careful who you allow into your space. Make sure that your space is protected. And then finally, we've got this massive Jupiter-Uranus conjunction. Obviously, you know, you and Taurus and Pisces are kind of the main players here because it involves either your sign or your chart ruler. Wherever Jupiter goes, that's where you go. So Jupiter is in your 6th house, which means you're really focusing big time on healthier habits, patterns, you know, spending more time at a gym, spending more time working out. Maybe you're seeing an expansion in your daily routine. Maybe you're having an expansion in your office space. Maybe you're, you know, bringing on new staff. Maybe there is a sense of like really turning over like newer, healthier habits, right? So for you, that's what these things mean, is like a new routine, or it can be a new health routine or some kind of breakthrough where there's been instability or kind of back and forth with work. Now you're kind of seeing the benefit of expanding your work or even being an entrepreneur and working for yourself. Jupiter rules your 4th house. So this is why I think some of you guys might be working out at home, or some of you guys might be you know, deciding that you're, you know, creating a designated healing space or a designated meditation space, or maybe you're like, you know, I'm growing my own garden, or I have my own food in the backyard, or I'm reorganizing my home or my kitchen or my office space. These things can happen. And Uranus is about the impact I think that this has on you mentally, feeling like, you know, you have an outlet, and when things are organized and you're efficient and you can get things done, or you're working out more, you're like, I feel more so clear. So this can be a big breakthrough for you during these transits. For those of you guys who are like writers and creatives, I could also see this as a time where you're making more time to write, create content, to be putting content together and getting it ready to show other people. And then finally, you're going to see at the end of this month, there will be a full moon in Scorpio. So that'll be taking place in Scorpio in your 12th house at about 4 degrees. So if you look at this, the 12th house is a house that kind of deals with the subconscious. It can make us feel a little stir crazy. There can definitely be a tendency to like have trouble sleeping with this full moon. You might feel kind of scattered a little bit. There can be some stuff that kind of comes up in your dreams or your subconscious that you didn't see coming. And this is ruled by Mars and Pluto. So when we look at Mars will be down here in your 4th house, conjunct Saturn and Neptune. So sometimes full moons in the 12th house, we find ourselves grieving. We find ourselves letting something go. We're at a hospital. We're dealing with something really revolving around, you know, something coming to a completion. And I think with Mars and Saturn here, it means that, you know, it can be family related or home related, and that we're saying goodbye to someone or something or a place that we've always called home. So it can be kind of emotional for you. So just be mindful of that. It will also technically square Pluto, the co-ruler. So you may find that it's hard to communicate. It's hard to express yourself. You may not feel like you want to answer the phone. You may not be too keen on posting on social media. You might just be like, I just need some time away from it all, you know, and I just feel like very overwhelmed. So if that's what's coming up for you, stay the course with your habits and your routine. Do not break from that. Stay there. It'll be fine, I promise. And know that, you know, you are creating this foundation in your life right now where you're completely restructuring everything. And I think it's really good for you. And you'll learn that even with this full moon, if things get kind of rocky, like if you have a solid foundation, nothing is going to disrupt you, right? All right, well, you have to let me know how the Jupiter-Uranus conjunction goes for you, because it's definitely a very big energy for you, Sagittarius. I'm really excited to see how it manifests for your life and your habits and your daily routine. Let's see what the tarot says for you. Oh, hi, Two of Cups. You guys know that this Mercury retrograde and this solar eclipse is happening quite literally just before we start to see in May, you know, Jupiter goes into your 7th house, right? So there's going to be a lot of relationship energy going on. Like in a way, it's like you're getting your home and your schedule and your life in order. Those of you guys who are single, before you meet somebody probably pretty significant. Or before there is more kind of growth within a relationship. So Two of Cups is a relationship card. It's an offering. Somebody who says, do you want to go out to dinner? You want to grab a drink? What are you doing? How can I help you? What do you need? I'm interested. It can be about clients and expanding clients, but it can also be about expanding romantic connections. It's about that alchemy of two people coming together, right? And mixing and matching. And so I think about like a solar eclipse in your 5th house where some of you guys might walk into a bar and meet somebody. You know, 5th house can be bars, clubs, parties, things like that, sporting events. And then you're going to be having this retrograde, which is about reconnecting with somebody who can make your heart sing. And whether that's a new person or a person from a past life, or this is a person that you've known, some connection that is going to make you very happy. It's going to make you very joyful. And a lot to celebrate with another person. And then, you know, in about 2 months' time, then you're going to see Jupiter go into your 7th house. And it's like a big shift for your romantic relationships. So I think it could be love and romance. And I think if you're in a committed relationship, it's growing closer to the person that you're with. Okay? So good luck, Sag. Keep me updated. Let me know what happens. I want to hear all about it. We've got Capricorn and Capricorn rising. Well, Capricorn, welcome to April of 2024. I hope you're doing well. I'm excited to chat with you about everything that's going down this month. And obviously we got to talk a little bit about Saturn. So one thing that's really kind of sticks out in my mind this month is definitely going to be the Mars-Saturn conjunction. So you really want to listen to that when I get into that, because Mars is coming into contact with your ruling planet in Pisces in the 3rd house. Might have you feeling like you got to get the show on the road. You might have to move quickly, you know, that you might be rushed in traffic. So you want to be careful with accidents. You might be rushed to have a conversation. There could be some squabbles with some siblings. There could be some squabbles with some neighbors. So we'll talk about that. All right, so I broke this month down into like 3 separate categories because it's going to be easier for me to kind of explain it to you, because we have like bunches of things happening in certain areas. So we're going to start with the first batch of transits, which is everything going on in Aries. So this is a cardinal sign, okay? It's 4th house from your ascendant if you're a Capricorn rising. So it basically means that it can feel frustrating because of the squares. You can get agitated because something is changing or something is kind of moving around or happening. Tons of stuff is happening here. What is the 4th house? 4th house is home, family, place of origin, your ancestors, your roots. It could be your mother. It could also be your physical home space, and it's also the past, okay? Aries is the self. So you're learning to, I think with the North Node and all this energy, figure out where is home, where is my home? How do I develop my own sense of home? How do I find a home within myself? Some of you guys will be moving into your own homes and apartments for the first time ever. Others will be leaving relationships and getting into living by yourself for the first time in a long time. Other people are going to be going back home and being closer to home and family and taking care of relatives. It really just depends on where you are in that spectrum. But I will tell you that the way that your life is shaping up, and you're going to see this after the lunar eclipse in Libra, that there's dramatic changes to your status or your career, where you're either saying, I'm willing to give up a job because I'm relocating, or, you know, I'm working from home now so I don't have to be in the office, or my relationships are changing and so now I'm moving into my own space. That's kind of what's manifesting for you. So you're coming off of that lunar eclipse and now you're kind of reassessing everything that's going on the home front. That's where your focus needs to be, even though I know it's so contradictory to what you generally have, you know, a tendency to do. Be assertive, take action, don't be afraid to move, relocate, go back home, make a change, because that's what the theme is. And this whole batch of transits really begins on the 1st of April when you have a Mercury retrograde that's going to begin in the sign of Aries. And we've been feeling this since March. So you're already seeing the signs about, well, you know, am I renewing my lease? Am I not? Am I returning back to my hometown? Am I not? Am I kicking out my roommate? Am I not? Mercury rules your 9th house of foreign travel and faraway places, and the 6th house of help, work, and association. So it might mean that if you're dealing with a home or a family or estate matter, you might be like, I need to hire somebody to help me. I might need an attorney. I might need to hire, you know, a attorney for immigration matters. I might need to have somebody, you know, that I hire for an estate matter. That can come up. If you want to move, right, movers and people that you hire to move things for you can kind of come up here, and things can go missing and things can get broken. So trust me on this, double bubble wrap things. If there are things that you know that are very valuable and you're sentimental about that could easily break, double and triple wrap everything, label everything accordingly. Things can go missing during moves, things can get broken, so you want to know that going into the retrograde. Equally, if you're buying houses or signing leases, read the fine print. Trust me. And also, it's very important that you're getting inspections on homes. Look at the foundation, look at everything that's going on there, make sure that it works for you. There might be something unveiled. Now, there can be delays with moving in situations with home and family, or things that need to be fixed in the home that can kind of come up here as well. You might have family calling you, asking you, hey, can you come and take care of mom? Can you help, you know, dad move? Can you help, you know, help me out when it comes to reorganizing the garage? And you're going to be like, oh my God, they just need so much. So then you're going to see on the 8th of the month, there will be a solar eclipse in Aries at 19 degrees. So if you're a Capricorn, sun, moon, rising, you know, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 degrees, you're going to feel the square to your sun, moon, or rising. And a solar eclipse is like a wild card. We don't really know what we're going to get. This is a total solar eclipse, so it means that something is being completely wiped out, so something new can be put there. And this basically means that it's relating to your home. Now, a solar eclipse is a new moon, so it's giving you a new opportunity. So you're going to see something unfolding that's new for you, your home, your family, or your private life over the next 13 months. It is conjunct Chiron, so it can talk about healing the wound that we have to home, healing a wound with a parent or a family member. Dealing with an ailing parent or family member can come up here as well. So the retrograde can quite literally bring you back home if there's something going on health-wise with a family member. Now, the ruler of this eclipse is Mars, and Mars will be conjunct Saturn, which is your chart ruler, in the 3rd. So you may get wind, hey, there's a delay with moving. What's the problem? What do we need to reassess or renegotiate? Hey, we have a hang up here. You know, we can't get the moving truck the day that you need it. And you're like, okay, how do we reassess this? It can mean that there are difficulties and like moves are coming because you have like problems with neighbors or, you know, people who are breaking into your car. I don't like saying that, but that can happen. You may feel like you're being kind of bullied or kind of threatened in the neighborhood, or you're not liking some of the stuff that's going on with crime. There can be some difficult conversations that you're having with siblings about a home or a family matter. That can be the Mars-Saturn. You know, Mars is the faster moving planet, so it's going to attack Saturn. So when Mars starts coming into conjunction, you're going to be like, why is everybody like up my ass? And sorry, but that's what it's going to feel like. It is Mars. So, you know, the key here is to be really cautious with how you communicate with people around the home and around the family. And if you feel like it's time to get out, then that, you know, that will be the time that you're like, okay, I'm finally, you know, making the difficult call and being like, this is it, I'm actually leaving. You know, it might be good for you because it kind of seems like you're getting pushed out. If not, it can mean you're rearranging your home, you're finishing a renovation, you have to go and visit family. So not everybody's going to have to move, but home and vehicle things seem to be indicated here. Then on the 11th of the month, there will be a Mercury Cazimi, where Mercury conjuncts the sun. So the sun represents a transformation, and it's also about joint resources. Mercury represents possibly like a helper or a renegotiator or somebody who comes in that might assess the place if you want to renovate something and they tell you what it's going to cost. It can be a time where you're considering reassessing like a mortgage or refinancing a mortgage. It might be a time also when there is a negotiation going on about an estate or family matter, which may also require some kind of like legal assistance. That is possible. But that's that epiphany or that awareness. So there's something that comes into view during that time. All right, so then we're going to see on the 19th of the month, Mercury retrograde will conjunct Venus. So Venus represents relationship, status, and career. It also has connections to children. So it might mean that one of your kids or maybe a friend from work is helping you move. Maybe you have somebody who says, hey, I want to come and help you redecorate, you know. It could mean that because there's a change going on in your life or in your status, you know, you have like your employer who's more understanding and they're more sympathetic, and maybe you're going through a separation and you're moving. Maybe you have an ailing family member, or, you know, maybe you're grieving over the loss of a pet and you're like, I just can't come into work. And they're like, we understand, you know, like, we got it. Do you need anything? Communicate. So much about Mars Saturn is about communicating. If you're having a difficult time, speak up and let people know. And that's going to be really what you're working through the next 2 years anyway. So an opportunity for some kind of sweetness and understanding to come in as you're going through this season of change in your life. Then you're going to see on the 25th, Mercury goes direct in Aries. So the retrograde's over. And it'll conjunct the North Node at 15 degrees of Aries. So this is going to basically mean that retrograde's over. This reassessment has happened. Some of you guys may benefit waiting until the end of April before you sign a lease or before you decide to move or buy a house or whatever. Like, things can get really topsy-turvy here, so don't shoot the messenger. I'm just letting you know now. Otherwise, you know, just expect some of the kind of bumps that might happen with this retrograde. But when it goes direct, it's on the North Node, so you've made up your mind, or you're ready to make a purchase, or you're ready to sign a lease, and you have all the details. Granted, the shadow will last until May. And it'll bump on the back end. It's already bumping pre-shadow. I don't know if you guys feel it, but I'm definitely feeling it. And so give yourself time and grace, and don't rush the process of making a change that's very emotional or in your home life, because you need a little bit more time to kind of work through this. Okay, so now let's move on to the Mars transits. So Mars is going to be making contact with Saturn. Okay, so that's going to be happening for you right around the 10th. You'll be feeling it as early as the eclipse though, because during the eclipse it'll be conjunct. So like I said, you know, Mars is attacking Saturn. Mars represents friends and allies, and it also has connections to family. So for example, let's say you're trying to move and you're having an issue with a relative and you're going back and forth with them over it, and they're like, screw it, I'm not going to help you, I'm not doing this. You'll get on the phone and call a friend and be like, can you help me? Can you come here? And they're like, yes, what do you need? Or can I vent to you? And they're like, shoot, what's going on? So you want to know who you can rely on if you can't communicate or like deal well with some of these other people in your, you know, kind of in your general vicinity. I also think that this can indicate a need to really be careful and, like, I would say hold back and not being confrontational. You may feel like you have to stand up for yourself, but do it in a way that is peaceful, you know, resolution. Like, you know, Mars in Pisces is very like soft power. It's like, it's not combative and confrontational, but it's being like, no, this ends here. We're not doing this. And telling people that, you know, that you are only wanting peaceful resolution. Obviously, it can be easier said than done. Be mindful when you're driving, okay? Mars, Saturn can definitely be like visibility issues, accidents, not paying attention. I could also see this as a situation where you're like, that's it, I'm getting off of social media, I'm throwing my phone in the bathtub, I don't want to talk to anybody, I don't want any connection, like I want to check out from the world for a little bit. Definitely pay close attention to your mental health. You can get a little stressed here, and it's important not to be watching anything or listening to anything that's distracting while you're driving. A positive thing is like bust out those tarot cards when you're feeling like You know, you need some guidance, pull out a card every day for you, you know, do some journaling, go on a walk to blow off some steam, try to meditate, listen to some music, things that can really help you kind of get a firm grasp on your mental stuff so you're not blowing up on people. Now then we're going to see on the 28th, Mars will then conjunct Neptune. Totally different energy. I have a feeling, are there some Capricorn risings that are like, I'm trying to quit smoking, I'm not smoking, I'm done. And you're really adamant about that. And you're like, that's it, I'm throwing away, you know, my jewel, or I quit smoking weed, or I'm not drinking. Something here, you're like, I got it out of my house. Well, then when Mars conjuncts Neptune, you're going to be like, screw it, you know, and then you can get stressed and you can do it again. And you could, you know, pick up a pack of cigarettes, or you could, you know, drink. Obviously Mars and Neptune, drinking and driving, or driving and substances do not mix. So this is something you want to be really careful of. I do feel like there is an energy here where it's like there could be something going on that you're not quite aware of. It's kind of hidden. Maybe your intuition is really strong. Maybe you have a feeling that something's going on with a sibling and you're like, I'm going to call them. Equally, you can have siblings or neighbors being really crazy. So you can use that Mars-Saturn conjunction as being like a definitive line where you're like, if we can't have a healthy conversation, I'm not picking up the phone, you know, or I'm not comfortable talking to you or having you over. So you can see that there can be some really kind of crazy things going on with Mars conjunct Neptune, where family members or relatives are just acting like very erratic. So be mindful of that. Between the 10th and the 28th, Mars is in no man's land. And like I've said this to all the signs, but I'm going to say it again. I have a really, really weird feeling about this transit. A really weird feeling. And it's almost like Mars is trapped between Saturn, which is you, and Neptune, which is other people, and it's like invisible. So there can be people like cyber stalking you. There can be people who are watching your videos secretly on social media and you're like, who is that person? It can mean that there are, you know, people that can be calling and harassing you. It means that your cars are more prone to having issues where they're like overheating, or they're steaming, or they're leaking fluid. It can mean that you're more prone to dropping your phone in the toilet or in like in water, you know, in water. So it's like, be really careful. Don't be like texting in the bathroom. Yeah, and that kind of stuff, because there's more prone to there being some kind of damage there. Okay. And then the last one, but certainly not the least, is definitely going to be the Jupiter-Uranus conjunction. So this will be taking place in your 5th house. For my Capricorn, Sun, Moon, and Rising, if you guys have anything from like 19 to 24 degrees, this is super yummy for you because it's going to trine your placements. I think I'm really excited for this for Capricorn risings. I think that this is the time where you're just going to have this like heart wide open situation where anything that the heart desires is what's going to manifest. And whether that is hitting the lottery, if that is falling in love, if that is a new creative business, if that's having a child, I just really love this conjunction for you guys. Now, Jupiter rules the 12th house of things that are hidden and things that are kind of concealed or more like intuitive. It can be self-undoing too. So you're going to watch the partying here, Capricorn risings. And it also has connections to the 3rd house of creativity, self-expression, writing, sharing, learning, traveling. So I feel like there can be like lots of like creative things that you're doing, that you're filming. Maybe you're putting it on social media. If you create art, if you work with flowers, if you work with food, if you work with herbs, you might be shooting it and showing some of this stuff, right? If you work with jewelry, that's something else that can come up here. And then Uranus obviously is about the 2nd house of money and resources. So you guys might, you know, make some bets or some investments that end up paying off in a really big way. I think about when I had this transit through my my 5th house, and it was like a time where I really fell in love with astrology. I was like, I can't get enough of that. That is just like, I have to do it every day. And lo and behold, like, you know, more than like, you know, 10 years later, here I am, still loving it, still doing it every day. So I think that for you, it will materialize as some new form of self-expression. And when that conjunction happens, the ruler is Venus and it's in the 4th house. So I feel like you're going to go, I'm creating space in my house to have a playroom or to have a bar or to have a hobby room, or, you know, maybe you're like, oh, surprise, I'm pregnant, you know, so we're creating a nursery. Maybe it's that one of your kids comes home to stay with you or to visit in some, you know, fashion. Maybe you're getting into interior designing. Maybe you are growing food and, you know, you have your own garden and like that's your creative process. I don't know. But it's a really fun place to have this conjunction. And I really feel like some of the best things will come from doing it purely because of a space of pure enjoyment. You know, you want to remove the perspective of, oh, it's got to have some kind of like, it has to be lucrative or it has to make money. No, do it because you love doing it. And the things that you love doing the most will end up being the most successful and the most abundant. And when in doubt, definitely, definitely buy the lottery ticket, play the scratchers, go to the casinos, you know, obviously within good reason, but you can have a really lucky time here. You're going to see this especially as we're getting into May when planets are coming into conjunction with Jupiter and Uranus. So you guys will have to let me know what happens here. At the end of the month, we're going to have a full moon in Scorpio, and that full moon is going to be in your 11th house. And this is going to be all about your friends, your networks, your goals, your associations. It is a sign that is kind of friendly for Capricorn, so I don't see it being challenging. A full moon here will have you going to a party, connecting with a friend, realizing some kind of goal, maybe being in front of an audience, sharing something with people. And the ruler is both going to be Mars. So Mars is conjunct Saturn. So this is why I feel like you need some support from a friend, or you're going to be like maybe trying to visit a friend, or you're like calling them about something. And also Pluto. And Pluto will square this moon. So there can be a situation going on with a friend where they're kind of sharing some insight with you. And you're like, yeah, I don't really know if I can loan you money, or I don't really know if, you know, this is providing me with the insight that I need. Maybe somebody's making some recommendation about an investment and you're like, I don't really know if I want to invest in that. You have to listen to your own kind of gut right now. With Jupiter and Uranus in your 5th house, like other people's investment strategies won't necessarily work for you. You've got your own thing going. So I'd be careful with whose advice that I buy. You know, the 11th house can be about the money that comes from, you know, what you're making at work. So with Pluto in your 2nd house, you might be like, oh, well, a lot of things are changing at work, so I don't have the same kind of income coming in like I once did, but I made this investment and it's paying off. Or, but I've got this side hustle and it's turning into a business and I'm making money. And so, you know, that's kind of propelling you along, right? It's trying to push you to do something more creative, at least on the side, if you would consider doing that. All right, Capricorn, let's see what these cards have to say and what the tarot wants you to know for the month of April. Oh, there you go. Knight of Pentacles. That's you. So this can be also Capricorn, Virgo, Taurus. Knight of Pentacles is slow and steady wins the race. Okay, so taking your time, easing your way into it, not rushing the process. I really feel like this is that Mars-Saturn stuff in the 3rd house where you're like, before I move, I'm really going to make sure that this is what I feel comfortable paying for rent or for mortgage. Being really selective and particular about where you're investing your time, money, or your energy. This can be messages that are getting ready to come to you that are about money and finances and resources. Certainly, the sun rules other people's resources, so that solar eclipse can be a time where there is some big decision about, you know, what you're selling your house for, or how much money you're getting in a divorce settlement, or what you're getting in an inheritance, or how much your rent has gone up. And you're like, do I want to pay this? Do I not? So you're being really cautious and you're being really smart about how you're managing your money right now. And I feel like that's the only way to move forward, is to not make any impulsive moves when it comes to your finances or your living situation. And it seems like there's going to be some news that's going to be on the way involving these things. So watch for that. All right. Good luck, Capricorns. I'll see you guys next month. We've got Aquarius and Aquarius rising. What's going on, guys? Welcome to your horoscopes for April 2024. I hope you guys are doing well. I hope you're doing abundant. We're going to talk all about the things going on this month. There are some Saturn aspects that you need to be mindful of. So when I talk about Mars, Saturn, listen to that. And also we're going to have a full moon in Scorpio. It's going to square Pluto in your sign. So there might be some power struggles going on between work and you. All right. So I have formulated this in a way where I broke it down to 3 separate groups of transits, which is not necessarily in order, but it's going to make better sense. So the first batch of transits is everything that's taking place in the area of Aries in your horoscope. So this is your 3rd house. So you want to familiarize yourself with the 3rd house. Well, this is the junk drawer in astrology. So it means that it can basically be about your siblings, your neighborhood, your car, your mind, how you learn, how you communicate, your gadgets. But Aries is me. Okay, so it represents you individually as a person, how you think, how you move around, your car, your ideas, your, kind of communication style, your relationship to siblings, right? That kind of stuff. So there's so much stuff going on here. It starts with, on April 1st, we're going to have a Mercury retrograde in the sign of Aries. So for you, this means that you are backtracking and rethinking something about how you communicate. It might mean, because Mercury rules 8th house of other people's money and also the 5th house of creativity, children, and also investments, that you are rethinking, who do I want to work with? Who do I want to share with? Who do I want to create with? I'm rethinking a creative project. I'm renegotiating a contract. I am reassessing something about an investment that I made. I'm making tweaks, or maybe there's delays that are going on with my taxes. Some of you guys might have some need to kind of hunt down some tax forms, or you might need to file an extension. That could happen. Be very mindful of how you communicate. Like Mercury in Aries is very kind of like, speaking first and then thinking later. And in the 3rd house, Mercury is very comfortable, but there can be a sense of like really taking time to slow down and go, do I really feel the way that I'm communicating? Am I communicating too aggressively? Am I not taking time to listen to other people? That can be some stuff that can come up this month. As Mercury retrogrades through here, it's going to be a process you're going to work through all month long. So it's going to take time to really sort all of this out. So be patient with making a decision about these topics. Be patient when it comes to communicating and expressing yourself, or, talking to neighbors or talking to siblings. And if you're wanting to launch podcasts, if you want to launch YouTube channels, if you want to put out new websites, do not do it during this retrograde. It's going to be a nightmare. Just wait. Give yourself until at least the end of this month, going into next month. We all will benefit by really being present with this before we get to May. Now, on the 8th of the month, you're going to see a solar eclipse in Aries in your natal 3rd house. Solar eclipses are new seeds, so it's a new moon on steroids. This will be at 19 degrees, which represents the relationship that you have to someone or something. It can be your own mind, right? It can be how you communicate in relationships, and it'll be conjunct Chiron. The sun rules relationships, so whether this is business partners, clients, spouses, or children, there's something changing the way about how you communicate with other people. At the time of the eclipse, Mars is the ruler, and Mars will be conjunct Saturn, your co-ruler. So it means that you're being cautious and you're almost like reassessing whether or not you say something. You're kind of like, do I make this offer? Do I not? Do I say something? Do I not? And you might be feeling like you're having to hold back some kind of information, or maybe you're kind of holding back on saying something to somebody or giving them financial advice, or maybe you're withholding some kind of information, or you're delaying having a conversation with someone until you really have all the facts. So there may be something like that happening. Eclipses play out over time. So this will, play out over the next few months up until the beginning of next year. It'll take about 12, 13 months to unfold. And I really feel like this is challenging with Mars conjunct Saturn. So I'll come back to that in just a second. Chiron is involved too, so you're healing something, okay? And this might be about how you speak to yourself. This might be healing where you feel inadequate about communication, writing, or learning, and you're finally healing that issue. And then we're going to see on the 11th, there's going to be a Mercury Cazimi. So we're going to see Mercury retrograde conjunct the sun. So some kind of realization, some kind of epiphany, there's some kind of conversation or awareness or some kind of enlightenment that comes. Maybe you have a download, you're feeling very inspired to write something, or you have a very insightful conversation with someone. You're driving in the car, you see a license plate with a phrase and it just triggers something for you, or you're like, that's my sign. Or maybe you're flipping through the radio and then you hear a song and you're like, oh, there's my sign, you know? Mercury will play these games where he's trying to kind of get your attention in some way. So it'll either be something you read or hear that will give you your answer for what you're looking for in this area of your chart. I also feel like those of you guys who are thinking about moving or buying a car or changing vehicles, I would really wait. Like you want to wait until after the Cazimi, you want to wait until after the Mercury retrograde. So this might be the turning point where you're like, am I buying the car? Am I not? Am I moving? Am I not? You'll get that answer. Then we're going to see on the 19th, Mercury will retrograde and conjunct Venus. Okay, so Venus rules home and family or the past, and it also has connections to people in faraway places or law or legality. So it means that you may be contacting or reaching out to like a lawyer, or you're reaching out to a relationship at a distance, or maybe you're having to talk to your in-laws about something. And it is about some kind of change of plans, whether this is travel plans, whether this is relocating plans, if this is about them letting you know that they're, you know, coming to visit. There's some kind of conversation that you might have with either a female relative, a sister, or a family at a distance, and you're kind of finding out that they're, you know, they're reaching out for some reason, or they're coming to visit for some reason. This can also be indicating a change of heart, a change of mind. It's like, I thought I wanted this car, but now I don't. Or I thought I wanted this apartment, but now I don't. And so something can change here. Then you're going to see on the 25th, Mercury goes direct. So the Mercury retrograde's over. It'll go direct, conjunct the North Node in Aries. So you have a better understanding or idea of what the plan is moving forward now. Now it's like more kind of concrete in terms of what actions you're going to be taking, what you're going to be signing, what you are communicating or expressing to people. That shadow is going to kick on the back end. So just be mindful, because Mercury has to come back over, you know, the eclipse degree at 19. It has to come back over Chiron. There's still some stuff going on there. So I would wait until next month to launch websites and stuff. But like, if you know you have a business you want to launch, if you know there's a contract that you want to issue to somebody, work on it during the retrograde. You can work all the bugs out, and then you can have it complete, and then you can launch that stuff next month. All right, so that's done with the Aries stuff. Now we're going to move on to the Mars transits, and these are tricky. So on the, you're going to feel it starting on the solar eclipse on the 8th, and that's important because, you know, Aries is ruled by Mars, but this won't technically perfect until the 10th of April when Mars comes into conjunction with Saturn. So I said the same thing to Capricorn. I'm going to say the same thing to you in Pisces. Mars is attacking you, okay? You are Saturn. So Mars represents your business and responsibility and your reputation or bosses. It also is about communication. So maybe you're giving the word, or maybe you're saying like, you know, no, this isn't going to work. You know, we're no deal, or we're not signing the contract, or we can't do this, or this isn't possible, maybe. It can be that there is some kind of conflict that you have with a superior or a boss over money or a financial matter. That's possible. But, you know, Mars wants to move quickly, and Saturn is like, no, we got to take our time. So you might be having to say to somebody, not yet, we're not ready. We need to renegotiate this deal before we kind of send it out and we sign it. So you might have to be pumping the brakes for someone. It can mean that you're trying to kind of be the mediator, you know, with a sibling, or you're trying to be the person who's like negotiating some kind of terms, you know, with somebody else. So try to be patient, even though other people are going to try to rush you. Don't let other people rush you into signing things or agreeing to things, especially because it will have a big financial implication. This Mars-Saturn conjunction basically means that for the next 2 years, you're going to have hard work, dedication, sacrifice, and you're going to have to deal with this in this area of your chart. So Saturn says, no, we're not spending a bunch of money. And Mars is like, but I want it. So you're learning not to rush into buying things, not to rush into consuming things, that you're more willing to say, I'm willing to pay for high quality water, you know, Pisces. I am willing to do the work, but, you know, I need to get paid more. I can't be, you know, doing this work at this rate. You know, you need to pay me this rate as a salary or no dice, because this is my worth. So know how to stand up for what your worth is and not settle for any less than what you deserve. Now, where Mars and Saturn is kind of that restricting energy, you know, when we see Mars conjunct Neptune, totally different, because Neptune has no boundaries, right? It's water. And, you know, I think of Neptune and his net and how he can kind of trap people. So when Mars comes into conjunction with Neptune, it means that there is something that is supposed to be kind of brewing, and Neptune is saying, oh, you know what? No, we don't really need to do that. We don't need to spend money on that, you know, or, you know, don't worry, it'll be fine. Just buy it. It'll all work out. And there can definitely be some like financial swindling here. There can be some losses here. There can be a tendency also to, you know, have money go missing or have things kind of like get cut. There can be, you know, incomes that are cut. There can be some, yeah, just be really careful with money, guys. Trust me, there can be job cuts here because Mars rules your work. So you don't want to be just spending money, you know, aimlessly this month. You want to know that these conjunctions are coming, and it really does pay to be very conservative with your financial situation. Just because you have it doesn't mean you're going to spend it. We kind of lose our boundaries with Mars and Neptune. So I could definitely see some people being like, I really want that thing. I don't care what it costs. And you buy it, and then like 2 weeks later, it's half price, you know, and you're going to be like, oh, I shouldn't have bought that thing. And you'll wish that you had read the fine print on a return policy or something like that. And so I kind of think with Mars being connected to the Mercury retrograde, it's like some of you guys are going to go and buy a car, and then you're going to see in about 2 or 3 months that the economy is going to be horrible. And you're going to be like, why did I buy that car? It's too expensive. Or I could have waited, or I should have bought, you know, something more affordable. It's also going to be about, you know, the, you know, purchasing of like digital stuff. You shouldn't be buying phones and cars and other things when you're having retrogrades and solar eclipses in your third house. Things may break down, and you want to say, well, is it worth fixing it? You know, can I be more conservative with what I'm spending? Is it worth fixing it? Do I really need to go and buy a new car? And you might go and see somebody and have them look at it and have them tell you, oh, this is wrong. You know, give us $5,000 to fix your car. Get a second opinion. You know, go and talk to somebody else. Bring your dad to the car lot, or bring your brother with you, or, you know, somebody else. You need a masculine energy with you to go and have that car looked at, because it can mean that somebody's just telling you these things are needed and they're not needed, and you're having to foot the bill for it. So be careful with your money, and also how much money you guys spend at the bar and at the grocery store. You'll be really surprised that grabbing all the things you want or ordering all the things you want will get you into some trouble. Okay. So that is the Mars stuff. So now we have the Jupiter-Uranus conjunction, which is obviously pretty big for you, right? You're Uranus, so Jupiter is coming to kind of meet you. So this is a really big turning point for you. I do think it brings good things. Okay, so that's the positive. Jupiter rules friends and goals and collaborations with others. It also has connections to money and resources. So watching that planet come into your 4th house means friends become family. There is some investment or merger maybe with friends. Maybe you're buying property. Maybe you're buying a house together. Maybe you're moving in together. Maybe this means that you're starting a new company with your family. Maybe you're investing more in home or in land or property or real estate. And, you know, Jupiter coming to meet you basically means it's bringing you some sort of joy. It's bringing you some kind of abundance. It's bringing you resources. It's bringing you food and money and gatherings and parties. So big celebrations between you and friends, and people might come and visit you, or, you know, you guys might be traveling and doing things together. I do feel like this is about radical shakeups that can happen on the home front. So very suddenly there can be, boom, you know, we're having another kid. We need to move to a bigger house. Or, you know, boom, found out that, you know, mom and dad are, you know, separating because so-and-so like had an affair. And you're like, what? It's like mind blowing. It can also be a time where there is this acceleration that's going on within home and family gatherings. So you're going to start noticing that people are coming to your home. You know, family dinners and social gatherings in the home is going to be a big theme. I think it's going to really be a lot of fun, but I also know that like you need the space to be able to do that. So just kind of keep that in the back of your mind. I also think about how, you know, Uranus is you. So people are bringing you this sweetness, or they're bringing you some sort of like happiness or celebration. And you're going to realize that there's like the family that you're born into, and then there's the family that you make. So if you have some like weird estrangement with family, or maybe you live far away from your family, your friends will feel like family, or it can be expanding your own family and that becoming like your new, you know, your new set of people. Moving to foreign lands, expanding the home, getting into gardening, agriculture, yeah, all those things. Don't expect anything on that day. We're going to see this kind of continue into about May and June. We want to see the sun and other planets come into conjunction here. So there's going to be more kind of expanding, and I could see a lot of you guys just like living communally and just having a blast doing it. So you'll have to kind of let me know what happens with those transits. At the end of the month, we're going to see a full moon in Scorpio, and that's going to be in your 10th house of career, reputation, and status. So changing jobs, completing jobs, big presentations, you know, kind of finalizing agreements. This can be happening with a full moon in your 10th house. If you have a Aquarius sun, moon, or rising 2 to 6 degrees, this full moon will square you and Pluto, so watch out. You may feel like some of the things that are happening suddenly kind of sends you into like a bit of a death spiral, where you could be like, okay, this job ended, now what? Or I retired, now what? And it's not a bad thing. It's just the square to Pluto can represent a power struggle between you and your career, you know, completing this career and how it, you know, makes you feel, or completing this job and how it makes you feel personally. It's pushing you to change and evolve. So it can feel uncomfortable when we have Pluto squares. The other ruler is going to be Mars, and Mars is going to be down here very close to Saturn. So even that is saying that you're having to practice some sense of, you know, being conservative with your resources, with your spending. You're requiring that, you know, you get your ends met or your needs met financially. And it might mean that you're having to kind of drive a hard bargain in a negotiation with somebody. And maybe the full moon is like finally that breakthrough, right? Yeah, pretty big month for you between that square to Pluto and then, you know, Jupiter meeting Uranus. I'm very curious to see what the plans are for your home and your living situation. And like I said, guys, God, May is such a better month. This is going to be one of the most difficult months of the year. So I think that by the time we get to May, you're going to realize like whatever you did is actually a really good thing for all involved. The card that I get is the Nine of Swords. Okay, so I could see this being like the Saturn Mars stuff, is it going to work out? Is the money going to come through? Am I going to be able to afford this? Is this, you know, am I making the right move? Like, is this a good idea? Like, yeah, Nine of Swords can be talking about, you know, stress and like losing sleep over situations. But I think at the same time, it's about recognizing that you cannot lose sleep over things you cannot change. And any which way I slice it, your home front and your family situation is about to dramatically change. And this can be exciting. You want to approach Jupiter-Uranus conjunctions as like being like, what if it's, you know, what if it's like the best thing that has ever happened to me, right? So some of you guys might be saying, well, I don't want to move away from home, or I don't want to have to sell my house, or I don't want to have to, you know, go back and be with my parents or go to my hometown. And I would say like, don't resist something, because what you're resisting might actually be the best thing that ever happened to you. And this can also mean traveling. This can also mean, you know, living abroad for a couple of months, or kind of living in, you know, and like traveling in an RV and figuring out where you want to land, or, you know, exploring different neighborhoods. Don't resist the change, and don't worry about the future either, because when you're worrying about the future, you're not present. And guess what? The future is made in the present, and the decisions you're making now. Go listen to some Ram Dass. Go listen to his whole lecture on Be Here Now. That's so helpful, I think, with Mercury retrograde in your 3rd house. Learning that all of the things that are coming are really going to manifest from what you're calling into your own reality. So you got to calm that mind down, get a little bit better organized, so that way you know exactly what direction you're going in. Good luck, Aquarius. And we have our Pisces and our Pisces rising. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. You guys are the most patient of all of the signs, obviously. I know some of you guys will listen all the way through, which I think is like crazy, but thanks for spending like several hours with me. So this month, we're going to talk a lot about the Jupiter-Uranus conjunction, because that does impact you, because Jupiter is your chart ruler. Traditionally, we're also going to talk about this Mars, Saturn, Neptune stuff. A lot of this deals with you personally as well. So you want to listen to the whole thing, basically. The way that I'm going to do this presentation is I'm going to break it down into 3 separate kind of batches of transits so they make sense. And then we will finish up by talking about the full moon. So I want you guys to get familiar with Aries. Okay, so Aries is your 2nd house. 2nd house is money, personal possessions, self-esteem, resources, spending power. This is money you have in the bank. This is money you have in your wallet. This represents also your values and your resources. And North Node in Aries is like working hard, becoming more self-sufficient. There's so many things happening here in this house this month. So there's a lot of financial things happening. And so you might want to look back on what was happening with the lunar eclipse in Libra. It looks like there was like some kind of dramatic reveal maybe that happened at the end of March, where there was letting go of a financial support system. There was some kind of change with your joint resources. Maybe you did have to pay a big tax bill. Maybe there was some kind of secret that came out in a relationship. And so now you're kind of like now better balancing your sense of self and security, right? So Mercury on the 1st will go retrograde in your 2nd house. And this means that you quite literally are reassessing and rearranging something about your financial situation. This means that money can be tighter than usual. So it's really important that you're careful with your finances and you're budgeting appropriately. Mercury rules your 4th house of home, the past, and family or living situations. It also represents your partners. So you might be reassessing, how much am I spending in my living situation? You know, is my partner not able to afford or spend as much? Am I having to pick up the slack? It may mean that, you know, you're becoming aware that there are increased costs. So you're contemplating where you would want to move to or live. And it can be a time of people owe you money, like partners owe you money or family owes you money. You might be like, okay, I need to be paid back because that's the retrograde in your 2nd house. So money coming back to you. And if you've been going through a period where money's been tight, a retrograde can undo that. It can literally say, okay, now we're going to kind of shift positions. And so you might find that this is a time where finances now can come in, right? So it can be easier for you to kind of feel abundant. Then we're going to see on the 8th, a solar eclipse in Aries in your 2nd house. So this is a new moon on steroids. Solar eclipses, total solar eclipse means this is a wild card. Likely there's going to be something that's going to come out of the blue that you don't see coming that does deal with your finances and your resources, okay? But it can mean that it's encouraging you to work through a wound revolving around being self-sufficient, making money, being independent, and really kind of filling your own cup. You know, I think that this is a time with the North Node and the eclipse in your 2nd house where you're like learning how to be more entrepreneurial. You're learning how to be a little scrappy when it comes to, you know, like getting out there and like getting your piece of the pie. At the time of the eclipse, the ruler is Mars, and Mars will be in your 1st house. So it means that you're kind of being really adamant, especially because it's conjunct Saturn, about being like, no, this is what I need. So you're not really going to play nice when it comes to people owing you money, when it comes to, you know, people haggling with you, when it comes to people saying to you, oh, you owe me, or you need to support me, or, you know, cut me a break, or, you know, give me a freebie. And you're going to be like, nope, pay me, because you know that time is money, right? And you also know your worth. So this is a big turning point where you're like, no. It is possible that, you know, because this is going to be at a 19, it can be with Chiron, healing your relationship to yourself, healing your self-esteem, healing your relationship to money, finally getting down to realizing, you know, what hangups have been going on in your financial situation and where you've been selling yourself short and how to fix it. So eclipses sometimes bring crisis if we don't show up to the occasion and say, okay, I'm willing to kind of deal with this situation. So be mindful of that. You don't want to get blindsided by a financial situation out of the blue. You want to kind of deal with things head on, right, Aries? Now, this will play out over the next like 12 to 13 months. So it's going to take time and it'll get reactivated over time throughout the next couple months. Now, we're also going to see on the 11th, there will be a Sun-Mercury Cazimi, okay? So the Sun-Mercury. So Mercury can be about family or partners returning something. So like if your sibling owes you money, you know, if your landlord owes you a deposit, if your partner, you know, owes you a chunk of money for a down payment on a home, like whatever, this money can come back to you. So that's the positive thing, is that the Cazimi seems to indicate like receiving something. It can also be about receiving support, or somebody gives you like a gift, or they give you something valuable. Then we're going to see on the 19th, Mercury retrograde will conjunct Venus. So Venus is your third house, which can be about communication and cars and siblings, and your eighth house of other people's resources. So this is also a day where I could see something coming back to you that's owed to you. So look for that maybe on the 19th. I would be really careful about what I'm spending on vehicles, education, or travel. This is a time where you could get something financially mixed up, or there could be like 2 charges on your credit card statement. So make sure if you're shopping online or anything, you're not getting double charged for something, and you're going to have to really look at your accounts and make sure that everything is like kosher. And changing your mind about what you love or what you value as well. That can happen. Because Mercury's relationships, you might be like, I thought I really wanted to be with this person. I don't know if I want to be in this relationship anymore. Or I really valued, this art, kind of piece, or this vase at one point, but like, I don't really care for it anymore. So you might chuck it, or you might give it away, or you might donate it or sell it. Especially with Venus being in the second house, I could see there are things that you're willing to get rid of that could actually bring you resources. So that's good. Then we're going to see on the 25th, Mercury goes direct. The retrograde's over, although we'll feel the shadow into May. And when it goes direct, it'll be right on the North Node. So by the end of the month, with the retrograde and the eclipse and all that stuff, you've been going back and forth like, do I have the money? Do I not? Am I going to be able to make this bill? Am I not? Am I getting the necessary, investment for this thing that I'm doing, or do I not? And then you'll know. And I think that if it's not financial, it's going to be about rebuilding your sense of self-esteem and being like, I need to feel good. I have Sun and Mercury in my second house. And so I know what this feels like, but I also know that when I feel the most confident, I have no problem communicating and like speaking, right? So I think that so much of the way that I create is through creating this stuff, because I can talk about things and the confidence really comes through how I communicate. So for you, I really want you guys to be focusing on using mantras and building yourself up and speaking these things into reality, or writing these things into reality. Get up in the morning, stand in front of the mirror and be like, self, I love you, self, self, I love you, self, self, I love you, self. You have to do that. And then say, I accept myself. I know my truth. I am my truth. I am love. I am worthy. I am strong. I'm a warrior. I'm an athlete. I'm a winner. Whatever you have to do. You have to do something like this where you're vocalizing this to yourself and you're calling that in, because the second house is the throat. So if you're speaking that into reality and you're reminding yourself and kind of like being your own hype man before you go out on stage in life, it'll really help you. It'll help you build your self-esteem, and you'll start to see the physical repercussions of that. You'll start to see that you're glowing. You'll start to see that you're kind of strutting around more. You're more abundant. You're bringing in resources, and yeah, you're going to feel so much better. So make sure you're doing that work. Okay, so that's all the Aries transits. That's done. Let's move on to the Mars conjunctions, which are very personal for you. So we're going to see around the 10th of April, although you'll be feeling it around the solar eclipse. Mars is coming into conjunction with Saturn, okay? So it's in your first house. And I've said to you guys before, these energies are super wonky. Mars wants to get going very quickly. Saturn wants to pump the brakes. Neptune's like, I don't really care what you do. So you're going to feel your energies still rise and fall, right? Throughout these transits. With, I think the eclipse being ruled by Mars, and Mars is conjunct Saturn in the second house, is you're learning to pace yourself and not make snap decisions with money. You're learning to be more conservative, and you're learning to have really strong boundaries for yourself with other people. Mars is the faster moving planet. So Mars rules long distance travel, law, education, your belief system, and obviously your money. So you might be like, oh, I was going to buy a flight and then I decided not to, I was going to go somewhere and now I'm deciding to wait. Like, it's not the right time. Something will come up where you're like, nope, hold up. I'm going to wait a second. You might be waiting to make an investment. You might be waiting for the right time to do that. That's one way it might manifest, but you have to listen to your intuition and know whether or not it's time to push forward or hold back, and likely you will hold back. A Mars-Saturn conjunction will play out for 2 years. So this means that for the next 2 years, when it comes to Mars and Saturn in your first house, your dealing with, combating fluctuations in energy. You're dealing with, fevers, or maybe you're dealing with health related matters or issues relating to your feet, or, taking care of your immune system. It can also be a time that you're committing to traveling more or praying more or being more kind of spiritual, and really focusing on having really key defenses when it comes to your spiritual kind of energies, and not letting people kind of glob onto you and you're like, nope, not my stuff. So that'll play out for 2 years. Saturn is hard work and dedication, and Mars is kind of movement. So I think this is about holding yourself accountable for, reaching your goals and being more kind of responsible and independent. Then you will see between the 10th and the 28th, Mars will move through Pisces in between these two. So it's like no man's land. So you may not see a lot of, like the effects, from the Saturn-Mars conjunction. You might feel sluggish, you might feel lost, you might feel like you're just kind of aimlessly going through the motions. Some of you guys have been practicing like martial arts, some of you guys have been focusing on strength training, losing weight, and whatever. Don't lose track of your consistency when Mars is in between Saturn and Neptune during this time. On the 28th, Mars hitting Neptune means that you might kind of realize where you've been too strict with some things and where you're too loose with other things. It can be a time where you can have illness, so be mindful of that, especially if you're traveling or if you're on airplanes. Take really good care of your immune system. Take your vitamins, get adequate sleep. This stuff is really important because you can be feeling run down, and you may be more prone to having really, really sensitive emotional and psychological health issues. Because, the last degrees of Pisces is like, I just want to let it all go. I don't care anymore. And you might be feeling like a victim. You might be feeling alone. You might be feeling isolated. Let it go. It will get better. You just want to wait until Mars leaves that conjunction to Neptune. Not a good idea to be like out swimming or on boats or in open water areas, because it can be dangerous, or there can be like, situations where there can be really rough storms. So I would be careful there. Not a time also to be like mismanaging or mishandling like things that are sharp or hot, or like firearms. Also a time that you want to be really careful when it comes to, just your sense of awareness, because, like drinking or anything like that with Mars and Neptune is not a good idea. These can actually have like a negative energy on you. Okay. And be careful what you're eating, because Mars is connected to the second house. You could be eating something, you can get food poisoning, especially with seafood. Things that can be slipped into drinks. I mean, I know I've heard some people say to me on some of my videos, oh, you're such a great astrologer, but you're so negative. Okay, well, I'm not going to blow smoke up your ass. I'm going to tell you the truth with what can happen. So if you're in a situation where you know that you're going to be on a boat during these transits, your ass better be in a life jacket, and you better not be drinking and screwing around and walking around the boat and like being stupid. If you know that you're going to be out in a bar, you're going to be hanging out, you need to have your drink covered so you're not potentially having somebody put something into it, because Mars, Saturn, and Neptune can quite literally be sabotage. But in your case, it's self-sabotage. So how are you self-sabotaging yourself? By lack of awareness of what's around you, by not paying attention to who you're with, by not paying attention to your drink, by not paying attention to, how you're spending money. Are you, getting high, or are you drinking and spending a bunch of money and then realizing, oh my God, I shouldn't have bought this thing? That stuff can happen here too. So be mindful of that. All right, so that's the Mars and the Mars conjunct Saturn and Neptune. Definitely more challenging for you guys. Give me your feedback. I'd love to hear how you're feeling with this. And then finally, the last one is going to be the Jupiter-Uranus conjunction, which is big for you because Jupiter is your traditional ruler. So Jupiter is meeting with Uranus in the third house. So that means you are learning more, traveling more, expanding something about how you get around. Some of you guys might get a Tesla or a new EV vehicle. Some of you guys might be learning astrology or tarot. Some of you guys are learning about crypto and trading, and maybe you're learning more about new financial platforms, because this is learning and Taurus is money. Jupiter is growth, and Uranus are things that are unconventional or unusual. So I definitely think you're learning more about astrology and the cosmos and meditation, and maybe you're learning some form of divination. Maybe you are deciding that you're going to start channeling and like writing a book. There's a lot of things here. Maybe you're learning a new language. You know, that would be wonderful as well. You're learning a new language. But it should be interesting for you because it does represent some kind of expansion and good luck or good fortune. And it's some new technique that you're learning that's going to be like really good. At the time, Venus is the ruler and Venus will be in the second house. So this is why I think it's more financially related, that you're learning more about trade patterns and you're learning more about investments, and maybe you're talking about it or you're teaching other people about it. Maybe you're talking to your neighbors about, you know, Bitcoin. Maybe you're talking to your siblings or aunts or your uncles about digital trading. That can be coming up. But I really like this for something you can do with your hands. So like sewing, stitching, cooking, you know, that kind of stuff can be good as well. And it's something that you're kind of learning because it's like your meditation or something you do to relax. But you'll see that taking place, that conjunction around the 20th of April. That will expand into May. So you're going to see in May when other planets come through there, you're going to see more about where this is kind of growing. Great time to get out, burn off some steam, walk around if you feel stressed, you know, or get a bike and kind of get around and see the city. That can be helpful as well. And some of you guys might start painting, right? Taurus can be painting, sculpting, something like that. And then finally, we're going to have a full moon that's going to be in Scorpio. So that'll be at the end of the month, full moon in your 9th house in a fellow sister water sign. If you happen to be a Pisces rising that is between 2 and 6 degrees, this full moon will trine your ascendant, sun or moon. Full moon in the 9th house is more about completion of travel, completion like a graduation, getting a diploma, you know, finally having some shift in terms of your belief system. It might be that you're, you know, finishing planning a trip. It can mean that you're physically going somewhere. So I wonder with Saturn and Mars, you know, are you getting on a flight and going somewhere by yourself? Are you traveling somewhere, you know, on your own? Maybe that's possible, especially like to a foreign place. But this can also mean that you're teaching, you're sharing, you're, you know, sharing some kind of insight or wisdom with other people as well. What else? So when this happens, Mars is the ruler and it'll be conjunct Saturn. So that's why I say those things. And the co-ruler is Pluto, and it will actually square Pluto in the 12th house. So it can mean that you're like, oh, I want to travel, but like I'm iffy about doing it alone. Or, you know, I'm completing this program, but like now what am I supposed to do? Like what's the next step? So this might be like more either an educational or kind of like a spiritual type of moon for you, because it is hitting the 9th, the 12th, and the 1st house pretty significantly. So there can be, in the 3rd house, there can be something about a shift in terms of your belief system and finally kind of like overcoming your fears. So if you're somebody who's never wanted to be on a plane, maybe you get on one. If you're somebody who has never thought that you'd be able to, you know, go back to school and get your diploma, maybe you know, go and you register for your classes, or maybe you decide that you're going to apply for a college degree. So that could be something that happens here. Watch for those intuitive messages. I think that Jupiter, Uranus in your 3rd, you'll be very intuitive. So you might be getting really into like dream interpretation, and you might have like a dream journal going, so you can like write stuff down as some of these things are starting to manifest for you. Let's see what the cards say for you, my Pisces. Certainly you're a big player, both with all the Pisces energy in your 1st house and the Jupiter-Uranus conjunction. Don't let Aries and Libra steal your limelight. There's a lot of things involving you this month. And Taurus too. Taurus with the Jupiter-Uranus conjunction. Oh, you got the Strength card too. Who else got that? I can't remember. I think it was it Virgo? I don't remember. So you get the Strength card. I think this is about practicing a sense of restraint. That's what I think this is about, because Saturn and Mars are in your sign. I think it's about being like, I love this thing, but I can't force it, you know, or I want more of this, but I can't, you know, just go and grab it. I have to let it come to me. Mind over matter is kind of how I see this. Personal strength, dedication, having this sense of boundaries, like not letting people cross you, and also like really holding these high standards and knowing that what's meant for you will find you. And having, you know, your arms wide open, being like, okay, I receive all the things that are meant for me, even if that means you have to kind of wait a little bit. And this is also about overcoming something. So the Strength card can be about overcoming emotional challenges, psychological challenges, spiritual issues, things where you're feeling blocked, where you're having doubt, where you're having a question, you know, or a sense of doubting your faith. But Strength card is like realizing that even as you go through difficult situations, those are often, you know, these delays, these setbacks, these are opportunities in disguise. And so I think so much about Saturn and Mars coming into conjunction is about you seeing it as a delay, a hang up, something that's, you know, kind of blocking you, but you're going to realize that you're using that situation to be like, I'm going to overcome it. So rather than feeling like a victim, or rather than feeling like you have been abandoned or you've been cut off, I know a lot of you guys are going through changes in relationships. I know a lot of you guys are having to finally kind of go your own way and become more independent financially and in your life. Don't look at it as other people left you. Look at it as, I'm leaving that situation. I'm the one leaving. And something about that needs to shift. And I think it's so you can really realize that you have to leave in order to receive more. If you're not getting what you need in this situation, you have to let it go, because you're going to be receiving more, right? I hope that these messages find you well. I know that, you know, this month is going to be a really trying month for a lot of people. And so I hope that this can be like a beacon of light for those of you guys who really need some encouragement, for those of you guys who need to understand what's happening. I encourage you to subscribe to my channel. There is so much, so many resources with the videos, with the eclipse videos, with the horoscopes, with the retrograde videos. The answers are within these videos. These are things that I would literally say to a paying client. So I hope that this can kind of give you that sense of guidance and also security, and feel empowered by the things that are happening. This is such a big month for all of us collectively. I am holding this really high vibration for all of us as we move through this time. As always, I appreciate your guys' comments, your thumbs up. I love hearing from you. I love seeing the channel grow. I have a goal of hitting 50,000 subscribers this year. Only you guys can help me make that possible. So I'm going to keep showing up and doing the Lord's work for y'all. Just help me out, help a girl out, and subscribe or share this to or with somebody who can benefit from this. I would greatly, greatly appreciate that. That is the biggest compliment that I can receive. You guys need any help from me personally, you want a one-on-one, click the links below. Go to my website at beyondtheveiledtarot.com. I do personalized one-on-one readings. I also have digital calendars, so you can get all your transits imported into your cell phone or into your digital calendar online. I got Mercury retrograde candles. There's so much stuff there. So if you guys need some help, I've got you covered. Otherwise, I'm wishing you a very healthy, a very happy, a very zen, you know, April eclipse season. And I will catch you guys all back here on the flip side in May, when some really good things are going to start to manifest from this. Okay, so keep on keeping on. I'll see you then. Take care.